Chapter 394. This huge skeleton was as tall as several people, and its entire body was as huge as a small mountain. In its empty and lifeless eyes, there was a demonic light. The moment it saw Su Yan, it actually showed an excited expression. That's right. It was an excited expression. This made Su Yan frown. Looking at the awe-inspiring aura emitted from its body, he did not dare to slow down. He hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and swung it horizontally. Bang! It was a pity that the ghost howl sword, which had always been sharp, and Su Yan's strength, could be said to be extremely powerful. However, when the sword was swung, not only did he fail to leave any marks on the huge skeleton, but a sound similar to that of metal clashing could be heard instead. This made Su Yan very surprised. Ha ha ha. At this time, the person pretending to be Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Su Yan, do you think you can break this attack with your mere 7th level of the Spirit Sea realm? Ha ha ha. Hearing this disgusting laughter, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with anger. At the same time, his body leaped up, and a gust of spiritual energy was instantly transmitted into the ghost howl sword. Humph, I don't believe I can't break this damn thing. Su Yan snorted angrily, and at the same time, he suddenly swung his sword horizontally. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. The sword swept out like a gust of wind, making a whistling sound. Clang! However, when it collided with the white skeleton, there was still a crisp sound of metal clanging. Instead, because Su Yan used too much strength, his arm could not help but shake, and there was a tingling sensation. At this time, the annoying laughter was heard again. At the same time, the skeleton held a white bone arm in its hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. Its speed was even faster than Su Yan's. Su Yan was shocked. His blood dragon pupil instantly shrank, and the great solar-colored glazed sword sutra in his body was pushed to its limits. His figure leaped away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad, not bad. You are quite fast. No wonder there are so many stories about you in the 5 counties. Hearing Su Yan's words, the man laughed again. Su Yan ignored him. Listening to his laughter, he suppressed the irritation in his heart. His mind was spinning rapidly. No, I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if this continues. I have to find a way to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body started to operate slowly. This time, they no longer attacked the white bones. This was because ordinary attacks were completely useless. Unless they all used the 10,000 elephants' divine skill. However, with Su Yan's current strength, it was already his limit to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill once. If he used it to deal with the white bones now, if he waited until the white bones were broken, he would probably die when facing a level 9 spiritual sea realm warrior. Therefore, he couldn't use the 10,000 elephants' divine skill now. There was only one way left, and that was to hide. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to avoid the white bones' attacks and avoid them. Seeing Su Yan like this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, do you think it's useful to keep hiding like this? Do you think you can preserve your strength if you keep hiding? It's useless. Let me tell you. Su Yan naturally knew that it was useless. If he wanted to get out of here, he had to find a way to break the formation. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. However, Su Yan had never seen the formation core in this strange formation before. Furthermore, other than the eerie aura floating in the surroundings, there were only the blood-stained rocks. However, Su Yan had tested those rocks just now. Not only did they not destroy the formation, but they also didn't. Instead, he had lured this big guy out. Su Yan didn't know if he would be able to summon a similar big fellow if he were to do it again. This huge white bone corpse was troublesome enough. If another one appeared, Su Yan didn't dare to imagine what would happen. However, Su Yan knew that if he kept dodging like this, there was no way to get out. Let's try again. The formation can be broken. I don't believe it. After dodging again and again, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Seeing the white bones swinging towards him, Su Yan leaned his body slightly and suddenly attacked like a ghost. The ghost howl sword in his hand also attacked. It directly pierced one of the rocks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the rock was instantly shattered into pieces. Roar, however, at this moment, a roar exploded. The ground suddenly trembled, and another huge white bone corpse surged up from the ground. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect it to be like this." The huge white bone corpse that appeared was obviously stronger than the one that appeared now. It held a white bone that had been sharpened into a sword in its hand. As soon as it appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. It was so fast that when it flew through the air, there was a sudden burst of whistling sounds. Su Yan was shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in its hand to block. Clang! A crisp sound of metal exploded. Not only did this white bone corpse become stronger, but its body was also indestructible like the other white bone corpse. This made Su Yan frown even more. Looking at those rocks, Su Yan really didn't dare to try again. If he appeared at this moment, Su Yan was sure that he would definitely die today. He could only keep dodging the attacks of the two white bone corpses, because he had no power to fight back. In addition, the two corpses cooperated perfectly. Although Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he was also battered and exhausted. Soon, the clothes on his body were torn apart. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan like this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su Yan, it's useless. Let me tell you, it's useless. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything right now. I would obediently surrender and accept the baptism of death, so as not to waste energy. Hearing this person's words, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. He coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? Dream on." Su Yan shouted sternly. Looking at the two white bone corpses that had been threatening him, Su Yan immediately rotated his blood dragon pupil. Then, he activated his cultivation method and quickly retreated dozens of meters. At the same time, Su Yan immediately waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. The cultivation method in his body quickly followed. Countless spiritual energy poured into the ghost howl sword. It's useless. Even if you use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it's useless. When the person saw the ghost howl sword trembling in Su Yan's hand, he immediately knew that Su Yan was going to use the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. He couldn't help but smile. Su Yan completely ignored him and continuously waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Countless spiritual energy vibrated and sword blades appeared. Looking at the white bone corpses that were swarming up, Su Yan's eyes turned and shouted, "Torrential storm of rose blossoms." Bang! Suddenly, the ghost howl sword slashed down horizontally. Countless sword blades erupted like a rain of swords. Bang! Bang! Countless sword blades condensed from spiritual energy exploded on the white bone corpses, creating a series of loud noises. However, the white bone corpses only slowed down a little. They didn't suffer any damage. The person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I told you. It's useless. It's useless. Humph, Su Yan completely ignored him. Looking at the two white bone corpses, he snorted coldly. The blood dragon pupil suddenly rotated and several flying swords flew out. Whoosh! They directly exploded on the two white bone corpses. With a bang, they attacked the white bone corpses. Not only that, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil rotated and two red lights flew out. Wave after wave of attacks continuously surged forward. Not only that, but Su Yan still did not stop. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and with a turn of his body, he directly flew away. With both hands, he held the ghost howl sword and flew up like a spinning top. "Break for me!" Su Yan roared, and the ghost howl sword collided with the white bone corpses. Bang! Finally, with a loud bang, the two white bones fell to the ground with a loud crack. What? When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. His whole body trembled. Impossible! Su Yan, how could you break my white bone king? Su Yan looked at the white bone corpses on the ground and panted heavily. When he saw the shocked expression on the person's face, he couldn't help but smile proudly. When the person pretending to be Su Yan saw Su Yan's expression, he was startled and then smiled. Huh, Su Yan, did you really break my white bone formation just like that? Under this person's laughter. Bang! Suddenly, a loud boom rang out, and the ground trembled. An eerie roar erupted, and two massive skeletons emerged from the ground once again. What? Su Yan was shocked. The two white bones almost exhausted all of Su Yan's spirit energy. He didn't expect them to come again. Su Yan, I'd like to see what else you can do now. The person pretending to be Su Yan laughed proudly when he saw the two white bones reappear. Su Yan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. At this moment, the two white bones instantly flew toward Su Yan. Their speed was even faster than the two white bones just now. Su Yan's heart was pounding. He wanted to dodge, but as he circulated his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt something grabbing onto his foot. Lowering his head, Su Yan couldn't help but be enraged. He didn't know when white bone had appeared. They were firmly grabbing Su Yan's foot. It seems that I can only use the last illusion. Su Yan's face darkened. Then, a horn suddenly appeared on the top of his head. Awo. Chapter 395. What? When the person who was impersonating Su Yan saw the enormous dragon body that Su Yan had transformed into, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. Soon after, a dark and cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Su Yan, you have really given me too many surprises. Too many surprises. I find that I'm really liking you more and more. But do you think it's useful? The smile on the person impersonating Su Yan's face became wider and wider. At the same time, it became colder and colder. With a wave of his hand, two more skeletons appeared. Roar! When the two skeletons appeared, they immediately grabbed at Su Yan's dragon head. Under a huge pain, Su Yan let out a miserable dragon roar. At the same time, his dragon body shook. Bang! He directly shook off the four skeletons. Unfortunately, the skeletons' bodies were too tough. Although they were shaken off, they didn't hinder him at all. After retreating a few steps, they surrounded him again. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. If this continues, when my illusion divine art ends, I'll definitely die. I have to break the formation. I have to. Su Yan thought in his heart. Roar. Once again, he let out a dragon roar. When he saw a skeleton charging at him, he swung his dragon tail and directly hit it. Bang! With a loud sound, the skeleton was shaken off. However, at this moment, the other three skeletons rushed over. They didn't use their weapons. Instead, they directly grabbed at Su Yan. Roar! That grab was extremely powerful, and Su Yan suddenly let out a dragon's roar. When the person impersonating Su Yan saw this, he immediately laughed out loud. This is called White Bones capturing dragon. Su Yan, so what if you have the illusion divine art? You still have to be obediently tied up. Roar! Su Yan let out a mournful dragon roar. He kept exerting his strength on the dragon body, trying to get rid of these white bones. It's useless, seeing Su Yan's actions, the person impersonating Su Yan laughed non-stop. I have to break this array, I have to. Su Yan's arrogance was aroused at this time. His huge dragon head kept looking around, observing the layout of the array. Upon hearing the laughter of the impostor, Su Yan's dragon pupils abruptly contracted. This person has been standing here without moving since the beginning, could it be? Su Yan thought, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. Roar, following that, it let out a loud dragon roar, and its entire body began to twitch violently. Huh, Su Yan, I already told you that it's useless. Don't make such a pointless struggle. The person impersonating Su Yan laughed loudly when he saw Su Yan struggling. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Su Yan let out a low roar in his heart. Roar, raising his dragon head, the dragon roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Following that, a powerful force surged up. Bang, the white bones binding Su Yan's dragon body were directly broken by Su Yan. What? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan was shocked. Following that, he saw Su Yan's huge dragon body flying over. His face was filled with shock, and he waved his hands, wanting to summon something. Unfortunately, Su Yan's dragon body was too fast. Bang, in an instant, he was knocked away. Bang, at this moment, a loud sound rang out, and the indestructible white bones were directly blown to pieces. How is this possible, how is this possible? Seeing this scene, the person impersonating Su Yan shook his head and said, How is this possible, Su Yan, how can you break my array, how is this possible? Roar, Su Yan did not pay attention to his words at all. Instead, he let out a low roar and directly flew towards him. Although he broke the array, Su Yan was very clear that he still had to face a Stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm expert. And now that he was in the dragon form of the illusion divine art, it was his last chance. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all, and directly crashed into him. Bang, the person impersonating Su Yan was directly knocked away without the slightest resistance. He kept muttering to himself, How is this possible, Su Yan, how can you break my white bone array? At the same time, with a bang, he was directly blown to pieces. This caused Su Yan to be stunned. Although Su Yan, who had transformed into a dragon, had the strength of the sphere realm, this strength was only temporary. Moreover, this person was in the Stage 9 Spirit Sea Realm, and could completely deal with him. After his illusion divine art retreated, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill him. But now, while Su Yan was stunned, he slowly withdrew his dragon form and returned to his human form. Looking at the body of the person who had impersonated him, there was a tinge of surprise in his eyes. Poochie, at this moment, Su Yan felt a shock in his chest, and at the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he still could not figure out what was going on, he did not think much about it. He got up and said, This place is emitting a gloomy aura, it's better for me to leave first. At the same time, Su Yan was secretly glad that he was lucky. After all, if he had not found the location of the array core, Su Yan would have already stepped into the gates of hell. Clap clap. Clap clap, just as Su Yan was about to leave, there was a sudden clap from the side. Not bad, you are indeed the person that I, Master Puppet, have chosen. Following which, a person appeared in front of Su Yan. That person had a crooked body and an extremely ugly face. There was a sinister smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he looked at the fluctuation of spiritual energy on this person's body and became cautious. He could not help but tighten his grip on the ghost howl sword in his hand. Do you think it will work? When the person who called himself Grandpa Puppet saw Su Yan's actions, a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan. The moment he stretched out his hand, a powerful force surged forth. Rank 3 Radius State. When Su Yan reached out his hand, his eyes suddenly shrank, and a look of horror bloomed in his eyes. With Su Yan's current strength, it was possible for him to defeat a circle boundary expert. However, if he were to face a second circle boundary expert, he would not have the slightest chance. Not to mention that Su Yan had exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body. When Master Puppet reached out to grab Su Yan's shoulder, Su Yan could not move at all. He could not even make a sound. The strange aura coming from the old man suppressed the power in Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest strength to resist. He could only watch as he was grabbed by him and slowly walked forward with him. The old man was not in a hurry. He grabbed Su Yan and walked slowly. After walking for a short distance, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. It was blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was littered with white bones. This place was even more terrifying and gloomy than the place Su Yan was at. The moment he walked in, he could see corpses hanging on the blood-red walls. Some were dried up, and some were even dripping blood. It was extremely terrifying. Who is this person? Why did he bring me here? Su Yan had been traveling for such a long time and had never felt fear. However, when he saw this scene, he could not help but feel shocked. Especially when he did not see a single person along the way. Su Yan was even more terrified. Su Yan. When he took a few steps forward, he finally heard a voice. When the person saw Su Yan, his eyes suddenly turned and a look of surprise surged in his eyes. This person was none other than Hey Mogul from the Black Demon Cave. Who would have thought that Su Yan was actually still alive? Hey Mogul said and looked at Master Puppet with a smile. Master Puppet, it seems like your plan did not fail this time. Yes. Master Puppet nodded and said with a smile, Su Yan, this brat, not only has he mastered the illusion art, but he also has a purple spirit sea. If he can cultivate it into a puppet, it will definitely be the most perfect work of mine. Puppet. When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. This old man wants to refine me into a puppet. Ha ha ha, congratulations Master Puppet, congratulations Master Puppet. Hey Mogul was probably afraid that Master Puppet would refine him into a puppet. When he heard Master Puppet's words, he immediately flattered him. Master Puppet was obviously not interested in Hey Mogul's flattery. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and said, Hey Mogul, even so, Su Yan is still considered a top figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he has been captured and brought here, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't come and cause trouble. I will need 49 days to refine this puppet. So, I can't let anyone disturb me here. Master Puppet said with a gloomy expression. Yes, yes. Hey Mogul saw his expression and hurriedly said, that won't happen. Master Puppet, you should study your work properly. Apart from Yunhee, those people won't be able to help at all. Moreover, once Yunhee makes a move, I'm sure that person from Taixing sect will also make a move. And, you go and do this. After you do it well, you will definitely be rewarded in the future. Master Puppet waved his hand and brought Su Yan inside. Hey Mogul repeatedly expressed his gratitude and left. At this point, Su Yan still couldn't make a sound. He could only let Master Puppet torment him. He was brought into a secret room. If the outside was considered terrifying, then compared to this secret room, it paled in comparison. The walls around the secret room were actually made of human flesh. Blood was constantly dripping from them, and there were streams of blood on the ground. Master Puppet pulled Su Yan and walked on top of it. Patter, patter, patter sounds were constantly heard. *arg, Su Yan couldn't help but vomit. Huh, kid, why haven't you gotten used to it yet? It's okay. You will get used to it in 2 days. Master Puppet saw Su Yan vomit and smiled. He even reached out and touched the wall. When he touched some blood, he directly put it into his mouth and ate it. Ah. Chapter 396. *arg, Su Yan looked at the disgusting Master Puppet and vomited again. If not for the fact that Su Yan was being controlled, he would have already screamed out loud. If he were not controlled by Master Puppet, he would definitely shout crazily. He would definitely attack Master Puppet at the first moment. Freak, this was too freakish. Su Yan was a martial artist. He had experienced life and death several times. He had wandered around the gates of hell countless times. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. However, in this secret chamber, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He was really going crazy. However, compared to Su Yan, Master Puppet had a calm expression. Instead, he was enjoying this world filled with blood. A faint smile appeared on his ugly face. Su Yan, I believe that you will become Master Puppet's greatest creation. Master Puppet tossed Su Yan to the side and walked to the side, washing his hands in a basin of blood. Looking at his hands covered in blood, Master Puppet smiled faintly. He slowly walked to Su Yan and touched Su Yan's body. Looking at the frightened Su Yan, he smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. You are the perfect body that I found after searching for so long. I will not let you suffer. As Master Puppet slowly touched Su Yan's face, Su Yan could not help but feel disgusted and angry. I swear. I swear. If I can still live, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in grief and indignation in his heart. As Master Puppet was covered in blood, his eyes became heavier and heavier. Slowly, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Perhaps to the current Su Yan, losing consciousness was not a bad thing. Reverend Heaven Sword and the rest quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were still one step too slow. When they reached White Bone Forest, Su Yan had already been taken away. Seeing that Reverend Heaven Sword was still searching, someone advised Reverend Heaven Sword, stop searching. Perhaps that person is impersonating Su Yan. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Daoist Heaven Sword looked at the battle scars above the White Bone Forest and shook his head. I can feel Su Yan's aura. He definitely came here before. Then, have you seen Su Yan now? When a circumference realm expert heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, a disdainful smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Reverend Heaven Sword, don't forget that Su Yan is only a human and not a god. Plus, he's only in the spiritual sea realm. Now, he's even more useless. What did you say? When Reverend Heaven Sword heard this person's words, anger immediately surged up on his face. Am I wrong? Humph, that Su Yan's spiritual sea is broken, and he's just a piece of trash now. Do you really think he can still bring you a miracle? That circumference realm expert was also in the second stage of the spiritual sea realm. He looked at Reverend Heaven Sword without fear. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? At that time, after Su Yan was taken away, Reverend Heaven Sword had always placed his hopes on Yunhe. And when he came to the Heaven and Earth organization, he was told that Su Yan had become a piece of trash. Not only had he become a piece of trash, but he had also left. During this year, although Reverend Heaven Sword had been busy with the matters of the Alliance, he had been thinking about Su Yan all the time, thinking about Su Yan's return. Now that he finally had news of Su Yan, how could Reverend Heaven Sword not be angry? A year ago, during that calamity, Su Yan had become a famous person in the world. This allowed Su Yan to become a famous person in the 5 counties continent. Many experts saw Su Yan's shocking performance and saw his strong willpower. However, there were also many people who had not seen Su Yan. They had only heard rumors about Su Yan. When they heard the rumors about Su Yan, most of them had an attitude of disbelief. During the alliance, many people mentioned Su Yan's name, which made many experts feel a little unhappy about Su Yan. They even felt that Su Yan was a disgrace to them. After all, many people were saying that Su Yan was stronger than circumference realm experts. This was a disgrace to a circumference realm expert. Therefore, even during the alliance, everyone was unhappy with Su Yan. In addition, in recent days, many people had pretended to be Su Yan, which made some people feel even more resentful. Now, Reverend Heaven's Sword had brought people here to look for Su Yan. This made many people even more unhappy. This circumference realm expert was one of them. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, he did not hold back. Reverend Heaven's Sword, do you really think that my Skyblaze sect is afraid of your hidden sword tomb? You can try if you dare to make a move. Reverend Heaven's Sword and Reverend Skyblaze looked at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn, and a fight could break out at any moment. When Yun Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them. Alright, stop arguing. We're allies now. Don't talk. When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard Yun Tian's words, he bellowed, Yun Tian, if it weren't for your spirit communication skill a year ago, would Su Yan have become a cripple? If it weren't for your spirit communication skill, I'm afraid that Su Yan would have become a circumference realm expert by now. Yun Tian had wanted to mediate the fight. How could he have known that Reverend Heaven's Sword would say something like this? For a moment, he did not know how to reply. After all, he had been blaming himself for the past year. No matter what, the reason why Su Yan had become a cripple was because Yun Tian had misused his spirit communication skill, causing Su Yan to become a cripple. Reverend Heaven's Sword, what do you mean by that? When Yun Tian did not say anything, a circumference realm expert from the Heaven and Earth organization could not take it anymore. He pointed at Reverend Heaven's Sword and said, Reverend Heaven's Sword, are you trying to start an internal conflict? So what if it's an internal conflict? When Reverend Heaven's Sword heard this, a sneer appeared on his face. Although my sword catacomb cannot be compared to big sects like yours, I, Reverend Heaven's Sword, am not afraid of you. Alright. Reverend Heaven's Sword, since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. This alliance was initiated by the Heaven and Earth organization, and Yun He was the leader of the alliance. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun too naturally had a sense of superiority over other experts. When he heard Reverend Heaven's Sword's words, anger immediately surged on his face. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged. Alright, stop messing around. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he immediately shouted angrily, don't forget that we are now in an alliance. Don't forget that the Black Fiend Alliance is now under our control, yet you guys still have the time to fight here. Look here again. Yun Tian said agitatedly. He angrily pointed at the surroundings and said, look at your current location. Although Yun Tian's position in the alliance was the same as everyone else's, he was still a spirit realm expert. However, Yun Tian was a stage 4 spiritual sea realm warrior after all, and his strength was above everyone else. Now that everyone saw that he was angry, they all quieted down. Especially when they saw the surrounding area. This was already the territory of the Black Fiend Alliance. The circumference realm experts could not help but frown. When Yun Tian saw that everyone had calmed down, he still felt unsatisfied. He continued, tell me, why did we form an alliance this time? Isn't it to prevent the invasion of those people from the 9 provinces continent? Right now, the Black Fiend Alliance's power has yet to be suppressed, and we're already having an internal conflict? Yun Tian said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Reverend Heaven's Sword. Reverend Heaven's Sword, I know that you're worried. But have you thought about the feelings of others? Reverend Heaven's Sword was just worried about Su Yan. He was so angry that he became muddled. When he heard Yun Tian's words, he came to his senses and sighed helplessly. When Yun Tian saw this, the anger on his face lessened. He looked around and said, since we're here today, let's look around. Perhaps, there might really be news of Su Yan. If it wasn't for the matter of Su Yan, we would have come here too. Alright. When the circumference realm experts heard Yun Tian's words, they did not have any objections. An internal strife was suppressed under Yun Tian's might. Under Yun Tian's lead, they continued forward. However, no one saw the cold smile on Reverend Fire God's face. Everyone, be careful. If the information is correct, there should be a base of the Black Fiend Alliance here. Yun Tian walked to the front and said to the crowd. Ha ha ha. You guys are pretty fast, aren't you? At this moment, a laughter rang out. The one who appeared was the Black Fiend Ghost. When the experts saw the Black Fiend Ghost, they frowned. Black Fiend Ghost, you escaped the previous time. Do you think you'll be so lucky this time? On the other hand, Yun Tian was straightforward. He leaped into the air and looked at the Black Fiend Demon with a cold smile. Escape? Ha ha ha. When the Black Fiend Ghost heard Yun Tian's words, he laughed out loud. Yun Tian, oh, Yun Tian. I don't want to argue with you. Alright, then your life shall end here today. Yun Tian roared. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Black Fiend Ghost. Bang, however, before the Black Fiend Ghost could make his move, a figure leaped out and slammed his palm against Yun Tian. Yun Tian's body trembled as he retreated a few steps back. This is... Yun Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him, he frowned. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his frown deepened. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The person did not answer Yun Tian's question. In fact, he did not even care about Yun Tian. His eyes were lifeless like a corpse. Ha ha ha. How can we let you know the strength of the Black Fiend Alliance? The Black Fiend beside him laughed out loud. At the same time, he waved his hand and a few more figures leaped out. There were a total of 6 Circumference Realm experts. They were on par with Yun Tian and the others. Chapter 397. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, Yun Tian hurriedly shouted. Following that, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body and attacked one person. Sensing that person's strength, he was only at the first stage of the spiritual sea realm. Only then did Yun Tian feel relieved. Otherwise, if the people who appeared were all experts on the same level as him, then all of them would definitely die here today. 6 Area Sphere Realm experts against 6 Area Sphere Realm experts. In an instant, a battle broke out. Yun Tian was indeed worthy of being a 4th stage Heaven Realm expert. Although he was careless in the first move and made some mistakes, at this moment, he suddenly burst out with terrifying strength. Every move was ruthless and coupled with the cloud technique. The Area Sphere Realm expert was beaten to the point that he couldn't fight back. He even had the time to help the other Area Sphere Realm experts. Black Demon, I will definitely not let you off this time. When Yun Tian gained the upper hand, he coldly snorted while looking at the Black Demon. Is that so? The Black Demon's expression was still indifferent. Hearing Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, Yun Tian, do you really think that you will win? Bang! Right at this moment, a sphere boundary expert who was originally fighting Reverend Fire God suddenly changed sides and directly attacked Reverend Heaven Sword who was beside him. How could Reverend Heaven Sword have expected such a sudden change? He couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying. When Yun Tian saw this scene, he was also shocked. He looked at Reverend Fire God and roared, Fire God, are you crazy? Crazy. When Reverend Fire God heard Yun Tian's words, he coldly smiled and said, the one who's crazy isn't me, but you guys. Originally, I was prepared to make a move against you guys in the White Bone Forest, but I didn't expect the White Bone Forest's formation to be destroyed. This is something I really didn't expect. As Reverend Fire God spoke, he glanced at Reverend Heaven Sword and said, actually, all of this is thanks to Reverend Heaven Sword, right? If it wasn't for Reverend Heaven Sword urgently looking for Su Yen, how would you guys come here? Reverend Heaven Sword. When Reverend Fire God said this, the Area Sphere Realm experts who were injured by the sudden change of sides looked at Reverend Heaven Sword with hatred. However, Yun Tian maintained his rationality and shouted, don't let your imagination run wild. This Reverend Fire God is clearly from the Black Fiend Alliance. That's right, I'm from the Black Fiend Alliance. The Fire God Venerable did not avoid the topic. He smiled and said, the reason why I stayed in the Qian Cloud Alliance was to find a chance to break your net. More importantly, I wanted to capture Su Yen. And now, it seems that Su Yen has been captured, so there is no need for me to hide in the Qian Cloud Alliance. What? When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Reverend Fire God's words, a vicious aura surged in his eyes. He shouted, Reverend Fire God, so you already knew about Su Yen? Of course I do. Venerable Fire God smiled. Not only do I know, but I also know about the people who are sent to impersonate Su Yen every day. So when someone said that there were two Su Yen, I knew that the real Su Yen had appeared. Initially, I was still thinking about how to lure you guys here. However, I have underestimated how much you, Sage Heavenly Sword, value Su Yen. This saved me quite a bit of effort and allowed him to lure you all here. When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Reverend Fire God's words, his face twitched. He looked at Reverend Fire God and asked, then why did you quarrel with me in the Whitebone Forest? Because I know your character. The more someone provokes you, the more agitated you will be. Reverend Fire God smiled and looked at Yun Tian. And you? You have always felt guilty about Su Yen becoming a cripple. So, the reason why I quarreled with you guys was to trigger the greatest guilt in your heart. It was to lure you here. When Yun Tian heard Reverend Fire God's words, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. They really did not think of this. Reverend Fire God looked at the two's reaction and nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at the others and said, actually, I feel that the funniest ones here are these few people. They actually want to have an internal conflict. Actually, if there really was an internal conflict, I would be quite willing to see it. After all, we don't have to do anything. That's right, that's right. When the Black Demon heard Reverend Fire God's words, he clapped his hands and said, that's right. Actually, we really have to thank that trash Su Yen. He's not trash. Reverend Heaven Sword roared. Isn't trash? The Black Demon laughed coldly. He's indeed not trash. However, he's about to become a puppet. A corpse that's even worse than trash. What did you say? What did you guys do to Su Yen? Reverend Heaven Sword leaped up in excitement. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. However, just as he leaped up, 3 area radius experts came forward to stop him. Originally, it was 6 area radius experts against 6 area radius experts. The strength of both sides were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Reverend Fire God had changed sides. All of a sudden, it became 7 area radius experts against 5 area radius experts. No matter how strong Yun Tian was, he couldn't reverse the situation. Although Yun Tian and the others were furious, they were still no match for the Black Demon and the others. They were captured. Black Demon, kill me if you can. Yun Tian looked at the Black Demon and roared. I can't bear to kill you. How can we bear to kill 5 area radius experts like you? The Black Demon laughed coldly. What? When Yun Tian heard the Black Demon's words, he was stunned. Then, he understood something and sneered, Black Demon, you want me to betray the Heaven and Earth organization? Do you think that's possible? Impossible? The Black Demon didn't care about Yun Tian's anger. He laughed coldly. I'm afraid it's not up to you guys. As he spoke, the Black Demon ignored Yun Tian and the others and pushed them to the place from before. When they entered this gloomy place, even though they were experts who had seen a lot, they couldn't help but tremble when they saw the shocking scene around them. Master Puppet, I've got a few area radius experts for you. The Black Demon shouted as soon as he entered. Then, a hunchbacked old man walked out. Looking at Yun Tian and the others, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Good specimens. Good specimens. I was just worrying about how to find some area radius experts to increase the strength of my works. Now that I have these people, it's enough. Bring them in. Master Puppet smiled and waved his hand, allowing the black demon to bring them into the secret room. Su Yen, when they were brought into the secret room, Reverend Heaven Sword and Yun Tian didn't care about the shocking scene around them. Instead, they saw the figure in the middle of the blood pool. Their faces were filled with excitement. Unfortunately, although the person in the middle had his eyes open, he couldn't move. What did you guys do to Su Yen? Reverend Heaven Sword's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Master Puppet and roared. What? You'll know very soon. This will be my, Master Puppet's, most perfect work. Master Puppet looked at Su Yen in the middle of the blood pool and sneered. He no longer cared about Reverend Heaven Sword and the others. Instead, he walked to the side of the blood pool and kept adding something into it. He was also continuously pouring in spiritual energy. Reverend Heaven Sword and the others were placed to the side. Black Demon, what the hell is this place? Only then did Yun Tian notice the ghastly scene and shouted at the Black Demon. Yun Tian, enjoy Master Puppet's methods. The Black Demon smiled sinisterly and left the secret room, completely ignoring Yun Tian's roar. Yun Tian and the others shouted for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention, they were also tired. At the same time, they calmed down and began to observe the situation around them, trying to find an opportunity to leave. Perfect. Too perfect. Master Puppet didn't pay attention to them. He just looked at Su Yen in the blood pool and muttered to himself. He kept adding something into the pool and arranged it. Runes flowed into the blood pool one after another. After 3 days like this, Grandpa Puppet finally stood up and walked towards an area boundary expert. You. What are you doing? When the Radius Realm expert saw Master Puppet's blood-stained hands reaching out, he was frightened and shouted. Yun Tian and the others narrowed their eyes and shouted, what are you doing? Unfortunately, Master Puppet seemed to be possessed by fire. He didn't care about the shouts of Yun Tian and the others. He grabbed the Radius Realm expert and threw him into the blood pool. The moment that person entered the blood pool, he immediately let out a scream. Then, his entire body was submerged in it. Asterisk bang, asterisk at the same time, a force erupted from the blood pool. Master Puppet immediately took a step forward and leaped over. He sat on a high platform beside the blood pool and a wave of spiritual energy faintly fluctuated. Yun Tian and the others were experienced and knowledgeable. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Yun, what exactly is going on? A square circle realm expert asked, his face turning pale with fright. I don't know what is going on either. Yun Tian also didn't know what Master Puppet was doing. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw this scene, he frowned. He closed his eyes and observed Master Puppet from time to time. He seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Elder Yun, have you heard of puppets? Puppets. When Yun Tian heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his eyes widened and he said, you are talking about the ancient puppet race's puppet art? Yes. Sage Heaven Sword nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, this person is probably trying to refine Su Yen into a puppet. Moreover, he wants to refine a cultivation puppet that can complement him. Chapter 398. Cultivate him into a puppet. At the thought of this, Sage Heaven Sword could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Su Yen was a disciple who had walked out from the sword vault. He knew all too well about the conditions that Su Yen possessed. If Su Yen were to be refined into this person's cultivation puppet, then, how strong would this person's cultivation path be in the future? After all, if one could obtain a good cultivation puppet, not only would the puppet master benefit greatly in cultivation, but the puppet master himself would also be able to cultivate. This would increase his cultivation speed in the future. Sage Heaven Sword did not dare to imagine all of this. Stop. He had to stop all of this from happening. This was not only for the sake of saving Su Yan, but also for the sake of the entire 5 regions. This was the thought of both Sage Heaven Sword and Yun Tian. Unfortunately, the two of them could not even save themselves. How could they save Su Yan? Right now, they could only place their hopes on Yun He and the Qian Cloud Alliance. However, could Yun He really find this place? Even if she could the people of the Black Fiend Alliance allow Yun He to save them so easily? Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. They were originally 5 Radius Realm experts, but now, only Reverend Heavenly Sword and Yun Tian were left. The other 3 Radius State experts, including Yun Tu, had been thrown into the blood pool to help the puppet master refine the puppet. Elder Yun, is there really no other way? Sage Heaven Sword watched as the days went by and the worry in his heart grew. Putting aside the fact that he would be facing the fate of death, if Su Yan were to be refined into a puppet, he would be a walking corpse. Sage Heaven Sword knew Su Yan well. Su Yan was an arrogant and unyielding person. He would rather die than become someone else's puppet. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heaven Sword's words, he smiled bitterly. Heaven Sword, now that both of us are prisoners, how can we stop this? Is there really no other way? Sage Heavenly Sword roared furiously in his heart. His mind spun rapidly in an attempt to find a way to deal with Su Yan. After a long time, Sage Heavenly Sword's eyes suddenly lit up. He revealed an excited expression as he approached Yun Tian and said, Elder Yun, I got it. The process of refining the puppet is not without danger. If we can awaken Su Yan, it is very likely that Su Yan will be able to control the person refining the puppet. Yes. When Yun Tian heard Daoist Sky Sword's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his head and said, that's right. Why didn't we think of this? Although he knew this was the case, it was easier said than done to awaken a person who had been refined into a puppet. Sai, Tian Jian, although what you said makes sense, how can it be so easy to awaken a person who has been refined into a puppet? Now, so many days have passed. Su Yan is even more like a puppet now, Yun Tian said with a dejected expression. No. However, Sage Heavenly Sword was different from Yun Tian. He shook his head and smiled. No, he definitely can. I believe that Su Yan will definitely be able to do it. He has brought us so many miracles. I believe that he will not disappoint us this time around. Reverend Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan as a resplendent light surged in his eyes. When Yun Tian heard Sage Heavenly Sword's words, he could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, he looked at Sage Heavenly Sword's rolling eyes and clenched his fists secretly. At least, he had made some sort of decision. Just like that, a few more days passed unknowingly. Master Puppet came down from the high platform once more and was about to capture Sage Heavenly Sword. Sage Heavenly Sword looked at Master Puppet without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Looking at Su Yan in the middle of the blood pool, he clenched his fists and said, Su Yan, I believe that you will definitely be able to do it. Definitely. Asterisk plop. Asterisk however, before Master Puppet could capture Sage Heavenly Sword, he heard a surge of energy in the middle of the blood pool. Sage Heavenly Sword could not help but be stunned. When he saw Yun Tian floating on the surface of the blood pool, his face was filled with astonishment. He roared furiously, Yun Tian, what are you doing? Heavenly Sword, Su Yan is facing this calamity because of me. Now, I should be the one to wake him up. Yun Tian smiled faintly. Immediately after, his body sank into the blood pool. Damn it! Damn it! Sage Heavenly Sword clenched his teeth in hatred. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Yun Tian, the two of them only got to know each other because of the alliance this time around. However, the two of them had been imprisoned here for such a long time. Every day, they would discuss the same matter. Unknowingly, they had already established a friendship. Now that he saw his good friend lose his life, how could he not be sad? Wake him up. During this period of time, Master Puppet had been in a muddle-headed state. When he heard Yun Tian's words, his eyes flickered with a trace of radiance. He laughed in disdain. Almost a month has passed. This person has long turned into a puppet. I can still wake him up. Since you want to die first, I won't stand on ceremony then. Master Puppet sneered coldly. He put down Sage Heavenly Sword and walked back to the high platform. Under the circulation of Master Puppet's cultivation technique, countless runes were born from his high platform and flew into the blood pool. Arg, Yun Tian, who had entered the blood pool, suddenly let out a sorrowful howl. No, no. I must endure it. I must wake Su Yan up. Although Yun Tian did not think that it would be that easy, when he saw how confident Sage Heavenly Sword was, his lost mind became resolute. I can definitely do it. I definitely can. Yun Tian muttered in his heart. He circulated his cultivation technique to prevent the corrosion of the blood pool. He leaned toward Su Yan continuously and shouted, Su Yan, wake up. Wake up. What is that sound? What is that sound? On the first day he entered the blood pool, Su Yan's heart was constantly struggling. Although he did not know what Master Puppet wanted to do to him, Su Yan could feel that Master Puppet was controlling him. Su Yan wanted to resist and struggle. However, there was no trace of power in his body. He could not resist at all. Instead, he slowly lost his mind. Slowly, he lost his willpower. Even so, Su Yan did not give up struggling. He kept telling himself that he could not be controlled. He absolutely could not be controlled. Who was he? He was Su Yan. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a pinnacle sword saint. How could he be controlled by others? He kept persevering, but he still could not resist the corrosion of that power. He slowly lost himself and gradually fell into a deep sleep. His consciousness gradually became blurred and was about to disappear. Hearing this sudden sound, Li Yundong was stunned. Su Yan's heart immediately trembled. What is that sound? What is that sound? Su Yan had already forgotten whose voice it was. Then, Su Yan felt a power coming over. What a familiar power, what a familiar feeling. Where am I? Who am I? What is that sound? What is that power? Yun Tian, who was in the blood pool, was suffering. He could feel that his legs were being devoured. His hands were being devoured. Even his face was being devoured. However, he was still persevering. Su Yan, wake up. Wake up. Cloudy Mist Skill. Yes, Cloudy Mist Skill. Yun Tian did not know if this was possible. He could only rely on his last bit of willpower to persevere. He was now like Sage Heaven Sword. He believed that Su Yan would definitely bring about a miracle. He would definitely bring about a miracle. Yun Tian thought. His pupils constricted and he activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, the cloudy mist skill surged towards Su Yan's body. Then, the blood water engulfed his body. Only one thought was left in Yun Tian's mind. Su Yan. He will definitely bring about a miracle. What a familiar power. This. What is this power? Cloudy Mist Skill. That's right. Cloudy Mist Skill. Heaven and Earth Organization. Who am I? I am Su Yan. Under the influence of this power, Su Yan slowly regained consciousness. Memories started to appear in his mind one after another. Bang! At this moment, Master Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, trembled. His face was immediately filled with astonishment. No, how is this possible? How can this Su Yan recover his memories? No, this is impossible. Master Puppet mumbled. The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly. Countless runes surged into the blood pool. Just as he was recalling his name, Su Yan was invaded by the power of the runes. He immediately felt a sense of blur and his memories slowly dissipated. No. No, I can't be controlled. I can't. Just as his memories were about to dissipate, a strong willpower surged in Su Yan's heart. Memories surged in. At this moment, Su Yan was secretly fighting with Master Puppet. Humph, Su Yan, you still want to escape from my control? That's impossible. Master Puppet felt Su Yan's resistance and roared. Then, his body floated up and added something into the blood pool. Su Yan's body stiffened again. However, Su Yan's memories were constantly recovering. He was Su Yan. He was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. How could he be controlled by others? No, definitely not. Su Yan suddenly let out a furious roar. Bang! Both of his eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of resplendent light gushed out from within. Su Yan. When Daoist Heaven Sword saw Su Yan open his eyes, tears immediately flowed down his aged face. He shouted emotionally, "You did it! Su Yan, you did it! I knew you would definitely be able to do it. Humph, it's still too early to escape from my control." Master Puppet no longer looked calm. He looked at Su Yan, who was in the pool of blood, and a trace of viciousness surged in his eyes. He continued to control the array core beside the pool of blood. Runes surged into the pool of blood. Chapter 399. The moment those runes surged in, Su Yan could feel a strong force corroding his body. From his flesh, to his willpower, to the depths of his soul. He was controlling himself continuously. Su Yan wanted to shout, wanted to moan, wanted to use his skills. However, under the power of the runes, he couldn't resist at all. Those runes were like ants that kept drilling into Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his flesh was becoming stiff continuously. There was no pain, no feeling. There was only a gradual stiffening and loss. It was as though everything was going to enter a hole. He was luring him. He was luring him into a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. There wasn't a single trace of light, just like the dark region. Su Yan wanted to resist. However, his entire body and willpower seemed to be out of his control as he slowly walked into the canyon. Humph! A mere spiritual sea realm wants to escape from my control? When Master Puppet felt the power from Su Yan's body, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. What's going on? Looking at the closed eyes, Sage Heaven Sword's heart couldn't help but tremble. He then shouted, "Su Yan, wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" When Master Puppet heard Sage Heaven Sword's words, he laughed again. How naive. Su Yan is only at the spiritual sea realm. He has long been controlled by me. You want to wake up? What a joke. Another day passed by. Sage Heaven Sword's voice was about to go hoarse. However, it was a pity that Su Yan's eyes had never opened since the moment they closed. Sage Heaven Sword was on the verge of despair. Initially, he wanted to enter the blood pool to help Su Yan. However, because of the incident with Yun Tian, Master Puppet controlled him again. The current Sage Heaven Sword couldn't even use a single bit of strength. He couldn't even leave, let alone enter the blood pool. He could only rely on himself for everything. However, Su Yan had already fallen into a coma. Could he really wake up? Reverend Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan, who was in the blood pool. Even though he had great confidence in Su Yan, as time passed, this confidence began to waver. On the other hand, Master Puppet looked at Su Yan, who was sleeping in the blood pool. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. He was even a little excited. 7 days. In just 7 days, I, Master Puppet's greatest work, will appear. Master Puppet looked at Su Yan with deep affection in his eyes. It was like a man looking at his beloved woman. My love, come. Master Puppet had truly regarded Su Yan as the person he loved the most. He let out a low cry and instantly circulated his cultivation method. Several runes flowed out from his feet and rushed towards Su Yan's body. My lover. Upon hearing this command, Su Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. The last strand of consciousness in his heart suddenly trembled, and the beautiful figures of the young girls slid past his eyes. Lin Hualu, Chu Linger, Lu Lan, Yun Wanqi, Tidal Palace Master. Looking at these graceful figures, Yi Zichen was stunned. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. No, I can't die. I definitely can't die. Senior sister Lin is still waiting for me. Ling is waiting for me. Lu Lan is still waiting for me. As Su Yan thought of this, a surge of energy surged from the bottom of his heart and he slammed it against those runes. Bang, a loud sound rang out from the blood pool. What? He can still resist. When Master Puppet sensed Su Yan's movement, he was startled at first. Then, excitement surged in his eyes. The stronger Su Yan was, the more powerful the puppet he would refine would be. This way, he would be even stronger. Therefore, when he saw that Su Yan was still able to resist, he wasn't angry. Instead, he became even more excited. Su Yan, you're truly my lover. Come, enjoy my last caress. Master Puppet shouted. He opened his arms wide and countless black runes were emitted from his body. Those black runes were like chains that flew towards Su Yan. The moment those black runes flew towards him, Su Yan's body trembled. He could feel a powerful force pulling him towards himself. What is this? What is this? Su Yan had completely lost his memories. Looking at the runes flying towards him, he could only feel a powerful force pulling him towards the runes. He couldn't help but follow the runes slowly. Su Yan, wake up. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the depths of Su Yan's soul. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Su Yan. Who am I? Su Yan suddenly woke up. I'm a sword saint at the pinnacle of my generation. I'm a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I'm the successor of the Buddha sword sect. Memories flooded into Su Yan's mind. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened. Although they were dim, there was an unswerving determination on his cold face. What? Seeing this, Master Puppet couldn't help but frown. He then snorted and said, I didn't expect you to be able to resist. Let's see how you're going to resist. Master Puppet roared and waved his hands. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. No, it wasn't the power of spiritual power. It was soul power. That's right. It was the power of the soul that directly invaded Su Yan's body. Who are you? When Su Yan saw the figure that appeared in his mind, he frowned. Who am I? I'm your master. Master Puppet's soul poured into Su Yan's mind and constantly emitted a bewitching power to lead Su Yan. My master. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, and he gradually lost himself. His entire body slowly leaned towards Master Puppet. When Master Puppet saw Su Yan leaning towards him, he sneered. Su Yan, my lover, you can't escape from my hands. No. No, I'm Su Yan. I'm a pinnacle sword saint. Who dares to be my master? However, before Master Puppet's happiness could fade, Su Yan's body suddenly exuded a majestic aura. He looked at Master Puppet's soul and instantly erupted with a powerful force. He shouted, Who are you? As he spoke, Su Yan didn't give Master Puppet a chance to speak. With a cold shout, his entire body suddenly pounced on Master Puppet. Master Puppet was stunned. However, he reacted quickly and quickly regained his senses. he leaped and dodged Su Yan's attack. At the same time, Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and the memories in his mind were restored. I know. I know who you are. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet. Immediately, a strong killing intent was emitted from his eyes. Master Puppet was stunned when he saw this. Then, he looked at Su Yan's feet and couldn't help but laugh. Su Yan, you're really strong. If I hadn't refined you for so many days, I would have been devoured by you. However, it's useless now. What's useless? When Su Yan heard Master Puppet's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength, he suddenly felt that his entire body was restrained. What's going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he looked at his feet and saw that they were restrained by countless chains. Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with anger and he shouted, "What have you done to me? Huh, what have I done? Su Yan, accept my baptism obediently. You will become my greatest creation." Master Puppet looked at Su Yan and laughed. Creation. During this period of time, Su Yan had resisted. However, due to Master Puppet's countless soul-devouring, Su Yan didn't have any memories of the past few days at all. Su Yan didn't know how much time had passed. Similarly, he didn't know that Master Puppet wanted to refine him into his puppet. However, all of this wasn't important anymore. Su Yan was now awake. Su Yan only wanted to find a way to break through all of this. Looking at the chains that were slowly wrapping around his feet, Su Yan stopped talking nonsense with Master Puppet. His mind was spinning rapidly. What exactly was this? How could he break this shackle? How could Master Puppet not know what Su Yan was thinking? He looked at his expression and laughed. It's useless, Su Yan. You and I have already established a bond. Other than accepting my baptism obediently, you won't be able to escape. Impossible. There must be a way. Su Yan didn't listen to Master Puppet at all. Instead, his eyes narrowed as he looked at the chains that were about to swallow him up and tried to think of a way. At the same time, Su Yan also tried to calm himself down. This was because Su Yan knew very well that he could only find a way if he calmed down. However, it was a pity that the speed of the chain's entanglement grew faster and faster. Very soon, it had reached Su Yan's waist. Su Yan's entire body was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At this moment, he simply did not have the slightest ability to resist. Master Puppet's face became increasingly excited as he watched this scene. Just a little more. Just a little more. My greatest work is about to be born. At this moment, Master Puppet could feel Su Yan's consciousness. Su Yan's soul was trembling. What exactly is the way? What exactly is the way? Su Yan could also feel his body being swallowed up continuously. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Even though Su Yan had been keeping himself calm, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into a panic at this moment. At this moment, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly changed. Su Yan was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. I understand now. I understand now. So that's how it is. As he spoke, the cultivation technique in Su Yan's body suddenly revolved. He didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he absorbed it directly from the rune chains. There was a loud and clear sound. The chains that were wrapped around Su Yan's body actually turned into streams of energy and entered Su Yan's body. What's going on? Chapter 400. Su Yan, how could you absorb my rune energy? Master Puppet looked at Su Yan. At this moment, he no longer had the calmness and excitement from before. Instead, his face was filled with astonishment and panic. Because I am Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet's astonished face and smirked coldly. Then, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. The rune energy surged into Su Yan's body instantly. At this moment, Su Yan was completely awake. As the power of the runes surged in, Su Yan's will became clearer and clearer. However, Master Puppet's consciousness became more and more blurry. He looked at Su Yan and shook his head continuously. How could this be? Su Yan, how could you break free from my control? How could you absorb my rune energy? Su Yan knew what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't tell Master Puppet what was going on. He wanted Master Puppet to die with hatred. Humph, you want to control me? Go and die. Su Yan looked at Master Puppet and a bright radiance surged in his eyes. He roared and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to revolve rapidly. All of a sudden, there was a loud explosion from the blood pool. What's going on? Sage Heaven's sword had been anticipating and hoping for so many days. However, it was a pity that he had been disappointed time and time again. He had long lost his confidence. Now that he saw the explosion from the blood pool, he couldn't help but be stunned. All of a sudden, at this moment, Su Yan, who was in the blood pool, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped up. Su Yan. When Reverend Heaven's sword saw this scene, a glint suddenly surged in his eyes. His entire body trembled in excitement. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You really didn't disappoint me. Su Yan, I knew you could do it. You can do it. Sage Heaven's sword shouted excitedly. And at this moment, Lord Puppet, who was sitting on the high platform, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell into a daze. Sect leader. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just emerged from the blood pool, also noticed Sage Heavenly Sword. Seeing his weak appearance, Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He hastily stepped forward to check on Sage Heavenly Sword's injuries. Seeing that there were no major problems, Su Yan relaxed. Su Yan, you really did it. You really did it. At this moment, Reverend Heaven's sword did not care about himself at all. Instead, he hugged Su Yan emotionally. Immediately, tears flowed down his old face. Su Yan had already recovered. But after all, he had been in a muddle-headed state for a period of time. There were many things that he was not clear about. Seeing Reverend Heavenly Sword's appearance, he couldn't help but frown and ask, Sect Master, why are you here? Sigh, it's a long story. Sage Heavenly Sword sighed helplessly. He told Su Yan about what had happened that day. Of course, he also told him about how Yun Tian had awakened Su Yan. What? Elder Yun Tian fell for me? Hearing this, killing intent surged in Su Yan's eyes. Looking at Lord Puppet who was on the high platform, he furiously shouted, Lord Puppet, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Ah! Su Yan furiously roared and immediately leaped towards Lord Puppet. Seeing Su Yan rushing over in such a hurry, Sage Heavenly Sword was afraid that something might happen to him. He hurriedly reminded, Su Yan, be careful. Be careful. This guy is just my puppet now. Su Yan coldly snorted. All of a sudden, the spiritual energy in his body surged. With a bang, he struck his palm towards Lord Puppet. Lord Puppet, who was still insufferably arrogant a moment ago, was instantly sent flying. Seeing this scene, Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. After all, even if Su Yan had recovered, Lord Puppet would still have the strength of Square Sphere Realm. However, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist Su Yan's attack? Die! Die for me! Su Yan furiously roared and directly tore Lord Puppet into pieces. In the end, the heavenly flame surged out and incinerated Lord Puppet. After a long time, he still couldn't vent his anger. With the fall of Lord Puppet, the control on Sage Heavenly Sword's body weakened. He slowly recovered his strength and walked towards Su Yan, asking, Su Yan, why was Lord Puppet unable to resist at all in your hands? Because he's my puppet. Su Yan disdainfully looked at Lord Puppet, who had already turned into ashes. Puppet. Sage Heavenly Sword was stunned. Clearly, he didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Yes. Su Yan nodded and didn't hide anything from Heaven Sword Sage. He slowly said, "This Master Puppet originally wanted to refine me into his puppet, but he never thought that my great sun-colored glazed sword scripture could actually absorb his runic iron chains. So in the end, he became my puppet. Not only that, but I also accepted his memories. I received his memories." When Reverend Heaven Sword heard this, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. He was all too clear about Master Puppet's position in the Black Fiend Alliance. Obtaining his memories meant obtaining many of the Black Fiend Alliance's decisions. This was definitely a fatal piece of information for the war between the two alliances. Yes. When Su Yan saw the astonished look on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what Reverend Heaven Sword was thinking. He nodded slightly and said, "Reverend Heaven Sword, let's leave this place first." Although Daoist Heavenly Sword was the sect master of the Sword Burial Mound, and Su Yan was just a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. But right now, Reverend Heaven Sword was standing before Su Yan as though he was the true sect master. When he heard Su Yan's words, he nodded his head slightly and felt that it was a pity when he looked at Master Puppet that had turned into ashes. After all, this was a puppet of the perimeter state. When Su Yan saw the expression on Reverend Heaven Sword's face, he knew what the latter was thinking. He smiled gently and said, "Sect Master, there's nothing to feel pity about. He's not fit to be my puppet." Not fit. When Reverend Heaven Sword heard Su Yan's words, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. At the same time, there was an additional look of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. He knew clearly that Su Yan's growth was something that he wouldn't be able to reach in the future. Immediately after, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't say anything more and followed Su Yan to leave. However, just as the two of them took a few steps, the Black Demon came in with a few perimeter state powerhouses. Looking at Su Yan, who was still standing, the Black Demon was stunned at first. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, how can this be? Su Yan, how can you still be alive? Even if you die, I won't die." Su Yan sneered and immediately gripped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. At the same time, he leaped up and attacked the Black Demon with his sword. The Black Demon was startled. However, his reaction was fast. He took a step back and dodged the attack. He looked at Su Yan in astonishment and said, You actually dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I dare?" Su Yan didn't care about the Black Demon's words at all. With a cold bellow, he charged forward once more. The Ghost Howl sword in his hand was like a long dragon as it leaped forward. The strength of a rank 8 Spirit Sea state gushed out instantly. That's right. This time, Master Puppet's attempt to control Su Yan failed. Not only did Su Yan obtain his memories, but Su Yan, who had absorbed the power of the rune, also broke through to the rank 8 Spirit Sea state at this moment. However, this time, Su Yan didn't trigger the lightning calamity for some reason. "Su Yan, you're courting death." The Black Demon was enraged upon hearing Su Yan's words. With a stern shout, it leaped forward and charged toward Su Yan. At this moment, Reverend Heaven Sword also attacked. Unfortunately, there were more perimeter state powerhouses on the Black Demon's side, and Su Yan was only at the rank 8 Spirit Sea state. Even if he could be on par with a perimeter state powerhouse, there were only two of them, including Reverend Heaven Sword. For a moment, Su Yan and Reverend Heaven Sword couldn't find any advantage in the hands of the Black Demon's group. Having gained the upper hand in one move, the Black Demon sneered and said, "Su Yan, although I don't know how you escaped from Master Puppet's control, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to ask if I can agree to it. Is that so?" Hearing the Black Demon's words, Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. Then, he waved his hands and a strange power surged out. Whoosh, the radius boundary powerhouses standing next to the Black Fiend immediately attacked the Black Fiend. What's going on? The Black Fiend was startled by the sudden attack. He retreated and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Are you crazy?" Then, when the Black Demon saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, he seemed to have understood something. He looked at Su Yan in surprise and said, "Su Yan, you can control these puppets." "Not bad, not bad. You actually guessed that I can control these puppets. But it's a pity that you found out too late." Su Yan's eyes flickered and a scarlet light surged in them. He waved his hand at the perimeter state puppets and shouted, "Kill them." Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a majestic domineering aura. He was furious. All along, Su Yan felt that everyone had the right to live. But this time, the Black Demon Alliance actually used such a despicable method to refine him into a puppet. Su Yan was really angry. "Kill! Kill everyone here for me!" Su Yan roared. Then, he raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and leaped up. With a sweep of his sword, he directly cut off the head of the traitor, Reverend Fire God. Then, he brought along the 3 perimeter state puppets and killed his way out with Reverend Heaven's sword. Most of the disciples guarding here were in the Spirit Sea state. The Black Demon mainly relied on these perimeter state puppets. Now that these puppets were controlled by Su Yan, the situation changed. Although there were many people who came out to stop them along the way. But no one was a match for Su Yan. Along the way, they cut through the thorns and directly left the bloody hole that made Su Yan angry. Chapter 401. Su Yan, do you want to return to the Heaven and Earth organization now? Spiritual Master Heaven's sword looked at the burning bloody hole and asked Su Yan. No. Su Yan shook his head and said, I still have things to take care of. Sect Master, you should return to the Heaven and Earth organization first. I still have things to do. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword didn't know what Su Yan was still busy with. He frowned slightly and said, Su Yan, what else do you have to do? Take back the Monster Palace, Su Yan said. His eyes suddenly turned and surged with a wisp of light. What do you mean take back the Monster Palace? Spiritual Master Heaven's sword was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He asked, Su Yan, what's going on? Sect Master, I'll explain these things to you in the future. I'll go to the Monster Palace first. Su Yan said. Then, he led the 3 Radius Realm puppets and flew directly in the direction of the Monster Palace. Okay. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword knew that Su Yan was no longer the young man from the hidden sword tomb. He had many things to do and didn't want to ask too much. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yan if he needed help, he saw that Su Yan had already left. Spiritual Master Heaven's sword suddenly panicked and shouted, Su Yan, the Monster Palace isn't to be trifled with. Do you need help? After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. Su Yan actually wanted to challenge the Monster Palace alone. How could Spiritual Master Heaven's sword not be worried? However, at this moment, Su Yan's loud voice came from the horizon, Sect Master, the Monster Palace is mine, Su Yan. I, Su Yan, will take it back by myself. His voice was extremely loud and clear, and it faintly emitted a dignified aura. Even with Reverend Heaven's sword strength, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He then looked at Su Yan's departing figure and stroked his little beard. You've grown up. You've truly grown up. At the same time, Sage Heaven's sword also knew that Su Yan would have an immeasurable future. The Monster Palace was located on the East Sea Reef. It was also a territory that belonged to the 5 counties continent. However, the 2 great alliances in the 5 counties continent were locked in a fierce battle. Only the Monster Palace remained as peaceful as before. Even the Monster Palace controlled the Hidden Devil region was peaceful. The Monster Palace was one of the most powerful forces in the 5 counties. However, since the Monster Palace was in an awkward position, they did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, and no one would ask about it. Of course, even if the Monster Palace did not participate in the affairs of the 5 counties, it did not mean that the Monster Palace was peaceful. All along, the Monster Palace had been divided into the North, South, East, and West palaces. Over the years, the competition between the 4 palaces had caused the Monster Palace's power to stagnate. Ever since the Princess of Chu had used swift and decisive methods to unify the Monster Palace had become prosperous. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu had fallen because of this. Su Yan, who had accepted the position of Monster Palace Master, was forced by Murong Fu to leave the Monster Palace. Although Murong Fu's methods were despicable, he had some ability. In the past year, the Monster Palace under Murong Fu's control had become prosperous. At least the Monster Palace had settled down. Of course, all of this was not all due to Murong Fu's efforts. It was because of the Princess of Chu's prestige. As the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu was even more careful. Especially since he had returned from the mortal village, he had become even more worried. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the Spirit Sea realm, he did not know why he had a faint worry in his heart. Palace Master, this month's time has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not come. Beside Murong Fu, one of Murong Fu's capable subordinates said. He better not come. If he dares to come, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Murong Fu said disdainfully, but he did not know why he was still somewhat worried in his heart. Especially today, Murong Fu kept feeling his eyelids twitching. He always felt uneasy in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Murong Fu said, although Su Yan does not dare to come, Su Yan is still alive. That kid still has some strength. We still have to be careful. Go and ask everyone to strengthen the guards. By the way, inform the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Xiaofan. Yes. When the subordinate heard Murong Fu's words, he did not know that Murong Fu had made this decision because he was worried. He only thought that Murong Fu wanted to capture Su Yan. He smiled and said, Palace Master, Su Yan must still think that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Xiaofan have already belonged to you. He probably does not know that the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Xiaofeng's strength have reached the perimeter realm. If he rashly enters, he will definitely not return. When Murong Fu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Now, not only have I stepped into the perimeter realm, but the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Xiaofeng have also stepped into the perimeter realm. Now, my Monster Palace has 3 perimeter realm powerhouses. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization want to step into my Monster Palace, they will have to think twice. Do you think I will be afraid of a little Su Yan? Thinking of this, Murong Fu's mind calmed down. He patted the subordinate's shoulder and laughed. Good, good. You are right. After we capture Su Yan this time, I will make you an elder. Thank you, Palace Master. The subordinate was overjoyed. After all, with just one sentence, he could obtain the position of an elder. This flattery was definitely at the right time. Another day passed. Murong Fu, the Celestial Pig Demon King, and Luo Xiaofeng sat outside the East Palace of the Monster Palace drinking tea and chatting. This was because now, the Celestial Pig Demon King and Luo Xiaofeng completely belonged to him. Murong Fu did not hide anything about Su Yan from the two of them. Looking at the time, the Celestial Pig Demon King smiled and said, Palace Master, this 1-month agreement has passed. I think that Su Yan will definitely not dare to come. After all, the entire Monster Palace is now under our control. That's right. The elder who helped Su Yan in the past was also eliminated by us. Even if Su Yan returns to the Monster Palace now, at most, he will bring Macario Ice and a few other children with him. What's the use of that? Luo Xiaofeng said from the side. Yes. When Murong Fu heard the two of them, he was in a good mood. He raised a glass of wine and drank it. Looking at the passage into the Monster Palace, he smiled and said, Su Yan, you were very arrogant, weren't you? You said you would kill your way into the monster palace in 1 month. Where are you now? At this moment, in the outer palace of the monster palace, several monster palace guards who were waiting for the teleportation formation yawned. Do you think that traitor Su Yan will come back? Who cares if he comes back or not? He can't stir up trouble if he comes back alone. That's true. I actually hope that he can come. That way, we won't have to be on tenterhooks every day. Come back? Do you think it's possible? Do you really think that Su Yan is a fool to break into our monster palace alone? The guards chatted casually. There were different opinions. Although there were all kinds of opinions, most of them did not take Su Yan seriously. After all, they did not think that Su Yan could stir up any trouble by himself. And just as everyone was talking with disdain, from the teleportation formation, a figure in white slowly walked out. Su Yan. When a guard saw him, he was shocked. He pulled a nearby guard who was about to doze off and stuttered as he shouted. What? Su Yan? It would be strange if he dared to come back. That person was about to fall asleep. After being disturbed, he shouted angrily. However, when his gaze fell on the white-clothed figure who walked out of the teleportation formation, he suddenly panicked. Su Yan, you really dare to come back? The guard shouted in surprise, and all the guards turned their attention to him. A level 4 spiritual sea realm expert, who was obviously the captain of these guards, heard the shout and walked out from the pavilion. Looking at Su Yan, the corner of his mouth immediately rose into a cold smile. Su Yan, you traitor, you actually have the guts to come back. Su Yan looked at these guards who were disheveled and roguish. Anger suddenly surged in his chest. A good sect was actually turned into this by that brat Murong Fu. While coldly snorting, Su Yan grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and said, You are all disciples of the monster palace. Today, I came back to take back my position as the palace master. If you don't want to die, quickly retreat. What? When the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but pull his ears and said, You. What did you say? Take back your position as the palace master? Did I hear wrong? You, Su Yan, a traitor, actually want to take my position as the monster palace's palace master? Do you want to die? Su Yan sneered and didn't say anything. Only the ghost howl sword in his hand faintly trembled. When the captain saw this, he waved his hand disdainfully and said, Catch him for me. I want to see how capable he is to want to take my position as the monster palace's palace master. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. His body suddenly jumped up and the ghost howl sword in his hand burst out. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Peng, the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert couldn't help but be directly sent flying. Level 8 spiritual sea realm. Now, the level 4 spiritual sea realm expert finally knew fear. His whole body trembled and he ran back, shouting, Su Yan, come back, Su Yan, come back. That brat definitely doesn't dare to come. This month has been so long, let's all disperse. Murong Fu said to the Pig Sky Demon King and Luo Xiaofan. However, just as his voice fell, the guard's shout was heard. Su Yan is back, Su Yan is back. What? When Murong Fu and the other two heard this shout, their whole body couldn't help but tremble. Murong Fu's heart trembled. He pulled the guard and asked, how many people did he bring? Just one. The guard panted and said. Just one? When Murong Fu heard that Su Yan was alone, he was relieved. After all, he was really afraid that Su Yan would find some helpers. If that happened, things would become troublesome. With just one person, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, there were 3 realms on their side. Chapter 402. Sorry, I'm late. Su Yan's voice was not loud, and there was even some regret in it. However, at the end of his tone, there was a majestic aura hovering around him. When Murong Fu heard this, he felt a sense of mockery in his eyes. Before Su Yan appeared, he, Murong Fu, was the pride of the Monster Palace's Nangong. At that time, Su Yan was just an ant. If Su Yan had not been favored by the Princess of Chu, he was afraid that he would not even be able to leave the Monster Palace. In addition, Murong Fu could still clearly remember the helpless expression on Su Yan's face when he snatched the position of Monster Palace Master from Su Yan. However, such a person dared to humiliate him now. Murong Fu was immediately furious. Su Yan, are you here to die? Murong Fu looked at Su Yan with a fierce look in his eyes. He was originally a little worried that Su Yan would find some helpers. After all, when he went to find Su Yan, he had heard a lot about Su Yan's connections in the 5 Commanderies continents. Now that he saw Su Yan alone, and there were 2 powerhouses, the Demon King of Pig Sky and Luo Yaofeng, behind him, Murong Fu was naturally full of confidence when he said this. He did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Compared to Murong Fu's anger, Su Yan was still calm. There was not a trace of emotion on his cold face. His white clothes fluttered, and he said slightly lazily, Murong Fu, although I missed the 1-month agreement, I will definitely take the position of Palace Master of the Monster Palace today. Arrogant person. These words were not said by Murong Fu, but by the Demon King of Pig Sky. He leaped up and hovered in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan and shouted angrily, Su Yan, you are only a traitor of the Monster Palace. You don't know shame, and you dare to be arrogant in the Monster Palace. Arrogant? Hearing the Demon King of Pig Sky's words, Su Yan could not help but sneer. Then, his eyes opened, and a ray of light suddenly surged in them. At the same time, a wave of power surged between his eyebrows. This was the aura of a king, and it directly approached the Demon King of Pig Sky. Demon King of Pig Sky, you are just an exiled person. How would you know about the Monster Palace? If you don't guard the palace, why are you here to meddle in our affairs? Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful, conveying a domineering aura. It was even more overbearing. Coincidentally, the Demon King of Pig Sky's biggest taboo was to have the Princess of Chu exiled them. Now that Su Yan had mentioned it. Suddenly, the Demon King of Pig Sky's chest surged with anger. Su Yan, I could have spared your life since you came here to surrender. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. As the Demon King of Pig Sky spoke, the Demon King of Pig Sky's cultivation technique surged. He leaped up and threw a punch directly at Su Yan. As Su Yan smiled slightly, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. His body moved slightly to the side, dodging the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. The Demon King of Pig Sky's attack was just a test. He didn't feel anything when he didn't hit. He smiled coldly and said, Kid, I didn't expect you to improve so much after leaving the Monster Palace for a while. It's a pity that even so, you're only at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea. You haven't even entered the perimeter realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Die. As the Demon King of Pig Sky spoke, his spiritual power surged. His body surged out in an instant. The Demon King of Pig Sky was originally a hall master of the Monster Palace. He had entered the peak of the spiritual sea realm long ago. He had even entered the perimeter realm a year ago. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. As soon as he made his move, a whistling sound was instantly heard. Its speed was strange. When the disciples who had gathered around saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel envious. This was the world of the strong. Everyone longed and envied themselves to become a strong person. When they were envious of the strong, they naturally had no sympathy for the weak. Seeing the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack, many people immediately had a mocking look on their faces. Humph, this traitor is so arrogant. I'll see how he dies. That's right. I think even Elder Pig won't be able to block this move. Whoosh, just when everyone wanted to see Su Yan being punched by the Demon King of Pig Sky, a figure flashed in the air. Above the void, a figure flashed and moved. Su Yan had already leaped a few hundred meters away. Zhu Tian Demon King's punch missed its target. What? How is that possible? The crowd below immediately went into an uproar. They saw it clearly just now and were very clear about the speed of that punch. Moreover, they clearly saw that Su Yan was one step slower. That punch would definitely have smashed into Su Yan's body, but why did it miss? Because their attention was on the Demon King of Pig Sky, they didn't see Su Yan's movements clearly. Lucky. This kid is definitely lucky. Everyone said one after another. However, the Demon King of Pig Sky knew very well how fast Su Yan was just now. How can this kid be so fast? The Demon King of Pig Sky was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out his weapon, a meteor hammer, which was in line with his personality. The Demon King of Pig Sky had seen it clearly just now. Now that he took out his weapon, he didn't waste time talking nonsense with Su Yan. He waved his meteor hammer and shouted, "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." With the addition of his weapon, the Demon King of Pig Sky's speed wasn't affected at all. Instead, he took a step forward and waved his hand. The meteor hammer flew away with a whistling sound. Its speed was even more terrifying. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. They looked at Su Yan, who was still standing there, and couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how this kid dodges this time. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. However, just as everyone was gloating, Su Yan, who was floating in the air, flashed again and dodged the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. The Demon King of Pig Sky was furious. Su Yan, do you only know how to dodge? Don't you dare to fight me? I'll fight you. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer when he heard the Demon King of Pig Sky's words. Demon King of Pig Sky, do you think you're qualified to fight me? What? Everyone was shocked to hear Su Yan's words. They knew that Su Yan was only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, while the Demon King of Pig Sky was in the Circumference Realm. How could a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator say that a Circumference Realm cultivator wasn't qualified to be his opponent? Mockery, this was definitely a blatant mockery. For the Demon King of Pig Sky, it was an insult. Die. Su Yan, you must die. The Heavenly Boar Demon King was enraged. With a roar, the cultivation method in his body began to revolve, and a powerful force surged out. At the same time, he swung the meteor hammer in his hand. As the meteor hammer glided through the air, it caused the air to emit a loud bang. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge this. The Demon King of Pig Sky roared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Although Su Yan said that the Demon King of Pig Sky wasn't qualified to fight him, Su Yan had to admit that the Demon King of Pig Sky was a Circumference Realm cultivator. He was only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. If it wasn't for his blood dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the Demon King of Pig Sky's attack. Now that he saw the Demon King of Pig Sky's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. He moved to the side and swung the Ghost Howl sword to block the meteor hammer. When the Demon King of Pig Sky saw that Su Yan wasn't dodging, a smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, didn't you say that I'm not qualified to fight you? Why, are you qualified now? No. Su Yan's expression was still cold. I'm only here for Murong Fu, so I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to fight you. What an arrogant brat. Murong Fu jumped up and sneered at Su Yan. Su Yan, you're only a rank 8 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Do you think you can escape from 3 Circumference Realm cultivators? The moment Murong Fu finished speaking, Luo Xiaofan also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan. When 3 Circumference Realm cultivators stood together, no one would dare to provoke them, even if they couldn't sweep through the 5 countries. However, Su Yan looked at them without any fear. A disdainful smile even appeared on his face. 3 great area realm cultivators are indeed powerful. However, you 3 great area realm cultivators are going against me, a spiritual ocean realm cultivator. Don't you feel ashamed? When Su Yan said this, the 3 of them couldn't help but blush. However, Murong Fu reacted quickly. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Humph, you're a traitor. Everyone has the right to kill you. What's there to be ashamed of?" That's right. The celestial pig demon king had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Right now, he only wanted to fight Su Yan. When he heard Murong Fu's words, he immediately said, "Su Yan, since you think the 3 of us are bullying you, then I'll fight you alone." "I already said that you're not qualified," Su Yan said again when he heard the celestial pig demon king's words. "Su Yan, I'll definitely kill you." The celestial pig demon king was furious. He stood up and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Murong Fu. Murong Fu didn't know why, but when he saw how calm Su Yan was, he felt a little worried. He stopped the celestial pig demon king and said, "What's the point of talking about morality with a traitor like him? Let's attack together." Although the celestial pig demon king wasn't convinced, he didn't have any objections after hearing Murong Fu's words. He attacked Su Yan with the other 3. "You're really shameless." Su Yan sneered when he heard that Murong Fu wanted the 3 of them to attack together. He didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated and dodged the 3's attacks. However, the 3 of them were extremely fast. Even with the help of the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't dodge their attacks. Su Yan was in a sorry state as he dodged. Murong Fu couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. "Su Yan, I advise you to surrender if you know what's good for you. You're not a match for the 3 of us. Who told you that I came alone?" Chapter 403. What? When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Murong Fu's heart surged with worry. He looked at Su Yan and asked, "Su Yan, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Su Yan smiled, especially when he saw the fear in Murong Fu's eyes. He smiled very happily. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "Come out, all of you." Whoosh, 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 the moment Su Yan's voice fell, there was a sudden sound in the void. Then, 3 people in black clothes appeared in front of them. Their faces were like corpses, and their eyes were lifeless. However, the spiritual aura that was faintly pulsing from their bodies caused everyone to be startled. Perimeter realm, they're all in the perimeter realm. Murong Fu looked at the 3 perimeter realm puppets with amazement and surprise. How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you summon 3 perimeter realm powerhouses? Su Yan smiled coldly and didn't answer Murong Fu's question. This time, Master Puppet had really helped him a lot. Not only did it help him break through to the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, but it also gave him 3 perimeter realm puppets. If it weren't for the 3 perimeter realm puppets, he wouldn't have succeeded. Su Yan didn't have much confidence in returning to the Monster Palace. After all, even if he could defeat Murong Fu, he wouldn't be a match for them, Zhu Tian Demon King, and Luo Yaofeng. Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Jiaofeng were also shocked. Su Yan, how can you summon 3 perimeter realm powerhouses? The 2 looked at Su Yan with surprise in their eyes. Su Yan looked at their expressions and didn't bother to talk nonsense with them. He pointed at Murong Fu and said, "Today, I just want to take back my position as the palace master of the Monster Palace. This Murong Fu is the one who took away my position as the palace master of the Monster Palace. So today, I only want to take his life. You are all disciples of the Monster Palace. Who said that you disrespected me? If you don't want to die today, I can spare your life." After Su Yan finished speaking, he looked at Zhu Tian Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The 2 of them immediately came back to their senses. Su Yan's words were actually directed at the 2 of them. Luo Xiaofan and the Heavenly Pig Demon Monarch looked at each other and said, "I'm willing to submit." "Yes, we are willing to submit." As the two spoke, they directly threw Murong Fu aside and walked to Su Yan's side, Zhenrong. Su Yan looked at their expressions and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. After all, Su Yan was angry from the bottom of his heart toward such treacherous people. But no matter what, these two were from the Monster Palace. In addition, Su Yan was now very clear about the situation between the two alliances. These two were now in the perimeter realm and could more or less be of help. Seeing the two of them submit, he didn't have much to say. Murong Fu saw the two of them leave and flew into a rage. "Good, good. Zhu Tian Demon King, Luo Yaofeng, you two traitors. Murong Fu, what are you talking about? You stole someone else's position as the palace master. Who are you calling a traitor?" Zhu Tian Demon King had just changed sides and immediately flattered Murong Fu. He completely disregarded his old relationship with Murong Fu. Then, he said to Su Yan, "No, palace master, I will kill this traitor now and return your position as the palace master." As he spoke, Zhu Tian Demon King stepped forward. Murong Fu's body trembled when he saw this. After all, he could clearly see the current situation. Su Yan's side had 5 powerhouses at area of circumference, while he was alone. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat 5 powerhouses at area of circumference. However, the moment Zhu Tian Demon King took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yan. Zhu Tian Demon King couldn't help but be stunned. "Palace Master, you," Su Yan didn't look at Zhu Tian Demon King. Instead, he said coldly, "The position of the Palace Master was stolen from me. I, Su Yan, will naturally take it back. I don't need your help." As he spoke, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a wisp of bright light. Zhu Tian Demon King didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He had only surrendered because of the 3 perimeter realm experts behind Su Yan. He didn't want to submit to Su Yan at all. Now that Su Yan looked at him like this, he felt a surge of fear in his heart. "Murong Fu, don't say that I didn't give you a chance." Su Yan ignored him and took a step forward. He looked at Murong Fu and said coldly, "In the past, when you took the position of Palace Master from me, Su Yan swore that I would get it back. And I would get it back with my own hands. Now is the time for me to get it back. Make your move. Don't worry, I won't let them get involved." Murong Fu suddenly saw a glimmer of hope when he heard Su Yan's words. "Su Yan, you said it yourself, so don't blame me for being impolite." Murong Fu knew that this was his only chance. He only had this one chance, so the spirit energy in his body suddenly surged. His body leaped out, and the long sword in his hand directly slashed towards Su Yan's body. I didn't expect Murong Fu's strength to increase so much in just a month. When Su Yan saw Murong Fu's sharp attack, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, his blood dragon pupil spun and he quickly took a step back. He dodged Murong Fu's attack. "Su Yan, you are courting death." Murong Fu snorted when he saw Su Yan dodging. Once again, he slashed his sword at Su Yan. His speed was as fast as lightning. Su Yan frowned again. With such speed, even the blood dragon pupil might not be able to escape unscathed. He immediately grabbed the ghost howl sword and swung it. Clang! When the two swords clashed, sparks flew. At the same time, a powerful force swept out from the point of contact. Both of them couldn't help but take a step back. Although both of them took a step back, Murong Fu was in the radius realm. His spirit energy was much stronger than Su Yan's, so Su Yan still took a few more steps back and staggered a little before coming to a stop. It was clear that Murong Fu had won this round as well. When Murong Fu gained the upper hand, he was still a little worried that Heavenly Pig Demon King and the others would attack. Seeing that they didn't participate, he was relieved. Su Yan looked at Murong Fu's expression and naturally knew what he was worried about. He smiled and said, "Murong Fu, I said that I won't let them participate, so I won't. Don't worry. I, Su Yan, will definitely take back the palace master's position from your hands." Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. This time, before Murong Fu could make the first move, Su Yan suddenly leaped out. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he swung the ghost hull sword in his hand. In an instant, countless rays of light burst out. The sword hummed loudly and directly slashed at Murong Fu. Murong Fu was startled. He hurriedly leaped up and activated his cultivation technique. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and condensed into a massive amount of energy. It was followed by a horizontal slash. "Break for me!" Murong Fu shouted angrily. Immediately, a powerful force was transmitted from the sword. With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body was directly sent flying. Bang! Su Yan's entire body fell to the ground. Luo Yaofeng and Heavenly Pig Demon King saw this scene and wanted to help. However, when they saw that the three area boundary experts had no intention of helping, they retreated. Cough, 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 Su Yan coughed a few times and stood up from the ground. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It seems that it will be difficult for me to fight an area boundary expert alone. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I really thought that you were capable. It turns out that you're just so. Murong Fu suddenly laughed after gaining the upper hand. "Is that so?" Su Yan sneered. The ghost howl sword in his hand trembled faintly. A powerful force swept over and poured into the ghost howl sword. Murong Fu saw this scene and frowned. "Is this the 10,000 elephant divine skill?" Seeing Su Yan's ghost howl sword trembling and condensing a powerful force, Murong Fu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly activated his cultivation method and condensed a force on his sword. 10,000 elephant divine skill, torrential storm of rose blossoms. 10,000 elephant divine skill, tiger descends the mountain. The moment the force condensed, the two murmured at the same time and slashed down with their swords. Suddenly, the countless blades of the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand shot out like a torrential downpour. Murong Fu's sword was like a giant tiger that flew up and pounced directly on Su Yan. It collided with Su Yan's torrential pear blossom storm. Bang! With a loud bang, a light curtain suddenly exploded. Countless rays of light finally flew up. The waves of power swept out in an instant, and the terrifying power shook everyone around and forced them to take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Everyone on the ground was shocked when they saw this scene. Of course, under this shock, they were more concerned about the situation of the two. The moment the light receded, the bodies of the two people were slowly revealed. Murong Fu looked at Su Yan and could not help but sneer. "Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate the torrential pear blossom storm of the Dongqing clan to such a level. I really underestimated you. But now you will definitely die," Murong Fu said. His body flashed and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. "What, this is?" Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. Looking at the sword in Murong Fu's hand flying toward him, he was suddenly shocked. "Die!" Murong Fu shouted sternly as a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Clang! At this moment, a loud metallic sound suddenly burst out. "What, this is?" Chapter 404. Murong Fu looked at the long sword in his hand in astonishment. Looking at the swirling frost light on Su Yan's body, his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. "How is this possible? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible." Su Yan sneered as he started to circulate his cultivation technique. Bang! Immediately, Murong Fu's whole body shook and his body was sent flying. Then Su Yan jumped and arrived in front of Su Yan. The ghost howl sword in his hand pointed at Murong Fu and asked, "Murong Fu, what do you have to say now?" I Murong Fu looked at the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and was stunned for a moment. Looking at the power that was faintly surging in Su Yan's body, he knew that he had lost. Plop, he directly knelt on the ground and begged Su Yan, I beg you, please don't kill me. Su Yan was stunned by Murong Fu's sudden begging. He never thought that the arrogant Murong Fu would kneel and beg for mercy. Su Yan, don't kill me, don't kill me. Murong Fu only wanted to live now and did not care about dignity. Looking at Murong Fu's appearance, Su Yan's eyes surged with disdain. Murong Fu, do you know? A man should live with dignity. Even if he dies, he should die with dignity. If you had begged like this in the past, maybe I would have spared you. Unfortunately, I, Su Yan, must take back the humiliation you gave me. So, you must die today. Su Yan said and immediately swung his sword. A blood mist surged. Murong Fu, who used to be so arrogant in front of Su Yan, had fallen. The moment Murong Fu fell, Su Yan flicked his sword and took the storage pouch on Murong Fu's waist. Because of the fall of Murong Fu, the imprint left on it had weakened a lot. With just a swipe, Su Yan had already erased the imprint on it. Opening the storage bag, Su Yan did not look at anything else. Instead, he took out the Monster Palace's Palace Master Seal and raised it into the sky. Thump, kneeling on the ground, he shouted, Princess of Chu, I, Su Yan, have not let you down. I have taken back the Monster Palace. From today onwards, I will regain control of the Monster Palace. I will definitely revive the might of the Monster Palace. At this moment, all the disciples finally regained their senses from the battle. For them, they were completely stunned by what they had just seen. They did not see how the Murong Fu came in front of Su Yan at the end. They did not even see how Su Yan blocked the Murong Fu's attack. Everything was too strange for them. At this moment, they truly understood how powerful Su Yan was. At the same time, they also understood at this moment that Su Yan was their Monster Palace's Palace Master. Seeing Su Yan kneel, they also knelt on the ground and shouted, The Palace Master is mighty, the Palace Master is mighty. Regain control of the Monster Palace. This was the thought that Su Yan had been suppressing in his heart since he left the Monster Palace. But now that he had truly regained control of the Monster Palace, Su Yan did not know how to manage the Monster Palace. Even looking at the many disciples kneeling on the ground in front of him, Su Yan did not know what to say for a moment and frowned. After all, for so many years, Su Yan had been pursuing strength and power. He really had not thought about becoming the sect master. Su Yan. At this moment, suddenly, a few familiar voices were heard. When Su Yan looked back, familiar faces appeared one by one. Dong Chenghao, Ratley, Macariu Ice, Lu Fei, But Face, and even the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanshi, had all come. Su Yan did not know how to deal with the Monster Palace. When he saw Macariu Ice walking over, he was overjoyed and greeted him, Senior Brother Mu, it's great that you're back. As an elder of the Monster Palace, you should deal with the current situation. Dong Chenghao and the others had heard about Su Yan's return to the Monster Palace from the Heaven Sword Spiritual Master. When they heard that Su Yan was not dead and had recovered his strength, they were all overjoyed. Now that they had rushed over and saw Su Yan, they were even more overjoyed. Who knew that Su Yan would tell them these words, which made them stunned? When they saw the Monster Palace disciples kneeling on the ground, cheering Su Yan's name and Murong Fu's corpse next to him, they immediately understood. He immediately understood everything. Others might not be able to sense it. However, Dong Chenghao, Ratley, and Macariu Ice were all disciples of the Monster Palace, so they naturally knew what this meant. It meant that Su Yan had regained control of the Monster Palace. The three of them could not help but feel a wave of worship in their hearts. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a burst of light in their eyes. Macariu Ice did not say anything and directly asked everyone to leave first. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. It's that simple. Of course it's that simple. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that you've regained control of the monster palace, why are you in such a hurry to deal with the matters in the palace? Naturally, we should get together first. Macario Ice smiled and gave Su Yen a punch. They had not seen each other for a long time. Now that they had reunited after such a long time, Su Yen was naturally happy in his heart. He nodded heavily and did not say much. He directly returned to the place where Su Yen used to live, the Spirit Palace. Although Su Yen had been gone for a long time, the Spirit Palace had not been ruined by Murong Fu. It was still the same as before. Even Dong Qinghao's mansion had not changed. They took the delicacies from Dong Qinghao's mansion and drank directly in the Spirit Palace. Reuniting after such a long time, even 1,000 cups would be too little. Throughout the night, the few of them drank a lot of wine. Everyone was drunk, except for Su Yen. He had a good alcohol tolerance, to begin with. In addition to the daily drinking in the mortal village, his alcohol tolerance was even better than others. He watched as everyone went to sleep. Su Yen sat alone on the roof, looking at the stars in the sky. His mood for drinking just now had slowly faded. If Su Yen had not accepted Master Puppet's memories this time, he would have been in a good mood. Perhaps this reunion with an old friend would have brought Su Yen a good mood for many nights. In addition, he had regained control of the Monster Palace, which was even more joyous. However, with Master Puppet's memories, Su Yen could not feel happy when he thought about what had happened in the 5 counties in the past year. He even thought about what the Black Fiend Alliance had done. Su Yen was a little angry. Of course, Su Yen was more concerned about the Tai. Now that he had Master Puppet's memories, Su Yen also knew that the reason why the 2 alliances interacted was because Master Puppet and other people from the Jojo continent had come here. The Heaven and Earth organization had gathered their allies. In fact, they did not know what this was about at all. They just wanted to snatch the Heart of Territory. However, the Heaven and Earth organization did not know that the Heart of Territory was used to activate the Tai. The Black Fiend Alliance's goal was this Tai. The Heart of Territory and the Tai. As Su Yen thought about it, he could not help but frown. He still tried hard to recall Master Puppet's memories. Unfortunately, Master Puppet was a pervert. Apart from refining puppets, he did not ask about the specific matters of the Black Fiend Alliance at all. As a result, there was not much useful information in his mind. He only knew that the Black Fiend Alliance had formed an alliance because of the Tai. As for the Heart of Territory, it was just a fog that they had released in order to cause a war in the 5 counties. War. Su Yen wanted to know why these people wanted to cause a war. Unfortunately, Master Puppet's mind was filled with puppets. Su Yen could not help but feel a little angry. Of course, in his anger, Su Yen still felt a little comforted when he thought about the puppets. This puppet technique is worthy of being an ancient secret technique. If I can master it, it will be helpful for my future cultivation. Su Yen thought about Master Puppet's memories and took advantage of his free time to study the puppet technique. He wouldn't have known if he didn't see it, but when he saw it, Su Yen was shocked. How difficult was it to master the puppet technique? If a person wanted to become a puppet master, not only did they have to have a very deep understanding of the meridians of the human body, but they also had to cultivate diligently. Only when they reached the perimeter state could they cultivate their own life puppet. Furthermore, they had to cultivate the puppet technique to level 5. Not to mention the fact that reaching the perimeter state was already an extremely difficult task, even cultivating the 10,000 elephant divine skill to tier 5 was extremely difficult, let alone the art of puppetry. Su Yen could not help but admire Master Puppet. Only a lunatic like him would become a puppet master. If it were an ordinary person, not many people would be able to do it. However, all of Master Puppet's efforts were in vain. It was all for Su Yen. No one could be blamed for this. Master Puppet could only blame himself. He should not have wanted to cultivate Su Yan into his life puppet. After all, Su Yan was a peak sword saint. Su Yan was Su Yan. How could he become someone else's puppet? Thinking about the puppet master, Su Yan opened Murong Fu's storage pouch. In addition to some spirit stones, there were some elixirs in Murong Fu's storage pouch. Su Yan did not hesitate to put them into his storage pouch. After all, spirit stones and elixirs were good things. Of course, what made Su Yan even more excited was the profound level 10,000 mammoth divine skill, the ferocious tiger divine skill. The value of this 10,000 mammoth divine skill was immeasurable. Many people would risk their lives for this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Of course, Su Yan did not plan to cultivate this 10,000 mammoth divine skill. After all, Su Yan felt that the ferocious tiger divine skill was not suitable for him. The choice of the 10,000 mammoth divine skill was not only difficult to cultivate, but also suitable for himself. Otherwise, it would cause his cultivation to stagnate. He took out the 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Su Yan touched the storage pouch. There was nothing left. Just as he was about to put it away, the greedy Su Yan searched the storage pouch again. Suddenly, he saw something at the bottom of the storage pouch. Su Yan took it out with a thought. Looking at this strange thing, a bright light suddenly surged in his eyes. Chapter 405. Su Yan did not expect that Murong Fu would have the milky tortoise shell. The ancient spring autumn wood, the black ice cold iron, the Buddha golden silkworm, and the milky tortoise shell were all necessary items to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. Without these 4 items, it was impossible to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree. The 10,000 devil ancient tree was a place that Su Yan had to go. After leaving the monster palace, Su Yan did not feel the pull of the 10,000 devil ancient tree. However, as soon as he entered the monster palace, Su Yan could feel a familiar aura from the 10,000 devil ancient tree calling out to Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but feel a surge of impulse in his heart due to this mysterious feeling. Of course, Su Yan knew that he was not in a hurry. After all, to open the 10,000 devil ancient tree, he had to obtain the 4 items. In addition, Su Yan was now in charge of the monster palace, and the 4 treasures of the monster palace had always been with Su Yan. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, Supreme Demon Ancient Bell, and Supreme Demon Ancient Seal were all with Su Yan, so Su Yan was not worried. Now that Su Yan had taken out the 4 great treasures and placed them in his hands, he felt that it was funny. He was holding a lot of treasures in his hands, but Su Yan didn't dare to use them even once. After all, each of these treasures was a shocking treasure. Su Yan was really afraid that if he used them once, they would be taken away by others. For example, Su Yan now had the red parting sword case, the Sky Destroyer sword, and the Scorching Sun Divine sword that had not been refined. Su Yan had not used them even once. It was not that Su Yan did not want to use them, but Su Yan knew very well that if Su Yan wanted to use these things with his strength, he would definitely attract some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, although Su Yan had so many treasures, he had not used them even once. He didn't even take it out. Now that Su Yan had regained control of the monster palace, even though he hadn't reached the realm of Radius, he could still deal with Tier 1 Radius elites. That was why Su Yan dared to take out these items and play with them. These items seemed to be necessary to activate the 10,000 Fey Ancient Tree. Su Yan's anticipation toward the 10,000 Fiends Ancient Tree grew even stronger. However, when he thought about how he had yet to find the Buddha Golden Silkworm and the Mystic Ice Cold Iron, he felt a little discouraged. Of course, this discouragement only lasted for a moment. Su Yan knew very well that even if he had these 4 treasures now, he would still have to wait until the matter of the alliance was resolved before he could enter the Supreme Demon Ancient Tree. About the alliance. Although it could be said that Su Yan was a lot less, Su Yan was not a lot more. However, this was a big matter after all. Although Su Yan didn't know what the Tai formation was, he could vaguely feel that this Tai formation was definitely related to a big matter. If it wasn't handled properly, he and the others would probably die. Therefore, this alliance was still the most important thing now. Thinking about how everyone who participated in the alliance was in the realm of Radius, Su Yan's desire for power surged in his heart once again. At the same time, the scene of him breaking through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm in Master Puppet's blood cave surfaced in his mind. At that time, Su Yan broke through to the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm without any warning. He just broke through directly. Originally, Su Yan would be able to trigger the Thunder Tribulation every time he broke through, but this time, it didn't. This also made Su Yan puzzled. Why didn't I trigger the Thunder Tribulation this time when I broke through? Although it was a blessing not to trigger the Thunder Tribulation, every time Su Yan broke through, he would trigger the Thunder Tribulation. Suddenly, there was no Thunder Tribulation. This strange phenomenon couldn't help but make people suspicious. Su Yan thought for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. He simply stopped thinking about it. Looking at the night, it was still early. He wanted to cultivate, but thinking about the thin spiritual power in the monster palace, even if he cultivated, he probably wouldn't be able to increase his strength, so he didn't cultivate. And that day in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan slept comfortably again. Warriors didn't need much sleep to begin with. The current Su Yan couldn't be said to be sleepy at all. He simply didn't sleep. He began to sort out the situation of his cultivation. During his time in the mortal village, Su Yan felt that staying in the mortal village wasn't helpful to his cultivation at all. However, after recovering his strength, Su Yan realized that during the year in the mortal village, he hadn't gained nothing. However, he had understood many things. It meant that he had a better understanding of the various abilities he possessed. The Blood Dragon Pupil was Su Yan's greatest discovery. Now, not only could he use the Blood Dragon Pupil to slow down the enemy's speed in his eyes, but he could also burst out with an unexpected attack. Su Yan had already sensed this attack. It was at least 50% of his strength in this sword strike. Although it was only 50%, this unexpected attack could very likely allow him to reverse the situation. There was also the Torrential Storm Pear Blossom. This was the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. The Torrential Storm Pear Blossom was a profound level 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. At most, it could break through the 7th level and reach the Earth level divine effect. Now, Su Yan had only cultivated to the 4th level. It was never enough. However, Su Yan's current strength was only in the spiritual sea realm. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he had to break through the square sphere realm to be able to cultivate this 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. In countless battles, Su Yan knew the importance of this 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. The 10,000 Elephants' divine skill was like a martial artist's weapon. During an attack, a sudden burst of the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill could not only save one's life, but also kill the enemy. Let's take a simple example. A 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill and a 6th level spiritual sea realm martial artist who didn't cultivate the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill. Under no special circumstances, the martial artist who cultivated the 10,000 Elephants' divine skill would definitely win. Su Yan's current ability was to burst out with the 4th level Torrential Pear Blossom. Not only that, apart from the Torrential Pear Blossom, Su Yan could also summon the Black Ice Divine Shield once. These two great skills could be said to be Su Yan's protective talismans. Of course, apart from these, Su Yan's strongest skill should be the Transmogrification Divine Skill. After all, the moment Su Yan transmogrified into his dragon form, the Transmogrification Divine Skill would allow Su Yan to directly enter the perimeter state. It was a pity that it was somewhat useless. This was because this Transmogrification Divine Skill could only be used when all of Su Yan's spirit energy was used up. If he had abundant spirit energy, then no matter how hard Su Yan tried, it would be useless. Moreover, when his spirit energy was used up, the transmogrification time would be too short. If he encountered a slightly stronger enemy, it would be completely useless. At most, it would be able to save his life. This caused Su Yan to feel somewhat regretful. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to discover the profundities behind it. Thus, Su Yan had no choice but to give up on his research. With the special effect of the Blood Dragon Pupil, if I encounter a second-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist, I should be able to fight. Even if I can't beat him, I will definitely have the chance to escape. Su Yan thought about the various skills he had. His eyes narrowed slightly as a bright light surged in them. After all, being able to challenge a second-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist as an 8th-level Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist was absolutely shocking. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the Spiritual Sea Realm and the Square Sphere Realm. The difference between the two was even more unimaginable. The power contained in the Square Sphere Realm martial artist's body was several times more than that of a peak Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist. To put it simply, a Square Sphere Realm martial artist could use 3 10,000 Elephant Divine skills, while a 9th-level Spiritual Sea Realm martial artist could only use 1. However, Su Yan, who was only at the 8th-level Spiritual Sea Realm, was able to challenge a second-level Square Sphere Realm martial artist. This was definitely a miracle. A miracle. Su Yan was a miracle to begin with. As Su Yan sorted out the matters of cultivation, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. The morning light poured out, and the sky slowly brightened. Dong Qinghao and the others also woke up one by one. Su Yan also went down from the roof. The others naturally sighed again. Then, they asked Su Yan, are we leaving the Monster Palace now? Yes. Su Yan nodded and said, the Monster Palace matter has been resolved, but the Alliance matter has not been resolved. We have to leave. But what about the Monster Palace? Dong Qinghao asked. This. Su Yan didn't think much of it before. Now that he heard Dong Qinghao say this, he remembered. After all, he was now in charge of the Monster Palace. Moreover, he had just taken charge of the Monster Palace, and he still had a lot of things to do. If he left, there would inevitably be some trouble. Su Yan thought and looked at Macario Ice, who was hiding at the side. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted, Great Elder Mu. When Macario Ice heard Su Yan's call, he sighed helplessly and walked up. I knew it. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Anyway, I also like to stay in the Monster Palace. You can rest assured and go. I will take care of the Monster Palace. Hee, thank you, Senior Brother Mu. The reason why Su Yan chose Macario Ice was that he liked Mu Liubian's management ability. Su Yan believed that there would be no problems if he handed over the Monster Palace to him. Macario Ice shook his head and said, why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, I am an elder of the Monster Palace. Taking care of the Monster Palace is something I should do. I am just worried that Luo Xiaofan and the Celestial Pig Monster King will cause trouble. These two. Hearing Macario Ice's words, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. These two are troublesome. After all, the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Xiaofan were both powerhouses of the area realm. On the other hand, Mu Lubing was only at the 8th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm, the same level as Su Yan. Adding on the fact that the two of them had always been sinister, if the two of them were in the palace, it would be hard to say what would happen. Su Yan was puzzled. Suddenly, he saw the 3 area realm puppets standing in the corner. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Mu, I will put these 3 area realm puppets in the palace. This way, we can deal with the Celestial Pig Monster King and Luo Xiaofan. Originally, Macario Ice was a little unwilling. After all, although the 3 area realm puppets, they were still powerhouses of the area realm. Having Su Yan by his side was definitely a big guarantee. Chapter 406. In fact, the 3 realms of radius could definitely be considered a great help. After all, in the war between the 2 alliances, even a spirit sea realm, celestial realm, and saint bloodline realm were the key to victory, not to mention the 3 realms of radius. However, the reason why Su Yan placed the 3 puppets of radius realm in the monster palace, other than suppressing the heavenly pig demon king and Luo Xiaofan. More importantly, Su Yan didn't know how to carry the 3 puppets. Su Yan didn't feel like having the 3 of them follow behind him all the time. Moreover, if he left them somewhere and they were destroyed, wouldn't he suffer a great loss? After all, these puppets required an operator to stand beside them. Therefore, Su Yan decided to place the 3 puppets of Radius Realm in the Monster Palace. After explaining to Macario Ice how to operate them, he left the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others. The weakest of them was in the Spirit Sea Realm. With the teleportation array, although the journey to the Heaven and Earth organization was long, they arrived in half a day. This time, they returned to the Monster Palace with Dong Qinghao and the others, who were familiar faces from the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wouldn't be stopped by the guards like a few days ago. Coincidentally, the guards guarding the mountain gate today were the same ones who stopped Su Yan that day. Looking at Su Yan who was walking with Dong Qinghao, the guards were all surprised. One of them even quietly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Hey, fatty, who is this person?" This was because Lu Fei was only in the Spirit Sea Realm. The guard was also in the Spirit Sea Realm. There was no difference in status between the two. In addition, Lu Fei was a naturally friendly person. Lu Fei had been in the Heaven and Earth organization for a period of time, so he knew many people from the Heaven and Earth organization. That person didn't stand on ceremony with Lu Fei, so he dared to ask him. It was originally a quiet question. But what kind of person was Lu Fei? He was a person who didn't commit crimes and courted death. Lu Fei didn't say anything at first, but when he heard the guard's question, he immediately raised his voice and shouted, "What? You don't know who he is?" The guard was startled by Lu Fei's sudden outburst. He quickly pulled Lu Fei and said, "Lower your voice, lower your voice." Then, he looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him. The guard couldn't help but sweat. Lu Fei didn't care about this. He used his fat hand to pat that person's shoulder and said, "Humph, you brat really don't know what's good for you. Do you know who it is?" "Su Yan isn't, he is." "What? He's really Su Yan?" The guard looked at Su Yan and jumped up. He looked at Su Yan with a terrified expression. He didn't know Su Yan, but he had heard of Su Yan's great name. Naturally, he knew about Su Yan's feats. Especially that one. Su Yan, who was only at the Spirit Sea Realm, dared to challenge Fang Yuan, who was at the peak of the Spirit Sea Realm. Who in the world would dare to do that? Su Yan didn't think much of it. After all, Su Yan knew that these guards weren't deliberately making things difficult for him. Lu Fei, on the other hand, kept patting that person's shoulder and said, "You're dead, you're dead. Since you don't know who Su Yan is, you must have offended him. Let me tell you, Su Yan is my junior brother. If you obediently hand over some spirit stones, I might be able to help you." The guard really believed Lu Fei's words and handed over dozens of spirit stones. Lu Fei took the spirit stones and chased after Su Yan. Ni said, "Hee, these spirit stones are easy to earn." "Damn fatty." Su Yan looked at him and shook his head helplessly. However, thinking about his brothers together, Su Yan was in a good mood. Then, they followed him to the Heaven and Earth organization's main hall. Because Yun Wanshi was with them, she had already informed the Heaven and Earth organization that they would be arriving at the Heaven and Earth organization today. Although they were lined up to welcome them, many experts were still waiting in the main hall. Dong Qinghao and the others were about to enter directly. However, Su Yan stopped. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Junior brother Su, what are you doing?" The others also looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. They didn't understand why he was doing this. Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He straightened his clothes and said to the guard next to him, "Junior brother, I hope you can inform them that the Monster Palace's palace master has come to visit." What? The guard didn't react. Dong Chunghao looked at Su Yan in astonishment. However, Dong Chunghao and Ratley were members of the Monster Palace after all. They soon knew that Su Yan was willing to do this. Su Yan did this for the Monster Palace. Lu Fei didn't understand. He looked at Su Yan and said rudely, "Junior brother Su, aren't you just a lousy palace master? What are you showing off for? You don't understand." If someone else said this, Su Yan would definitely slap them. However, it was Lu Fei who said this. After all, Su Yan had the deepest relationship with Lu Fei. After all, Lu Fei was Su Yan's first close friend when he walked into this world. I don't understand. Lu Fei really didn't understand. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Su Yan, you're just pretending. Let's see if anyone will come out to welcome you." In the next moment, Lu Fei was immediately dumbfounded. Yun He and the elders of the Heaven and Earth organization came out. They cupped their hands and said to Su Yan, Monster Palace's palace master has graced us with his presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." The reason why Su Yan used the identity of Monster Palace's palace master. He wanted Monster Palace to leave the East Sea and set foot on the continents of the 5 counties. He wanted everyone to truly accept Monster Palace. After all of this had always been Princess of Chu's wish. Su Yan did this to fulfill Princess of Chu's last wish. However, seeing the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect master Yun He so courteous, Su Yan was really not used to it. After all, everyone was already very familiar with each other. It's okay. Su Yan responded with a few words and followed into the hall. Yun He and the others also returned to their seats. Then, they asked Su Yan and the others to sit down. However, Su Yan hadn't sat down yet. Suddenly, someone stood up and said, "Alliance Master Yun, this is a meeting of our Yunxian Alliance. What are these people from Monster Palace doing here?" No one objected. Everyone was stunned by this sudden voice. Especially Su Yan. When he heard this, his eyes immediately surged with anger. He looked at the person. This person had red hair and a red beard. He didn't look amazing, but he was tall and strong. Su Yan knew at a glance that he didn't know him. However, Su Yan could see that this person was in the second stage of the boundary realm. This time, not only did Su Yan not die, but he also recovered his strength and returned to the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun He was happy for him in her heart. Although she didn't know why Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master, she was still happy for him. Now that she suddenly heard this person's voice, she couldn't help but frown. Looking at the person, she saw that it was the sect master of Lei Tang's sect, Lei Wanjun, who talked back to her that day. Her face became even uglier. "I say, Sect Master Lei, this Monster Palace came from afar. Why are you here?" They came from afar, and they came from afar. Lei Wanjun didn't give Yun He any face. He sneered and said, "I think everyone knows what kind of existence the Monster Palace is. Everyone in the Monster Palace is a monster. It's fine if they are in the East Sea, but now they dare to come to our 5 counties. This is absolutely unacceptable. Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by this?" This time, without waiting for Yun He to speak, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword jumped out and shouted. After all, Spiritual Master Heaven Sword recognized Su Yan. "What do I mean by this?" Lei Wanjun faced Spiritual Master Heaven Sword without a trace of fear. He sneered and said, "Spiritual Master Heaven Sword, you have always said that this Su Yan is a disciple of your sword collection tomb. How did he suddenly become the Monster Palace's palace master?" When Reverend Tian Jian heard Lei Wanjun's words, he did not know how to reply for a moment. Instead, he threw a pleading gaze towards Su Yan. After all, he was unaware of Su Yan's situation in the Supreme Demon Palace. However, before Su Yan could speak, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, "Why can't you answer? Disciple of the Sword Collection Tomb? I think this person is also a monster. Now that he dares to come here, he must be expelled and returned to the East Sea." After all, everyone didn't have a good impression of the Monster Palace. Yunhee also didn't know how Su Yan became the Monster Palace's palace master. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. For a moment, her anger became extremely embarrassing. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun sneered and said, "Why doesn't anyone express their opinion? Then I will say it. Today, this Monster Palace must be expelled." Dong Qinghao and Ratley didn't say that they were from the Monster Palace when they came to the Heaven and Earth organization. They didn't expect these people to have such a strong opinion of the Monster Palace. It was only now that they truly understood why the Supreme Demon Palace still remained in the Eastern Sea when it was at its peak in the past. Seeing that Su Yan didn't say anything, the two of them couldn't help but become anxious. Everyone turned to look at him. Su Yan just stood there and looked at Lei Wanjun with a playful expression. When he didn't say anything, he asked, "Are you done?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned and couldn't help but say, "I'm done." "Okay, if you're done, then it's my turn." Su Yan smiled coldly and explained how he left the Hidden Sword Tomb and joined the Monster Palace. Of course, he ignored some of the details. He just told everyone that Su Yan didn't betray the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then, he announced the death of Queen Consort Chu, as well as how he inherited the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, lost the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord, and regained the position of Supreme Demon Palace's Palace Lord. After that, Su Yan didn't rush to continue. Instead, he waited for everyone to recover and then continued, "I think everyone knows why I joined the Monster Palace." Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's experience. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but nod. Seeing everyone nod, Su Yan's face suddenly sank. He looked at Lei Wanjun and shouted, "If I'm not wrong, you're the Thunder Sect Master Lei." "That's me." Lei Wanjun touched his beard and turned his head. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled disdainfully and said, "Sect Master Lei, you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. Have you ever seen the Monster Palace do anything for the Monster Clan?" When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. He just smiled coldly and said, "The Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan. This is something that everyone knows. What else do you need to know? Sect Master Lei, I'm just asking if you saw anything. Just answer me like that." Su Yan said with a gloomy face. "You." Lei Wanjun was about to get angry when he heard Yunhee cough. Because of Yunhee's strength, he obediently answered, "I didn't see anything, but, what nonsense are you talking about if you didn't see anything? You're the sect master of the Thunder Sect. How can you be so shameless and talk nonsense?" When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's answer, he didn't give him any chance to speak. He directly shouted, "Since we didn't do anything for the Monster Clan, why do you keep saying that the Monster Palace belongs to the Monster Clan?" Chapter 407. We are the Supreme Demon Clan. Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. There was also a faint sense of majesty that was being emitted, causing everyone to be stunned. Everyone, whether they knew Su Yan or not, knew Su Yan. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at this young man in his early 20s with a whole new level of respect. The Leitang Sect Master, Lei Wanjun, looked at Su Yan with a gloomy expression. At the same time, there was a faint surge of anger in his chest. After all, regardless of the Monster Palace's matter. Or something else. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a junior. In other words, Su Yan was only an ant in Lei Wanjun's eyes. And such an ant actually dared to talk back to him in public. To Lei Wanjun, this was definitely a great humiliation. Humph, good. What a supreme demon clan. However, because there were other people in the hall, Lei Wanjun couldn't directly flare up. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and sneered, Supreme Demon Clan. Fine, I admit that your monster palace is a Supreme Demon Clan, but, when Lei Wanjun spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, but even so, you, Su Yan, do not have the qualifications to participate in my Qian Yun Alliance's meeting. Lei Wanjun, what do you mean by that? Enlightened Master Heaven Sword jumped out when he heard Lei Wanjun's words. What do I mean? Lei Wanjun completely ignored Enlightened Master Heaven Sword's anger and sneered, Heaven Sword, I know this kid came from your hidden sword tomb, but even so, you can't protect him like this. After saying that, Lei Wanjun ignored Enlightened Master Heaven Sword and slightly cupped his hands to Yun He, Sect Master Yun, we are the Qian Yun Alliance. When we first formed the alliance, we had an agreement that any sect that has a Radius Realm powerhouse who rebelled can join. However, does the Supreme Demon Palace have any experts at the origin boundary? Lei Wanjun stared at Su Yan as a mocking smile appeared on his face. When Yun He heard Lei Wanjun's words, she couldn't help but frown. After all, what Lei Wanjun said made sense. When the various sects formed an alliance, there was a rule that every sect must have at least one Yuan realm expert. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Who said? Dong Qinghao was excited and wanted to say something. However, before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Su Yan. Dong Qinghao originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Yan shake his head and look into his deep eyes, he seemed to have understood something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into his signature smile. Su Yan took a step forward and looked at Lei Wanjun meaningfully. Sect Master Lei, I would like to ask you a question. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me this. Lei Wanjun was publicly contradicted by Su Yan, so he was full of anger. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people here, Lei Wanjun would have already hit Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's expression. He nodded calmly and said, Sect Master Lei, my question is actually very simple. If a spiritual sea realm cultivator defeats a circle state cultivator, does that mean he has the qualifications to join this alliance? What? When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, are you joking? A spiritual sea realm cultivator defeating a circle state cultivator? Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Su Yan didn't care about Lei Wanjun's words. He smiled coldly and said, Sect Master Lei, you don't have to care if it's a joke or not. I'm just asking if it's okay. Of course it's okay. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he immediately looked at the confident expression on Su Yan's face and immediately understood. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, don't tell me you want to challenge the strong cultivators of the origin state? That's right. Su Yan said, and a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lei Wanjun laughed loudly. He then looked at Yun He and said, Sect Master Yun, this kid wants to die. What do you think? Yun He looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but frown. After all, when Su Yan just came in, he already knew that Su Yan was only a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level. Although he had always thought that Su Yan was a rare talent, he had always thought that Su Yan was a rare talent. At the same time, many miracles had happened to Su Yan. But after all, it was a bit far-fetched for a spiritual sea realm cultivator of the 8th level to challenge a circle state cultivator. For a moment, Yun He didn't know how to choose. Looking at Yun He's troubled expression, Su Yan smiled and said, Sect Master Yun, this concerns the honor of our monster palace. I hope Sect Master Yun can agree. Sigh. When Yun He heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but sigh. He said helplessly, Su Yan, since it's like this, then fine. Coincidentally, there is someone in the Heaven and Earth organization who just entered the circle state yesterday. He will be your challenger. As soon as Yunhe's voice fell, an area sphere realm powerhouse walked out. When Lei Wanjun saw that it was someone from the Heaven and Earth organization, his expression became a bit ugly. This was the first time he had met Su Yan. But as the sect master of the Leitang sect, he had naturally heard of some things about Su Yan. He also knew that Su Yan had some relationship with the Heaven and Earth organization. He was afraid that the Heaven and Earth organization people would be biased. But since Yunhe said so, he didn't say anything. Although he dared to talk back to Yunhe, he didn't say anything. However, that did not mean that he was not afraid of Yunhe. After all, Yunhe was in the Dragon Realm. Dragon Realm, even 10 Lei Wanjun wouldn't be a match for him. He just glanced at that person and snorted, this concerns the strength of the alliance. You can't be biased. Of course, of course. That person smiled. His eyes flowed with an evil aura. He didn't think of being biased at all. Because after Su Yan said those words, he felt a wave of anger. He was a circle state cultivator who had just entered the circle state yesterday. He knew too well the difference between the spiritual sea state and the circle state. It was simply impossible for a spiritual sea state cultivator to defeat a circle state cultivator. So now, he wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson more than Lei Wanjun. Su Yan. However, just as he was about to ask Su Yan for advice, he didn't even take a step forward. However, Su Yan shouted, hold on. When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but feel confused. Lei Wanjun even mocked, what, are you afraid? No. Su Yan shook his head and smiled evilly, I'm not afraid. The person I want to challenge isn't him. It's you. What? Once Su Yan's words came out, the whole place immediately exploded. He wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun. Was Su Yan crazy? Spiritual Master Heaven Sword had seen Su Yan's strength and had always believed in Su Yan. However, when Su Yan said this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He pulled Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you're crazy. Lei Wanjun is a rank 2 circle state cultivator. Moreover, he's the sect leader of Leitang sect and has been famous for a long time. You, Su Yan didn't wait for Spiritual Master Heaven Sword to finish his words. He waved his hand and smiled, sect leader, why don't you believe in me? When Spiritual Master Heaven Sword heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless and didn't know how to persuade him. Looking at Su Yan's surging eyes, he shook his head helplessly and retreated to the side. When Yunhe saw this, she also persuaded, Su Yan, you just need to prove that you're qualified to join our Qian Cloud Alliance. There's no need to challenge sect leader Lei. No. Su Yan shook his head and smiled, sect leader Yun, I'm confident. When Yunhe heard Su Yan's words, she didn't know how to persuade him. She sighed helplessly and looked at Lei Wanjun, sect leader Lei, this is a competition. You mustn't be ruthless. Of course. Lei Wanjun replied to Yunhe. When he looked at Su Yan, his eyes were surging with thick killing intent. He was still worried that he wouldn't have the chance to teach Su Yan a lesson. Now, Su Yan had come knocking on his door. Lei Wanjun was naturally happy. However, he was more furious than happy. He felt that Su Yan, who was only at the spiritual sea realm, wasn't qualified to challenge him. Su Yan, since you're so confident in challenging me, then make your move. Lei Wanjun, will give you 3 moves. Lei Wanjun took a step forward and said to Su Yan with a strong sense of righteousness. Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. He smiled and said, no, since it's a competition, it should be on the fighting stage. How can I fight here? There's no need for such trouble. Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, Su Yan, you're only at the spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage. I'll give you 3 moves. If I can defeat you in 1 move, then it's fine here. See you on the fighting stage. Su Yan waved his hand and directly walked out. When he reached the door, he even provoked Lei Wanjun, sect leader Lei, if you dare to come, then come. If you don't dare, then forget about it. What? When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he was furious and shouted, Su Yan, you're courting death. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun also walked out of the main hall. After all, Su Yan had already said so. If he, Lei Wanjun, didn't go, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? Seeing that the 2 of them had gone out, everyone followed them out. Su Yan had been waiting on the fighting stage for a long time. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably valiant. Yun Wanqi's heart couldn't help but tremble. When she saw Lei Wanjun on the fighting stage, she was even more worried. She knew Lei Wanjun's strength very well. In fact, it wasn't just her. Spiritual Master Sky Sword, Yun He, and the others were also worried. Their cultivation techniques were faintly activated, and they were ready to help at any time. Dong Qinghao, Rat Li, and the others were also worried. After all, Lei Wanjun was at the spiritual sea realm of the 2nd stage, and Su Yan was only at the spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage. A spiritual sea realm of the 8th stage against a spiritual sea realm of the 2nd stage. If it were anyone else, they would have started to mock. However, when they saw that it was Su Yan, they didn't know why, but they felt that a miracle would happen. Of course, this was only for them. Most people were disdainful. Chapter 408. Not only did the crowd not believe it, but they also sighed. Looking at Su Yan, they were also a little angry. After all, most of the people present were at the area sphere realm, and a mere 8th-stage spiritual ocean realm warrior dared to challenge them. This was definitely a humiliation to them. Especially that area sphere realm warrior from the Heaven and Earth organization, he felt an unprecedented anger. Originally, he was the one who issued the challenge. However, Su Yan didn't accept the challenge. If Su Yan was afraid, then so be it. However, Su Yan challenged Lei Wanjun, which was definitely a great humiliation to him. If it wasn't for Yun He and the others, he would have already shouted for Lei Wanjun to kill this arrogant brat. Arrogant, in fact, Su Yan was very clear about what arrogance was. The reason why he was arrogant was because he was confident. Su Yan, it's not too late for you to regret now. Lei Wanjun really wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson, but now that he was standing on the martial stage, he became righteous. Seeing Lei Wanjun like this, Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. Sect leader Lei, just make your move. Don't pretend to be benevolent. Alright, brat. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Lei Wanjun originally wanted to teach Su Yan a lesson and let Su Yan back off. Who knew that Su Yan would still be like this? A surge of anger surged in his heart. Immediately, he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Su Yan, make your move. I'll give you 3 moves to prevent others from saying that I'm bullying the weak. N. Su Yan nodded. He didn't reject this. Although Su Yan was confident, he was well aware of who he was facing. Lei Wanjun, the famous sect leader of the Thunder sect in the 5 counties. Just like what Heaven Sword said, the Thunder sect wasn't just a 2nd stage area sphere realm warrior, they were stronger than ordinary 2nd stage area sphere realm warriors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge Yun He. Because of this, he felt that he was indispensable in the Qian-Yun alliance. Therefore, he dared to challenge Yun He. Su Yan was well aware of this. Although he wanted to challenge Lei Wanjun, he did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would capsize in the gutter. 3 moves. 3 moves was definitely an opportunity. Su Yan did not hesitate. He slapped his bag of holding and took out the Ghost Howl sword. As soon as the ghost howl sword appeared, a whistling sound immediately rang out, and a burst of black light surged. Sect leader Lei, you've admitted it. Su Yan shouted in a low voice as his pupils contracted. The great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate rapidly. Like a ghost, his body leapt out, and his sword slashed down like a mad dragon bursting out of the sea. At this moment, the absent-minded crowd below couldn't help but tremble. So fast. How can a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level be so fast? Is this still a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level? Those area sphere realm warriors who were disdainful of Su Yan earlier were all dumbfounded when they saw Su Yan make his move. Lei Wanjun, who was standing on the stage, saw Su Yan's move and his body trembled. His eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? Lei Wanjun didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His figure quickly flew back, barely avoiding Su Yan's move. However, at this moment, suddenly, 2 crimson rays of light flew out from Su Yan's eyes. The speed of the 2 rays of light was even faster than Su Yan's speed. Like a flash of lightning, it was even more unexpected. Swoosh, it was already in front of Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stare blankly. His previous fear of Su Yan had completely disappeared at this moment. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. His body didn't dare to stop at all as he hurriedly moved back. Unfortunately, the speed of Su Yan's 2 attacks was too fast, plus it was really unexpected. Lei Wanjun's figure was still a bit slower. Swoosh, a crisp sound was heard. A corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes was cut off. Although it was just a corner of his clothes, it was enough. A spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level actually had his clothes cut off by a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 2nd level. This was absolutely humiliating. However, Su Yan's body still didn't stop. Suddenly, a move swept out. A powerful spirit chi swept down, stirring up the air and creating a huge sound. Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Su Yan was of the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. How could a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level make such a fast attack? How could a spiritual sea realm warrior of the 8th level have such a fast speed? Everyone was astonished. Some of the spiritual sea realm warriors who thought Su Yan was arrogant just now couldn't help but blush. Those spiritual sea realm warriors were even more astonished. Lei Wanjun was also greatly shocked. He never thought that Su Yan's 3 moves would be so fierce and fast. It was done in one breath without any pause. Even though he was of the 2nd level of the spiritual sea realm, he couldn't help but be shocked in these 3 moves. He was very clear that if he could make a move now, he would definitely be able to block Su Yan's attack. However, he just had to agree to let Su Yan have 3 moves first. Moreover, this was something that everyone heard. Lei Wanjun gritted his teeth and rolled on the ground. Although he was in a sorry state, he still avoided Su Yan's attack. 3 moves have passed. Lei Wanjun avoided Su Yan's attack and didn't dare to be careless. He flipped over and got up. The cultivation technique in his body started to circulate. A powerful force surged up. Suddenly, he waved his hand towards Su Yan. Su Yan already knew that after these 3 moves, Lei Wanjun would definitely attack first. He circulated the cultivation technique in his body and a powerful spiritual power shook the ground. His whole body suddenly jumped up and avoided Lei Wanjun's attack. Su Yan, you really have the right to be arrogant. Lei Wanjun also jumped up and stood in front of Su Yan as he circulated the cultivation technique in his body. Sect Master Lei just admitted it. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a slight smile. However, he was extremely vexed in his heart. After all, within 3 moves, Su Yan had only cut off the corner of Lei Wanjun's clothes. he did not do anything to Lei Wanjun. In this way, Su Yan would not be able to find any advantage in the following battle. This made Su Yan re-evaluate Lei Wanjun. Strong, really strong. At least, he was stronger than the average stage 2. No wonder Lei Wanjun had the right to be arrogant. Su Yan, I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but after seeing your 3 moves, I decided to give you a chance. Surrender. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said calmly. Surrender. Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, surrender. Lei Wanjun said, Su Yan, surrendering now will greatly benefit you. After all, in everyone's eyes, you've embarrassed me so much. You've already won, haven't you? And I, Lei Wanjun, admit that if I want to defeat you, I will have to use all my strength. Swords have no eyes, let alone spiritual power. So, I don't want to hurt you. If you surrender, I won't make things difficult for you in Monster Palace. Lei Wanjun didn't deliberately hide his words. When the people below heard his words, they were all surprised. A second-order boundary master, and a second-order boundary master like Lei Wanjun at that. He actually needed to use his full strength to deal with an 8th-stage spiritual ocean realm warrior. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, even if Su Yan surrendered now, he had already won. Su Yan originally hated Lei Wanjun, but after hearing Lei Wanjun's words, he felt that this person was pretty good. At least he dared to admit to himself. Su Yan knew this as well. Just as Lei Wanjun had said, if he were to surrender now, he would have already won. But surrender. In Su Yan's knowledge, it did not exist. Sect Master Lei, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I, Su Yan, have never surrendered. Please make your move, Su Yan said as he looked at Lei Wanjun. All right. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he didn't think that Su Yan was being arrogant. Instead, he admired him even more. Because this was what a real man should be like. This was the pride a king should have. Lei Wanjun didn't try to persuade Su Yan anymore. Instead, he turned his eyes and said, Su Yan, then I won't be polite. After he finished speaking, Lei Wanjun's body suddenly emitted a dark green spiritual energy light as a powerful force surged out. At the same time, Lei Wanjun's body leaped out and directly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, this was a second-order boundary master. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated, and his body quickly dodged. Under the powerful spiritual power, his whole body couldn't help but tilt to one side. However, at this moment, when Lei Wanjun's palm was pushed away, a weapon suddenly appeared. This weapon was a huge hammer. The moment it appeared, it directly swung towards Su Yan. The huge hammer glided through the air, causing a loud explosion. Su Yan didn't expect that Lei Wanjun's move was just a feint, and this was the real attack. Seeing the huge hammer quickly swinging towards him, he was shocked. The blood dragon pupil turned and hurriedly raised the ghost howl sword in front of him to block. Clang! The huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand, causing a burst of fire. At the same time, with a loud bang, Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. The second-order boundary master is really powerful. Su Yan was instantly sent flying several meters away, and he felt his hand go numb. He couldn't help but admire Lei Wanjun's strength. If he didn't have the blood dragon pupil, he probably wouldn't have been able to block Lei Wanjun's move. Su Yan frowned as he stared at the boundless spiritual energy surging from Lei Wanjun's body. He watched as Lei Wanjun leapt up. He waved the giant hammer in his hand, causing light to shine in all directions, causing the air to tremble. Su Yan didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The blood dragon pupil spun, and his body jumped away. Lei Wanjun's huge hammer missed, but he didn't stop. Instead, he swung it up and directly hit Su Yan. Bang! The the huge hammer hit the ghost howl sword, and Su Yan's whole body was sent flying. Chapter 409. Not only that, but Lei Wanjuan's attack didn't stop. He leaped up, and the huge hammer in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's waist. As the huge hammer danced, countless spiritual lights erupted. The entire air seemed to tremble at this moment. Su Yan, be careful. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Dong Qinghao and the others anxiously shouted at Su Yan. However, Lei Wanjuan's hammer was too fast. Even if Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't avoid it. Bang! The hammer smashed directly at Su Yan's waist. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. A cold smile appeared on Lei Wanjuan's face. Su Yan, you've lost. Pudong, just as he said this, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body and wrapped around him, blocking Lei Wanjuan's hammer. What? Lei Wanjun couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. Mysterious ice-cold shield. When Su Yan saw the astonished expression on Lei Wanjuan's face, he smiled faintly. A bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Immediately after, the ghost howl sword struck out, directly piercing towards Lei Wanjuan's shoulder. Lei Wanjun was shocked and hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword collided with Lei Wanjuan's giant hammer. The powerful spiritual power burst out, and Lei Wanjun couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. Just as Lei Wanjun retreated, Su Yan's pupils shrank and the frosty light on his body receded. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power light trembled. He waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and countless blades condensed at that moment. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan bellowed. At the same time, he waved his ghost howl sword. Countless sword blades rained down like a downpour. Bang! Bang! They hit the ground and made a trembling sound. Lei Wanjun hurriedly raised the giant hammer in his hand to block. Bang! Bang! Although Lei Wanjun was wielding his giant hammer and possessed boundless strength, under the barrage of pear blossom storm swords, Lei Wanjun was not having an easy time. He brandished his giant hammer as his body involuntarily retreated. Under the strong attack of the torrential rain of pear blossoms, Lei Wanjun didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Lei Wanjun didn't have a chance to retaliate. Su Yan knew that this was his chance. Gripping the ghost howl sword in his hand, Su Yan took a step forward and directly pierced towards Lei Wanjun. The speed of the ghost howl sword was as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Lei Wanjun was shocked. He quickly circulated his cultivation technique and raised the giant hammer in his hand. 10,000 thunderbolts. Lei Wanjun let out a furious roar. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning coiled around the giant hammer. Like silver snakes, they directly blasted towards Su Yan. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. With a bang, his body was directly hit by the lightning. His body flew back dozens of steps. Puchi. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Then, Lei Wanjun waved the giant hammer in his hand and blocked Su Yan's torrential rain of pear blossoms attack. His body moved and directly swept towards Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, a ray of light surged in his eyes. He swung his hammer at Su Yan and said, "You lost." Su Yan saw that the hammer was so fast. His eyes suddenly flashed and the spiritual power in his body suddenly leaped out. Black Ice Divine Shield. With Su Yan's angry shout, the frost light that had disappeared from Su Yan's body surged again. Bang! Lei Wanjuan's hammer hit Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. At the same time, a strong rebounding force shook Lei Wanjuan's body and forced him to retreat a few steps. What? How is this possible? Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan with a face of surprise. Just now, Su Yan used the Black Ice Divine Shield to block his hammer. Lei Wanjun was already shocked enough. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a strong defense? Moreover, this strong defense caused the blood in his body to surge. After several powerful attacks, Su Yan didn't feel much better. He was gasping for breath. Su Yan, you are really strong. If I wasn't the sect leader of the Leitang sect, I really wouldn't be your opponent. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan and said. The giant hammer in his hand slowly leaped up. In an instant, a ray of lightning flashed on the giant hammer. Su Yan, you are strong, very strong. But in the end, you still lost to me. Thunder's fury. Lei Wanjun waved his hands. Suddenly, he roared and raised the giant hammer in his hand. Bang! Immediately, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and directly exploded on Su Yan's head. What? Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He wanted to resist, but the lightning came too suddenly. In addition, Su Yan's spiritual power was too exhausted. Even with the blood dragon pupil, it was difficult to dodge. Bang! The bolt of lightning directly exploded on Su Yan's body. With a loud bang, the whole ground was blown into a deep pit. The powerful force swept out in an instant. Some of the warriors standing around couldn't help but take a few steps back. Did he lose? Su Yan, did he lose? Everyone looked at the stage in astonishment. Su Yan. While they were surprised, Dong Qinghao and the others came to their senses. They cried and wanted to rush up the stage. After all, Lei Wanjun's move was too powerful. They were really afraid that Su Yan would have an accident. Lei Wanjun didn't care about this. His body went soft and he knelt on the ground with a bang. Looking at Su Yan in the deep pit, a smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you lost. Roar, however, at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Then, a ray of light rushed up. The huge dragon's body rushed up and flew directly toward Lei Wanjun. This is... Lei Wanjun was shocked. He wanted to raise the giant hammer to resist, but the dragon's speed was too fast. Lei Wanjun couldn't react at all. The huge dragon's claw directly hit Lei Wanjun's head. Seeing this scene, Lei Wanjun's pupils shrank. Ah! He let out a scream. However, the moment the dragon's claw was about to hit him, it suddenly stopped and spat out a sentence from the dragon's mouth. Sect Master Lei, you lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zichen nodded. The dragon's body disappeared and turned into Su Yan's appearance. Bang! Then, Su Yan fell to the ground and fainted. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. Only now did everyone realize that the dragon's body was Su Yan's. Thinking of that powerful strength, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Especially Lei Wanjun. Looking at Su Yan who fell in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He looked at Su Yan and said, I lost, I really lost. Lei Wanjun was very clear that if Su Yan didn't show mercy, he would have been smashed to pieces. I lost, I lost. Lei Wanjun stood up and shouted, I, Lei Wanjun, lost to Su Yan. Hearing Lei Wanjun's shout, Zhang Wuji's eyes widened. Everyone woke up from their astonishment and the whole place was in an uproar. Su Yan, a level 8 Spirit Sea Realm warrior, defeated a level 2 Circumference Realm warrior. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone didn't believe it, but the truth was in front of them and they had to believe it. Although Su Yan had fainted at this moment, everyone looked at Su Yan and could not help but feel respect. There was no longer any ridicule in their hearts. Especially the Circumference Realm warrior who wanted to challenge Su Yan. Now, he understood that Su Yan wasn't arrogant, but true strength. Although Su Yan won, he was badly injured. Fortunately, this was the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. The fog technique was the best healing technique. Yunhe personally treated Su Yan. In a few breaths, Su Yan had recovered. Although he hadn't fully recovered, at least he was awake. Su Yan, you won, I lost. Lei Wanjun saw that Su Yan had woken up and walked to him. Su Yan was not modest. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he asked, Sect Master Lei, then does my Supreme Demon Palace have the qualifications to join this alliance? Yes, you are definitely qualified. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he hurriedly nodded and said, Su Yan, not only is your monster palace qualified to join this alliance, but you're also a true supreme monster clan. After speaking, Lei Wanjun immediately walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, I, Lei Wanjun, swear in the name of the Leitang sect's master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Leitang sect's ally. Whoever offends Monster Palace is my Leitang sect's enemy. Su Yan chose to challenge Lei Wanjun not only to join the Yunxian alliance, but also to prove Monster Palace's name and let him know the existence of the Supreme Monster Clan. But it was just to let everyone know. He never expected Lei Wanjun to directly announce an alliance with Monster Palace. This was something that Su Yan never expected. At the same time, Sky Sword Spiritual Master also took a step forward and walked to the front of the crowd and said, Sky Sword Spiritual Master, swear in the name of the Sword Catacombs Master that from now on, Monster Palace is my Sword Catacombs ally. If anyone wants to challenge Monster Palace, it's equivalent to challenging my Sword Catacomb. Although everyone was from the Yunxian Alliance at this moment. However, the establishment of the Qian Cloud Alliance this time was more to deal with the Black Fiend Alliance. It could be said that this alliance only tied everyone together for the sake of benefits. After this matter was over, which sect should belong to which sect would still belong to which sect. But the alliance between the Sword Catacomb, Leitang sect, and Monster Palace was a true alliance. The meaning was not because of benefits. When Su Yan heard that the Sword Catacomb, Leitang sect, and Monster Palace had formed an alliance, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li, who were also disciples of Monster Palace, were even more excited. In fact, Su Yan was not a true Supreme Monster Clan. They were the true Supreme Monster Clan. They knew too well how difficult it was for the Supreme Monster Clan to establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. But today, he, Su Yan, did it. He made the Supreme Monster Clan establish a foothold in the 5 counties mainland. Chapter 410. Only the people of Monster Palace could understand the hardships that the Supreme Monster Clan had to go through to gain a foothold in the 5 counties. Dong Qinghao and Rat Li couldn't help but tear up. They looked at Su Yan with eyes full of gratitude. They were the Supreme Monster Clan, and they knew the pain of having to stay in the East Sea because of Monster Palace. They couldn't even lift their backs up in the 5 counties. But at this moment, they could. They could truly stand in the 5 counties. They could loudly tell everyone that they were the Supreme Monster Clan, and not monsters. Su Yan, no, Palace Master, I. Rat Li hugged Su Yan emotionally and kept sobbing. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, Palace Master, I'll go back to Monster Palace and report to everyone in Monster Palace. Rat Li turned around and left after he finished speaking. Su Yan wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by Dong Qinghao. Su Yan, let him go. We have to let the entire Monster Palace know about this happy thing immediately. Okay. When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao say so, he nodded and didn't say anything else. After all, this was indeed a big matter for Monster Palace, and Rat Li was now in the 5th stage spiritual sea realm. He was also an expert of his generation in the 5 counties, so there was no need to worry about him. Watching him leave, Su Yan also let out a sigh of relief. After all, when he took over the position of Monster Palace Master, he had already made up his mind to make Monster Palace stand above the 5 counties. For so long, Su Yan had been carrying this burden. Now, it had finally been realized. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although Lei Wanjun and the others couldn't understand the feelings of Su Yan and the others at the moment, they could see the significance of this matter to Monster Palace from the expressions of Su Yan and the others. Until Su Yan and the others calmed down. Lei Wanjun stepped forward and said to Su Yan, "Palace Master Su, I, Lei Wanjun, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you." "You win." Lei Wanjun had lost to Su Yan, but he didn't show any signs of unwillingness. His words were even more heroic, and when he said, "I submit to you," it was even more magnanimous. Su Yan looked at him and smiled. "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite, too polite." The more Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, the more he liked him. When he heard Su Yan's words, he laughed loudly. He took out an item from his bag of holding and handed it to Su Yan. "This is..." Su Yan looked at the item that Lei Wanjun suddenly gave him and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what it was. When he took it and looked at it, Su Yan's body suddenly froze, and he hurriedly refused. "Sect Master Lei, this item is too precious. I, Su Yan, can't accept it." Precious. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, "Su Yan, I dare to call you nephew. Nephew, this is the world of warriors, and the strong are respected. My Sound of Thunder sect is a noble sect. The 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Thunder Secret Art, is a rare divine skill. Unfortunately, because of the decline of talents in my Sound of Thunder sect, we can't display the true power of Thunder Secret Art. Only you." Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. His tone became heavier as he said, "Only you, Su Yan, can display the true power of Thunder Secret Art. Therefore, this Thunder Secret Art, even if you, Su Yan, don't accept it, I, Lei Wanjun, am begging you." Lei Wanjun was about to kneel down after saying that. This made Su Yan jump in fright, and he hurriedly supported Lei Wanjun. "Sect Master Lei, you're too polite. I, Su Yan, will accept." Lei Wanjun nodded when he saw Su Yan put away the Thunder Secret Art. A smile returned to his face, and he patted Su Yan's shoulder. "Haha, that's more like it, right?" The conversation between the two of them and the gift was not hidden from anyone. At first, no one knew what Lei Wanjun had given to Su Yan. But after hearing Lei Wanjun's explanation, everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. The 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill was something many people dreamed of. Not to mention the Thunder Secret Art, a profound grade 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, was a rare treasure. At the same time, the Thunder Secret Art was the Sound of Thunder sect's most precious treasure. And now, Lei Wanjun had actually given the Thunder Secret Art to Su Yan. How much courage did this require? Amidst the shock, everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. However, amidst the envy, the Sword Burial Mound Sect Master, Enlightened Heaven Sword, took a step forward and said, "Su Yan, you were originally a member of my Sword Burial Mound, but when you left, your cultivation was not strong enough, so I did not give you the Sword Burial Mound's 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill. Now that your cultivation is strong enough, as the Sword Burial Mound Sect Master, I naturally can't keep it to myself." As Enlightened Heaven Sword spoke, he patted his storage pouch and took out a book, handing it to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at the 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, Immortal Sword technique that Taoist Heavenly Sword handed over to him, and his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. He did not stand on ceremony with Enlightened Heaven Sword. In fact, he was a little excited, and his hands were trembling as he received the 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill, Immortal Sword technique from Enlightened Heaven Sword. "Thank you, Sect Master." When he received the Immortal Sword technique, Su Yan knelt down on the ground. The reason why he did not stand on ceremony with Enlightened Heaven Sword was because he had always regarded the Sword Burial Mound as his home. This 10,000 Elephants Divine Skill in the Sword Burial Mound was naturally something that Su Yan should have. Good, good. Enlightened Heaven Sword looked at Su Yan, stroked his little goatee, and helped Su Yan up with a gratified look. Looking at the two 10,000 elephants' divine skills in his hands, Su Yan's heart was surging. It was already rare for a martial artist to be able to master a single 10,000 elephants' divine skill in his lifetime. But now, Su Yan actually possessed three 10,000 elephants' divine skills. Dongqing Family's Violent Rain Pear Blossom. Thunder's Secret Art of Thunder Sect. In addition, he now had the immortal sword technique in the sword burial mound. Which one of these 10,000 elephants' divine skills was not a profound level 10,000 elephants' divine skill? Which one of them was not a rare treasure? But now, all of them were gathered in Su Yan's hands. Everyone looked at Su Yan with envy in their eyes. At this moment, both those who knew and those who did not know came up to congratulate Su Yan. For a moment, all the focus in the training field was on Su Yan. In the end, it was Yun He who spoke. "All right, now that we have confirmed Palace Master Su's identity, let's talk about the alliance." Hearing Yun He's words, everyone came to their senses one after another. The Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance were currently in a heated battle. After Yun He's words, everyone left the training field and headed to the inner hall of the main hall. Su Yan also put away the excitement in his heart and followed them into the main hall. At this moment, no one dared to stop him. The moment Su Yan walked in, some people consciously gave up their seats in the front row to Su Yan. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony. After all, it was just a seat. Moreover, the main reason he came today was not only about the Qian Cloud Alliance. He also wanted to sit in the front row and discuss with Yun He and the others. "Su Yan, I've already heard about this matter from Reverend Heaven Sword. He said that this time around, it's the matter of the Black Fiend Alliance. However, as for the specifics, it's only after Reverend Heaven Sword said that you've understood. What do you think?" Yun He asked Su Yan directly after he sat down. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony. He stood up and told everyone about the day he had obtained Master Puppet's memory. Reporting to Sect Master Yun, "I obtained Master Puppet's memory and found out that the Heaven and Earth organization is only after the Heart of Hell. However, from Master Puppet's memory, I found out that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai Formation." Tai Formation. When Su Yan mentioned the formation, the few radius boundary experts present stood up immediately. Lei Wanjun directly walked in front of Su Yan and looked at him excitedly. "Su Yan, you said that the Black Fiend Alliance is after the Tai Formation?" "Yes." Su Yan didn't know much about the Tai Formation. Similarly, he didn't know why Lei Wanjun was so agitated. He nodded slightly and asked, "According to the memories of Grandpa Puppet, this is indeed the case. Sect Master Lei, is there anything strange about this Tai Formation?" "It's more than strange." "Humph." Lei Wanjun said, anger surging in his eyes. He coldly snorted and said slowly, "The Tai Formation is an ancient formation in the legends. Yes, it was created by Tai Zhenren. Unfortunately, Tai Zhenren only created half of the Tai Formation. After that, Tai Zhenren died for some unknown reason. Since then, the Tai Formation has become an invalid formation. And because the formation was invalid, its power changed completely and became one of the legendary 10 Great Ferocious Formations. 10 Great Ferocious Formations. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, his eyes widened. Many others had the same expression as Su Yan. They looked at Lei Wanjun in a daze. Obviously, they did not understand the formation. Lei Wanjun looked at everyone's stunned expression and smiled proudly. "Actually, I only saw the 10 Great Ferocious Formations in the records of the Sound of Thunder sect by chance. After all, it has been too long. When I saw it, I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect the Tai Formation to really exist." Lei Wanjun said with shock in his eyes. Obviously, he was afraid of the 10 Great Ferocious Formations. After calming himself down, he looked at Yun He and said, Sect Master Yun, you are the Sect Master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. I believe you should know about the existence of the Tai formation. Yes, I know a little about it. Yunhe nodded slightly and said, at first, I also thought the Tai formation was a legend. Therefore, I never thought that the Black Fiend Alliance was here for the Tai formation. If that's the case, then these people want to. As Yunhe spoke, a worried look immediately appeared in his eyes. Chapter 411. How powerful is it? When Yunhe and Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's question, their facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Their eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, they still had lingering fears about the Tai formation, one of the 10 great ominous formations. The more they acted like this, the more anxious everyone became. Without waiting for Su Yan to reply, Sage Heaven Sword could not help but ask, Sect Master Yun, Sect Master Lei, if the Black Fiend Alliance is really here for this formation, the two of you should stop keeping us in suspense. Why don't you tell us what this Tai formation is all about? When Yunhe and Lei Wanjun heard Enlightened Master Heaven Sword's words, they exchanged glances. Then, Lei Wanjun slowly opened his mouth and said, the Tai array formation that Enlightened Master Tai created was originally created to predict the fate of the sect. Tai formation is divided into the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Fiend. There are 108 formation eyes. The Heavenly Dipper is the main formation while the Earthly Fiend is the auxiliary formation. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, sets up the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, activates the formation, and devises strategies to predict fate. This is the original form of the Tai formation. What a pity, when Lei Wanjun said this, he could not help but sigh. After his sigh, Yunhe continued, it's a pity that Tai Jinren had already fallen when the Earthly Fiend was just formed. As a result, the Tai formation became an incomplete formation. Due to the formation's own power, this incomplete formation became one of the 10 great ominous formations. Sect Master Yun, what's the use of this incomplete formation? When Su Yan heard the two of them talking about the effects of the Tai array formation, he couldn't help but ask again. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, Yunhe and Lei Wanjun spoke at the same time, absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. Absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to forge a blood demon's body. When everyone heard what the two of them said, they couldn't help but look surprised. Some of them even wanted to ask more questions. But before they could ask, Yunhe waved her sleeves and said, well, it's hard for me to explain the Tai formation in such a short time. I can only say that if the Tai formation is really controlled by the Black Fiend sect, then I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be controlled by the Black Fiend Alliance. When Yunhe spoke until here, her eyes suddenly shrunk and a wisp of bright light surged out. A dignified aura suddenly surged out from between her brows. She waved her hand and said, everyone, listen up. Now that we already know that the Black Fiend Alliance wants to seize the Tai formation, we will stop them. Right now, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, I appoint Lei Wanjun as the vanguard of this alliance. His main task is to investigate the Tai formation. All the other sects must listen to the orders of the sect leader of the Thunder sect, Lei Wanjun. Yunhe's voice was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the power of the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance bloomed from Yunhe's body. Lei Wanjun never expected that Yunhe would appoint him as the vanguard of the alliance. He was stunned at first, then he cupped his hands and said, thank you for your trust, sect leader Yunhe. Yunhe nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, she looked at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, in view of your outstanding performance, I, as the leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, appoint you as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. When I'm not around, you will be in charge of the entire Heavenly Cloud Alliance. What? As soon as Yunhe's words came out, the entire hall was in an uproar. Not to mention Su Yan's strength, Su Yan's age, which one of the people present wasn't Su Yan's senior? And now, Yunhe actually wanted to appoint Su Yan as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance. No one dared to believe it. Even Su Yan was surprised by Yun He's decision. When he regained his senses, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Su Yan thanks you for your trust, Alliance Leader Yun. However, how can Su Yan take on such a heavy responsibility? Although Yun He was a supreme expert in the dragon realm, she had always been very easygoing. However, he had always given others the impression that he was very easygoing. However, at this moment, he was decisive and domineering. Without waiting for Su Yan to speak, he waved his hand and said, This is my decision. There is no need to discuss it further. The most important thing now is to find out if the Black Demon Alliance has found any clues to the Tai formation. After Yun He finished speaking, she waved her hand and said, All right, today's meeting ends here. Now, the vanguard, Lei Wanjun, and the deputy leader, Su Yan, will decide how to find clues to the Tai formation. After Yun He finished speaking, Yun He's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall, leaving behind a group of astonished people. Especially Su Yan. Although Su Yan had only met Yun He a few times, it was Yun He who saved Su Yan the moment he was trapped in the spirit communication array. Su Yan had some understanding of Yun He. In his impression. Although Yun He was an expert of a generation, she was slightly indecisive in her actions. She was definitely not as swift and decisive as she was today. She did not even give people a chance to breathe and gave 2 big orders in a row. Strange. This Yun He is definitely a little strange. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought about it. Congratulations, Palace Master Su. Just as Su Yan was about to think carefully, Lei Wanjun stepped forward and congratulated Su Yan. Following that, the others also thanked Su Yan one after another. Some were sincere, and naturally, some were not. However, Su Yan did not care much about this. He dealt with it casually and then chatted with Lei Wanjun about some things before leaving the hall together. At this moment, 2 figures were standing in a dark corridor. In the darkness, it was impossible to see their faces clearly. However, amidst their heavy breathing, one could clearly hear the anger surging in one of their chests. The 2 of them stood there quietly for a long time. Humph! Finally, a cold snort broke the silence. Very good. I didn't expect Lei Wanjun to know about the existence of the Tai array. Not bad, not bad. Lord Demon Deity, this is indeed beyond my expectations. However, we can only blame that crazy master puppet from the Black Demon Alliance. If he did not fail to refine Su Yan as a puppet, this would not have happened, the other person said. Although it was dark, one could still feel the politeness in his words. Failed to refine a puppet? The black-robed man with a mysterious aura pondered for a while before a cold smile appeared on his face. He laughed out loud, this Su Yan is indeed quite capable. I did not expect him to grow to this extent in just a few short years after I failed to make him stay in the demon cave. Very good, very good. The mysterious person laughed and said, I was worried about finding a suitable body to prepare for my resurrection. Now, isn't this Su Yan the best body? The person standing in front of him was slightly stunned. Then, he frowned and said, Lord Demon Deity, this Su Yan is a peerless genius. However, his strength is only in the spiritual sea realm. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to accommodate Lord Demon Deity's powerful soul. So what? The person who was called the Demon Deity waved his hand and laughed. This Su Yan was able to step into the spiritual sea realm in just a few months. Isn't it just a matter of time for him to step into the spiritual sea realm? At that time, with the help of the Tai array, it will be the day of the great demon deities, rebirth. It will be the day of the great demon clan's, rebirth. Ha ha ha. The demon sovereign laughed heartily. After a long time, he landed. He looked at the person standing in front of him and said, the most important thing for you now is to help Su Yan step into the realm of circumference. As for the matter of the Tai formation, I will let the Black Fiend Alliance do it. Yes, Lord Demon Deity. Although a terrifying aura surged from the person standing there, he did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the demon deity. The moment the demon deity finished speaking, he hurriedly replied respectfully. Good, then you can go now. Remember, keep an eye on Lei Wanjun. I have great use for the spiritual sea realm. Don't destroy it. Yes, Lord Demon Deity. That person responded respectfully before retreating. At this moment, Su Yan was discussing the Tai E array with Lei Wanjun and the others. However, they did not come to any conclusion. In the end, they could only send people to watch the Black Demon Alliance and see if they made any moves. Su Yan also returned to the room that the Heaven and Earth organization had specially arranged for him. After Yunhe's appointment, the entire Yunxian Alliance received the news that Su Yan was appointed as the Vice Alliance leader of the Yunxian Alliance. Along the way, the disciples greeted Su Yan when they saw him. Some people were even more shocked when they saw Su Yan's young appearance. However, due to Su Yan's identity, they did not dare to say anything. Tai E Array, 10 Great Ominous Arrays, Vice Alliance Leader. When Su Yan returned to his room, his mind was still thinking about the Tai E Array formation that Yunhe and Lei Wanjun had talked about. Although Yunhe had said that the Tai E Array formation was difficult to explain in a short period of time, Su Yan was still thinking about it. However, for some reason, Su Yan felt that there was something strange about the Tai E Array. No, I have to ask the Thunder Sect Master clearly. Although he had just separated from Lei Wanjun, Su Yan still felt uneasy after thinking about it. In fact, Su Yan did not care much about the alliance. The reason why he came to the Heaven and Earth organization this time, in addition to informing everyone about the Tai E Array, was mainly about the Monster Palace. After joining the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan only expressed the Monster Palace's position. Su Yan originally wanted to express his position and return to the Monster Palace. After all, the 4 major items of the Monster Palace's 10,000 Devil Ancient Tree had not been found. Su Yan still wanted to look for the other 2 major items. Who would have thought that Yunhe would let him take the position of Vice Alliance leader of the Qianyun Alliance? The Qianyun Alliance was a large alliance of forces in the 5 counties. Many people dreamed of sitting in the position of Vice Alliance leader. However, Su Yan was not happy. It was not because of anything else. It was just because he was called Su Yan. He knew very well that he either did not accept the task, or since he had accepted it, he had to fulfill it. This was a promise that a man had. Moreover, the more Su Yan thought about it, the more strange the Tai E Array was. Chapter 4:12. No, I have to find Lei Wanjun and ask him about this. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He was such a person. It would be fine if he didn't get involved in this matter. However, since he was already involved in this matter, and he was also the deputy leader of the Heavenly Cloud Alliance, he had to investigate this matter to the end. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Lei Wanjun came over. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Sect Master Lei, why are you here? Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's actions and smiled. If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would have come to find me. Su Yan was confused again. However, when Su Yan looked at Lei Wanjun's sharp eyes, he understood that Lei Wanjun was probably thinking the same thing as him. When Lei Wanjun saw Su Yan's expression, he chuckled and said, Su Yan, why aren't you inviting me in? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, Sect Leader Lei, it was my negligence. It was my negligence. Please see him quickly. Okay. Lei Wanjun didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked into Su Yan's room. He found a place to talk. When Su Yan came in, Lei Wanjun said, Su Yan, are you suspicious of the Tai E formation? Indeed. Although Su Yan did not know how Lei Wanjun had found out, Su Yan was certain that Lei Wanjun had come here today for today's matter. Moreover, from the moment he had defeated Lei Wanjun, Su Yan knew that Lei Wanjun had come here today. Lei Wanjun's magnanimity allowed Su Yan to have a better understanding of Lei Wanjun as a person. Although Lei Wanjun's words were sharp and harsh, he was definitely a person with the demeanor of a general. Therefore, Su Yan did not hide anything from Lei Wanjun. He told Lei Wanjun about his doubts. After hearing Su Yan's explanation, Lei Wanjun nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. That's right. Today, Yunhe and I haven't finished talking about the Tai E formation. As expected. The doubt in Su Yan's heart was acknowledged, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He then asked Lei Wanjun, Sect Master Lei, what is this Tai E formation? Why do those people from the Black Fiend Alliance want to obtain this Tai E formation? There's no rush. Seeing Su Yan's anxious expression, Lei Wanjun waved his hand and said, Su Yan, let's avoid talking about the Tai E formation for now. Let me tell you a rumor. Yes. Although Su Yan was anxious to solve the confusion in his heart, he was also a calm person. He nodded, got up and poured a cup of tea for Lei Wanjun, and sat opposite him to listen. Every expert had their own temperament. If Lei Wanjun was placed in the 5 counties, he would definitely be ranked among the top 10 experts. After all, he was a rank 2 boundary realm expert. Naturally, he had his own temper. His temper was that he would not spoil anyone he disliked. For example, Yunhe was in the dragon realm. She deserved to be the number 1 expert in the 5 counties. Moreover, she was the leader of the Qian Yun Alliance. However, Lei Wanjun did not spoil her at all. He would still stand up to her. As for those he didn't like, he definitely wouldn't spoil them. Those he liked would be pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at them. Before Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun didn't like Su Yan no matter how he looked at him. After all, there were too many stories about Su Yan in the 5 counties. Moreover, most of those stories were miracles. This made the proud Lei Wanjun very unhappy. This was also why Lei Wanjun made things difficult for Su Yan the moment he saw Su Yan. However, the moment Su Yan defeated him, Lei Wanjun's thoughts changed. From that moment on, he truly acknowledged Su Yan. He even gave his Sound of Thunder sect's treasure to Su Yan. From this, one could see how much Lei Wanjun valued Su Yan. Today, Lei Wanjun did not think of hiding anything from Su Yan. When Su Yan served him tea, he took a sip and said, Su Yan, have you heard of the legend of the Buddha Sword Sect and the Devil Sect? The Buddha Sword Sect and the Devil Sect. Su Yan was startled by Lei Wanjun's words. Naturally, Su Yan knew about the Buddha Sword Sect. After all, he was the only successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. However, Su Yan had never heard of the Devil Sect. Before Su Yan could say anything, Lei Wanjun continued, Su Yan, it is not your fault that you have not heard of the legend of these 2 sections. After all, many people in the 5 counties have never heard of these 2 sections. The reason why I know about this is because I learned about the legends of these 2 sects by chance. Su Yan did not tell Lei Wanjun that he actually knew about the legend of the Buddha Sword Sect and that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. It was not that Su Yan did not trust Lei Wanjun, but Su Yan knew too well what the Buddha Sword Sect represented in the Gan territory. This was also why Su Yan had not dared to use the Buddha sword ever since he left the hidden sword tomb. He was afraid that people would know that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. From the bottom of his heart, Lei Wanjun believed that Su Yan didn't know about the 2 sections. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan and instead continued, this happened several tens of thousands of years ago, when the entire Gan territory was at its peak. At that time, every single martial artist had stepped into the legendary Venerable Realm, and there were even some that surpassed life and death, their lifespans equal to the heavens. Su Yan was the successor of the Buddha Sword Sect. However, Su Yan only knew about the existence and power of the Buddha Sword Sect. He still had many doubts about the Buddha Sword Sect. He did not even know how powerful the Buddha Sword Sect was at its peak. Now that he heard Lei Wanjun talk about the golden age of the Gone territory, the legendary world of venerables, his heart could not help but tremble. It should be known that in the 5 counties, even the dragon realm could be broken through, let alone the world of venerables. Moreover, during the golden age, the venerables could run rampant everywhere. Then, just how powerful was the world at that time? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but recall the memories of the Tide tribe back in the mortal village. Back then, weren't they also full of experts? Every single one of them had the power to split the heavens and earth. This caused Su Yan to be puzzled once again. Why would such a powerful era fall into decline? In the past, Su Yan thought that he knew the world very well. However, now that he had encountered one thing after another, Su Yan couldn't help but be puzzled. Just how big is this world, and how many people do I know? Lei Wanjun did not find the surprise on Su Yan's face strange. Instead, he felt that it was normal. After all, when he found out about these things at that time, he was also surprised for a long time. However, Su Yan disappeared in a flash. This was enough to prove that Su Yan was indeed a dragon among men and made Lei Wanjun feel gratified. After waiting for a while, he continued, Su Yan, you must be very puzzled as to why such a powerful world would decline, right? Yes. Su Yan did not hide it and nodded. Sect Master Lei, I really find it hard to believe that such a powerful world would decline. There is not even a single venerables in the 5 counties. Because of the Devil Sect. Devil Sect. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's answer, his eyes suddenly constricted and a red light surged in them. His face was filled with surprise. Devil Sect. He really could not believe that such a powerful world would decline because of a sect. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and said with a faint smile, Su Yan, I know this matter is very difficult for people to accept, but if the records are correct, the entire Qian realm was weakened because of the Devil Sect. Sect Master Lei, what kind of place is this Devil Sect? Su Yan asked Lei Wanjun once more in a state of shock. Unfortunately, Lei Wanjun disappointed him. Lei Wanjun shook his head and sighed helplessly. I don't know what kind of existence it is. You don't know? This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded. Looking at Su Yan's disappointed expression, he smiled and said, although I don't know what kind of existence the Devil Sect is, I know that the Tai formation is related to the Devil Sect. The Tai formation is related to the Devil Sect? Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Lei Wanjun's words. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded and did not keep him in suspense. Tai Zhenren created the Tai formation to deal with the Devil Sect. However, before the formation was formed, the Devil Sect beat him to it. This caused the Tai formation to change and become the Earth Terminus formation. Earth Terminus formation. Su Yan could not help but be startled. Lei Wanjun and Yun he did not mention that the Tai formation was now the Earth Terminus formation. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded. It is the Earth Terminus formation. After all, this matter is too shocking. Although I knew about the Tai formation before, I did not know about what you said when you returned. I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of this. Yes. Su Yan nodded. He was not greedy and continued to ask, Sect Master Lei, what is the use of this Earth Terminus formation? Why does the Black Demon Alliance want to get their hands on this Earth Terminus formation? To revive the Devil Sect. What? Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Lei Wanjun in shock. Sect. Sect Master Lei, you said that the Earth Terminus Alliance wants to get their hands on this Earth Terminus formation to revive the legendary Devil Sect? If my guess is right, that must be the case. Lei Wanjun nodded slightly. Guess. Chapter 413. Yes. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's stunned expression and nodded before continuing, actually, I'm not sure if the Black Fiend Alliance wants to obtain the Earth Demon formation to revive the person behind the Devil Sect. But I'm sure that this matter is definitely related to the Devil sect. Lei Wanjun said firmly. Fear immediately surged in his eyes as he turned to look out of the window. After a long time, he said, if the Devil sect is allowed to reappear in the Jianghu, I don't know how many waves it will cause in the Gan territory. The Devil sect. Although Su Yan couldn't imagine how powerful the Devil sect was, the power of a sect that could shake the entire Gan territory was enough to shock everyone. Moreover, from Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan knew that the Devil sect was definitely not a good thing. Looking at the frowning Lei Wanjun, Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in his eyes as he stepped forward and asked Lei Wanjun, Sect Master Lei, is there any way to stop this earth demon formation? No. When Lei Wanjun heard Su Yan's words, he sighed helplessly and said, the strength of this earth terminus formation and the Devil sect is beyond our imagination. What they are doing is not something we can understand. So I also don't know how to stop this earth demon formation. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, he frowned as well. His mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to find a way to break the earth terminus formation. Unfortunately, it was just as Lei Wanjun had said. What the Devil sect was doing was not something he could understand at the moment. He couldn't even figure out the earth demon formation, let alone stop it. This feeling of being at a loss pressed down on Su Yan's heart, causing him to instantly feel anxious. At the same time, a wave of anger surged in his chest. Earth demon formation? The Black Fiend Alliance? Su Yan thought and immediately sneered. Bang! He smashed his fist onto the table beside him and shouted with a stern voice, since we don't know how to break this formation, then we'll destroy the Black Fiend Alliance. Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful, full of boldness. Lei Wanjun's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Looking at Su Yan's expression, Lei Wanjun, who was originally anxious, suddenly seemed to have found his backbone. Looking at Su Yan's determined appearance, he nodded and said, right, as long as we destroy the Black Fiend Alliance, everything will be fine. As he spoke, a trace of a smile involuntarily appeared on the corners of Lei Wanjun's mouth. He patted Su Yan on the shoulder and said, Su Yan, I knew that I, Lei Wanjun, didn't misjudge you. There's probably no one else in the entire Qian Cloud Alliance that has such courage as you. However, it won't be easy to destroy the Black Fiend Alliance. You should know that the Black Fiend Alliance also has a Dragon Realm expert. Lei Wanjun changed the topic and revealed the core of the Black Fiend Alliance. Dragon Realm. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, his eyebrows instantly furrowed. After all, the strength of the Dragon Realm was simply too strong. A single person was able to fight against dozens of square circle stage practitioners. The two were simply not on the same level. This once again put Su Yan in a difficult situation. Strength, everything could only be done by having more strength. However, Su Yan was only at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. He hadn't even stepped into the square circle realm yet. How could he challenge a Dragon Realm expert? Yun He. Su Yan immediately thought of Yun He and immediately said to Lei Wanjun, Sect Leader Lei, the Black Fiend Alliance has a Dragon Realm expert. Don't our Heaven and Earth organization also have a Dragon Realm expert? In the entire Qian Cloud Alliance, only Yun He had stepped into the Dragon Realm. Lei Wanjun naturally knew who Su Yan was referring to. When he heard Su Yan's words, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. Su Yan, could it be that you can't tell that Yun He is a little strange? A little strange. Hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Yes. Lei Wanjun nodded and said, Su Yan, you haven't been in the Qian Cloud Alliance for more than a year. There are many things that you don't know. However, you're a smart person. If I tell you a few things that have happened in the past year, you'll understand. After saying this, Lei Wanjun didn't wait for Su Yan's response and continued, in the past year, there have been hundreds of big and small battles between the Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance. There have been casualties on both sides. This is a normal thing. But the strange thing is that Yunhe is in the Dragon Realm. As the leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance, I haven't seen him fight even once. When the Black Fiend Alliance's Radius Realm experts were surrounded, the Dragon Realm experts from the Black Fiend Alliance were about to kill their way into the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunhe still didn't appear. Do you know what Yunhe said when I asked him about it? Speaking of this, Lei Wanjun couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Yunhe actually told everyone that he was in seclusion. Due to his identity as the leader of the Qian Cloud Alliance and the strength of the Dragon Realm, no one dared to say anything. But I, Lei Wanjun, am not afraid. That's why I've never been willing to talk to Yunhe. After hearing Lei Wanjun's words, Su Yan's heart was filled with emotions. He could also understand the meaning behind Lei Wanjun's words. However, this wasn't a small matter. Su Yan didn't dare to jump to conclusions. When Lei Wanjun saw Su Yan's expression, he knew that Su Yan was hesitating. He smiled faintly and said, Su Yan, I also know that this matter is hard to believe, and it is indeed so. At the beginning, even I didn't dare to believe that this matter was true. But Su Yan, have you ever thought that it was true? What if it's true? Su Yan's head buzzed. If this matter was true, it meant that the Qian Cloud Alliance and the Black Fiend Alliance didn't exist. There was only the Black Fiend Alliance. Lei Wanjun looked at Su Yan's expression and said again, Su Yan, whether you believe it or not, I have a feeling that the Black Fiend Alliance will definitely make a move after you mentioned the Tai E formation. Moreover, I have a feeling that if everything is true, you, Lei Wanjun deliberately stopped and looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. I'm afraid that you will become the target of that person from the Devil Sect's resurrection. Me? Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words and his entire body shook. Yes, that's right. It's you. Because you are the most outstanding among us, I believe that if the Devil Sect wants to find you, they will definitely look for you. Moreover, if my guess is correct, there is only one person in the Dragon Realm. Then, Yunhe will definitely give you a huge benefit and let you enter the Origin Realm. Enter the Origin Realm. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't understand what Lei Wanjun meant. Lei Wanjun chuckled softly and said, Su Yan, you will understand this matter once you step into the circumference state. However, since we have reached this point today, I will talk to you a little more. As he spoke, Lei Wanjun picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He then said, the Origin Realm and the Spiritual Sea Realm are two completely different kinds of thoughts. Why are many people stuck at the peak of the Spiritual Sea Realm but unable to enter the Origin Realm? It is because they are unable to comprehend the power of the Origin Realm. Once you enter the Sky Realm, you will be able to comprehend the power of heaven and earth. Once you enter the Spiritual Sea Realm, you will be able to transform the power of heaven and earth into the sea. You will be able to condense the power into the Dan Sea, which is the Spiritual Sea. As for the Origin Realm, you will be able to transform all the power in the Spiritual Sea into your entire body, creating your own Origin Realm. You will be able to gather the power of heaven and earth into your body, allowing your entire body to reach a new level of transformation and reach a new realm. Not only your physical body, but your soul will also become stronger. At the same time, once you enter the Origin Realm, you will be able to cultivate the power of the soul. You will be able to condense the power of the soul and prepare to enter the Dragon Realm in the future. When Lei Wanjun saw that Su Yan was confused, he smiled and said, to put it simply, the physical body of the Origin Realm is strong enough. If the Devil Sect really needs a physical body to revive, then you will have to enter the Origin Realm to be able to carry it. When Su Yan heard Lei Wanjun's words, he suddenly understood. The moment he understood, he was filled with gratitude towards Lei Wanjun. After all, every stage was a new step. With every step, there would be new insights. If he did not enter a sect and find a good teacher to guide him, Who knew how many crooked paths he would have taken? Su Yan was like this. Because Su Yan had left the hidden sword tomb long ago, although he had entered the monster palace, he still lacked guidance. Along the way, Su Yan had been constantly exploring the path of cultivation. No one had ever given him any guidance. Now, although Lei Wanjun did not say how Su Yan should break through the origin realm, at least he pointed out the difference between the origin realm and the spiritual sea realm. This would be of great help to Su Yan in comprehending the power of the origin realm. Su Yan was naturally grateful. Of course, apart from being grateful, Su Yan was more concerned about whether Lei Wanjun's guess was correct or not. Lei Wanjun also knew that this matter was of great importance, so he did not say much about it. He only told Su Yan to be careful. After Lei Wanjun left, Su Yan's mind could not calm down for a long time. After all, this matter was of great importance to both him and the 5 counties. He, Su Yan, was not a righteous person. After all, if the Devil's Sect was revived, it would have a great impact on Su Yan's development. Moreover, Su Yan had a feeling that the Buddha Sword Sect had something to do with the Devil's Sect. The Buddha Sword Sect, this was Su Yan's earliest mission, and he had never forgotten about it. Su Yan had also been searching for information about the Buddha Sword Sect for a long time. Now that the Devil's Sect was related to the Buddha Sword Sect, Su Yan knew that the Buddha Sword Sect and the Devil's Sect were related. Su Yan naturally could not back down. Originally, he did not have the heart to fight between the Yunxian Alliance and the Black Demon Alliance. At this moment, Su Yan truly shouldered the Yunxian Alliance's mission. This was not for the 5 counties. He, Su Yan, was not a saint. He was just an indomitable man. Chapter 4:14. The night passed in silence. The next day, just as the sun was about to rise, Su Yan had yet to step out of his room when a servant from the Qianyun Alliance shouted, "Vice Alliance Leader Yun is looking for you. She wants you to head to the main hall. Yun he is looking for me." Su Yan hadn't slept the previous night. He was merely taking a nap. When he heard the servant's shout, he immediately jumped out of bed. His eyes shone brightly as he thought, could it be that Lei Wanjun's guess is true? Su Yan immediately packed up and walked out of the door. He followed the servant to Yun He's residence. He had already thought about it the previous night. Whether or not this matter was as Lei Wanjun had said, he would accept it. It didn't matter if it was true or not. At the very least, Su Yan knew that he was absolutely safe before he advanced to the Fengyuan realm. When he arrived at Yun He's residence, Su Yan realized that he wasn't the only person Yun He was looking for. There were also Yun Wanshi, Dong Chenghao, and Lu Fei. Alliance Leader Yun. Su Yan walked forward and cupped his hands toward Yun He, who was sitting in the center. "Su Yan, since you're here, there's no need for us to understand each other. Take a seat." Yun He looked at Su Yan and said kindly, "Okay." Su Yan didn't feel that anything was wrong. He nodded slightly and found a place to sit. He looked at Yun He and asked, "Alliance Leader Yun, I wonder what you've called me here to discuss." "Indeed, it is important." Yun He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you're the alliance leader of the Qianyun Alliance. Although you have the same strength as the Fengyuan realm, you're still a little weak, so..." Yun He paused for a moment and looked meaningfully at the 4 people before continuing, "Therefore, I want the 4 of you to enter the Divine Dragon Abyss." Divine Dragon Abyss. When Su Yan, Dong Chenghao, and Lu Fei heard Yun He's words, they all looked at him in surprise. At this moment, Yun Wanshi said, "The 3 of you are not from the Heaven and Earth organization. Naturally, you don't know what kind of place this Divine Dragon Abyss is. This Divine Dragon Abyss is the Holy Land of the Heaven and Earth organization. Only the sect leaders of each generation have the right to enter and cultivate. Only the past sect masters have entered to cultivate." When Lu Fei heard this, he immediately rose to his feet in excitement. The fat on his body jiggled as he stared at Yun He in astonishment. "Sect Master Yun, you. You mean that you want the four of us to enter the divine dragon abyss to cultivate together? That's right. Yunhee nodded his head in satisfaction and said, although this divine dragon abyss was once the holy land of the heaven and earth organization, with so many things happening in the 5 regions, I, Yunhee, as the leader of the Qianyun Alliance, cannot hide anything. So I want the four of you to enter the divine dragon abyss to cultivate for a period of time. This will help your cultivation and strengthen the strength of the Qianyun Alliance. After that, Yunhee did not ask Su Yan and the others if they would agree. He immediately began to explain the divine dragon abyss. After he finished speaking, Yunhee directly brought the four of them to the entrance of the divine dragon abyss. This was because the divine dragon abyss was the holy land of the heaven and earth organization. Su Yan and the others had never heard of it before. After arriving at the divine dragon abyss, they looked at the inconspicuous entrance. They could not imagine that this was the holy land of the heaven and earth organization. After all, the entrance was not very impressive. There were overgrown weeds everywhere. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to discover any secrets. Lu Fei had always been straightforward and did not understand taboos. When he saw the entrance, he cursed, "Damn, this entrance of the divine dragon abyss is too ugly." Is this it? When Yunhee heard Lu Fei's words, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and flew in front of him. Bang! Under the force of this force, a loud explosion sounded in front of the four of them. A screen of light appeared in front of them. The image from before completely changed. A long corridor of the abyss appeared. This, everyone was shocked, except for Su Yan, who was still expressionless. Instead, his face was grave and stern. This was because he felt that the thing that he did not want to happen the most was probably going to happen, just like what Lei Wanjun said. This was definitely not a good thing for the entire 5 counties continent and for him. Su Yan, you guys can go without worry. Because I have already entered the divine dragon abyss once, I cannot accompany you. Also, the Qianyun Alliance cannot do without me, so you guys need to help each other. After 1 month, the entrance will automatically open. After Yunhee finished speaking, she did not give them a chance to react. She waved her hand and left the divine dragon abyss, leaving them behind. Damn, she left just like that? Lu Fei had always been a big mouth. As soon as Yunhee left, he cursed. Then, he looked at Su Yan with a smile and said, "Junior brother Su, let's go. I want to see if this divine dragon abyss is as magical as Yunhee said." Just now, Yunhee had introduced the divine dragon abyss to everyone. According to legend, the divine dragon abyss was the tomb of a generation of experts. There were countless treasures in it. Of course, while there were treasures, there were also many hidden dangers. Yunhee's introduction of the divine dragon abyss was very simple. The one who had the opportunity would win. If the opportunity was lost, then only one person would be left. Su Yan did not have much doubt about this. After all, there was danger behind every opportunity. More importantly, Yun Wanshi was still here. Su Yan did not believe that his daughter would be harmed. With this thought, the doubts in Su Yan's heart were resolved. Of course, Su Yan did not intend to tell them about this matter now. He cleared his heavy heart and said to them, "Let's go. This divine dragon abyss is definitely not that simple. So, everyone should be careful." The other two nodded. Only Lu Fei said indifferently, "I want to see what dangers there are." Su Yan and the others understood Lu Fei, so they did not pay attention to him. As the few of them slowly walked forward, they immediately smelled a trace of coolness in the air. It was refreshing and like the fragrance of flowers. It was very intoxicating. The few of them could not help but feel refreshed. Lu Fei said disdainfully, "There will be dangers in such an environment." However, when he said that, Yun Wanshi immediately said seriously, "No, don't think of this place as so simple. I once heard my father say that there is danger at every step. And now, this intoxicating fragrance means that we have already stepped into the divine dragon abyss. When Lu Fei heard Yun Wanxi's stern expression, he did not dare to talk back and put away his contempt. After all, the divine dragon abyss was a mysterious place. When the few of them heard that Yun Wanxi had already stepped into the divine dragon abyss, they did not dare to be careless and carefully walked forward. Bang! At that moment, there was a loud explosion in front of them and a surge of energy surged. What is this? Everyone was shocked. Su Yan's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, back off." When Su Yan said that, the few of them simultaneously retreated. After all, they were not weak and dodged in time. Bang! Bang! As they retreated, they saw a few flying swords land in front of them. The swords sank 3 feet into the ground. From this, one could see the power of the swords. Everyone looked at each other and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. After recovering, Dong Qinghao showed his signature smile, patted Lu Fei's shoulder and said, "Fatty, now you know how to be afraid." Lu Fei was the one who was the most frightened. That was because the flying sword was the closest to him. If Su Yan had not pulled him back, the sword would have pierced through his body. If he said that he was not afraid, it would be a lie. This time, he did not dare to be as careless as he was when he entered. Su Yan also became serious and said, although Sect Master Yun gave a rough understanding of the Divine Dragon Abyss, it did not affect the entire Divine Dragon Abyss. So, we must be careful here. Yes. The few of them gathered together. Su Yan was the leader and no one refuted Su Yan's words. Among the few of them, Su Yan was the strongest. Su Yan looked ahead and thought for a while, then said, "You all follow behind me." After speaking, Su Yan did not wait for their response and took the lead to walk forward. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. After all, the Divine Dragon Abyss was definitely a mysterious place. Yun said that the reason why he was able to break through to the Dragon Realm was because of the benefits he obtained from the Divine Dragon Abyss. In Su Yan's mind, opportunity and danger had always coexisted. So, Su Yan dared to conclude that the Divine Dragon Abyss was definitely not a good place. So, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He did not want to die in the Divine Dragon Abyss before he figured out Yunhe's situation. Moreover, at this moment, there would not be any danger here. At least, there would not be before he broke through to the Circumference Realm. Since that was the case, what was he hesitating for? He would look for a new opportunity to break through to the Circumference Realm. After the few of them experienced the flying sword storm, the journey forward was calm. Lu Fei could not sit still and said, "Why is there no danger?" Bang! At this moment, there was another loud explosion and a ray of light flashed past. At the same time, they could feel a wave of energy. Crow's beak. Su Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Fei. The cultivation method in his body was instantly activated. He leaped forward, wanting to find out what was going on. After all, according to Yunhe's words, there was nothing that was impossible. There were only things that you could not imagine. Because of this confusion, anything that happened here was enough to take the lives of a few people. Su Yan did not dare to be careless and quickly went forward to find out. The moment he flew up, he instantly felt a strong wave of energy. Su Yan immediately frowned. Just as he was about to block it, this wave of energy flowed into Su Yan's body like water. This is Chapter 4:15. Fatty. Su Yan looked at the place where Dong Qinghao and the others were standing and shouted. Unfortunately, his voice was directly swallowed by the fog in front of him and could not be transmitted. Instead, the fog entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body instantly became dry and hot. That familiar feeling just now had completely disappeared. What the hell is this? Su Yan immediately activated the cultivation method in his body. A wisp of pure spiritual power surged out and protected his body. At the same time, his body swept forward, looking for Dong Chunghao and the others. Unfortunately, he walked for more than half a day. Dong Chunghao, Yun Wanshi, and Lu Fei were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the fog in front of him became thicker and thicker. Even with the protection of spiritual power and the mysterious ice shield, Su Yan found it difficult to move forward. Where the hell is this? Su Yan felt the power coming from the surroundings and stopped. He was no longer anxious to find Dong Chunghao and the others. Instead, he observed the changes in his surroundings. The moment Su Yan stopped, the surrounding fog gradually became thicker and thicker, constantly pouncing on Su Yan's body. If everything is as Lei Wanjun predicted, it means that Yun He will definitely not harm me. She probably wants me to enter the divine dragon abyss to cultivate here so that I can enter the state of circumference. Since that is the case, why don't I try to cultivate? Su Yan thought. He immediately sat down cross-legged and activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Under the operation of the cultivation method in his body, the surrounding fog instantly turned into pure energy that entered Su Yan's body. However, this energy was extremely strange. It carried a trace of heat that constantly burned Su Yan's body. What the hell is going on? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble, and he hurriedly stopped cultivating. After it stopped, the mist instantly invaded Su Yan's body like a raging fire, and the pure energy disappeared. This made Su Yan even more astonished. According to Yun He, the divine dragon abyss was the holy land of the Heaven and Earth organization. The reason why the Heaven and Earth organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of the existence of the divine dragon abyss. Su Yan did not think that Yun He was lying to him. After all, Su Yan was someone from the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan knew very well that the Hidden Sword Tomb had its current status because of the sword well. Then everything here must be mysterious. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes instantly surged with a ray of light. All the confusion in his heart was suppressed, and he felt the heat of the surrounding fog that constantly attacked him. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My purple spirit sea can contain all the power of heaven and earth. Do you think I'm afraid I can't deal with your mere fog? While speaking, Su Yan immediately activated the cultivation method in his body again. Although the moment he absorbed this energy, it was still accompanied by the heat, but this time Su Yan completely ignored it. As Su Yan's cultivation method revolved faster, the scorching heat became more and more intense. In a moment, Su Yan's entire body instantly became like a raging fire, and his whole body and mind suffered a great pain. However, Su Yan had no intention of stopping. While enduring the great pain, Su Yan's cultivation method in his body became faster and faster. The surrounding fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment Su Yan accelerated the circulation of the cultivation technique in his body, it instantly became even more berserk. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. All of a sudden, the clouds of mist within a radius of several tens of miles were set ablaze, turning into raging flames that surrounded Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to escape from the fire. However, as soon as he jumped up, the fire seemed to have eyes and directly surrounded Su Yan. This made Su Yan's chest suddenly surge with anger. Humph, you want to stop me with just anger? Su Yan shouted angrily and immediately waved his hand. Bang! A powerful force erupted from his hand and blasted directly at the fire. Unfortunately, this force poured into the fire. Not only did it not extinguish the fire, but it also made it burn more fiercely. What? This also surprised Su Yan. He tried again and found that as long as he attacked the fire, it would immediately become more intense. Su Yan did not dare to attack rashly, but he was surrounded by the fire. The scorching heat attached to Su Yan's body like thousands of ants biting. Even if Su Yan's concentration was amazing, at this moment, he could not hold back. At the same time, Su Yan could also feel that in this fire, the power in his body was constantly flowing away. This was what shocked Su Yan the most. If this continues, when the spiritual power in my body is exhausted, I'm afraid I will be buried here today. Su Yan muttered to himself, and a cold light immediately surged in his eyes. No, I have to get out of here. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan attacked, the fire could not be extinguished at all. Instead, under the influence of the power in Su Yan's body, it became thicker and thicker, wrapping Su Yan's entire body in it. It was constantly roasting Su Yan. Even if Su Yan's concentration was amazing, he was sweating profusely. At the same time, Su Yan could feel that the bursts of stinging pain constantly penetrated his skin and surged into his heart meridian. This made Su Yan cautious. If it was just a stinging pain, he, who had experienced so many storms, was not afraid. After all, Su Yan's willpower and concentration were enough to endure this pain. However, Su Yan was very clear that if this pain penetrated his skin, that would be another matter altogether. No matter how strong Su Yan's concentration was, he could not endure it. What's more, Su Yan could feel that the power in his body was flowing away faster and faster. With the loss of power, coupled with the roasting of the fire, Su Yan's whole mind became a little absent-minded. At the same time, his whole body became a lot weaker. Even his voice was a little hoarse. Am I going to die here today? Su Yan smiled bitterly. Immediately, there was a flash of light in his eyes. He shouted coldly, I don't believe that I can't break it. As Su Yan spoke, he immediately operated the cultivation method in his body. Under the operation of this cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly found that his power was recovering, and he was suddenly stunned. Recalling the experience just now, Su Yan seemed to understand something. He hurriedly stopped the attack and operated the cultivation method to absorb these flames. With this attempt, the flames instantly penetrated Su Yan's body. Even with Su Yan's willpower, under this great pain, he could not help but scream. The cultivation method in his body also stopped. The moment the cultivation method stopped, Su Yan's power began to flow away again. Am I supposed to absorb all of these flames? Su Yan's eyes became absent-minded. Thinking of the great pain just now, Su Yan still had some lingering fear in his heart. But in his eyes, it seemed that except for this method, there was no other way to get out of this raging fire. Isn't it just pain? Su Yan thought. Immediately, there was a cold snort from his nose, and then the cultivation method in his body began to operate. The moment he operated the cultivation method, the raging fire instantly penetrated Su Yan's body. The burning pain felt like it was going to tear Su Yan's whole body apart. Su Yan's face suddenly became ferocious, and he kept roaring. But this time, Su Yan did not stop the operation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. I don't believe that I can't overcome you. Su Yan roared once again. Under this wave of intense pain, not only did the cultivation technique in his body not stop, but it also started to circulate even faster. The waves of intense pain were like countless needles piercing through Su Yan's body. Su Yan continued to let out low growls, but the cultivation method in his body did not stop circulating. At this time, Su Yan's face was ferocious, and beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. But before the beads of sweat could fall, they dried up in the raging fire. This pain lasted for half an hour. Su Yan was about to give up, when suddenly a familiar power surged in his mind. Su Yan's eyes lit up. This is, peak of the 8th order, I've touched the peak of the 8th order. Su Yan was overjoyed. Under the impact of this joy, the pain in Su Yan's body seemed to have lessened, and the cultivation method in his body began to operate quickly again. 9th order. Su Yan had completely adapted to the pain, and no longer cared. He focused on absorbing the power of the flames. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was operating to the extreme. At the same time, his body was experiencing extreme pain. Su Yan once again let out a low roar, but he did not give up. Ninth order, I must break through to the ninth order in one go. In the midst of the pain, Su Yan let out a cry, and followed the cultivation method in his body to the extreme. The faint barrier to the ninth order was about to appear. Su Yan roared, wanting to break through this barrier. However, at this moment, within the barrier, the pain disappeared, and the surrounding flames also disappeared. No matter how Su Yan's cultivation method revolved, there was not a trace of energy entering his body. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned, opening his eyes to see that the surroundings had returned to normal, and was surprised. Why did the flames disappear? Why did they disappear? Could it be that I've absorbed all of them? Su Yan was puzzled, and he missed the pain just now. At this moment, he hoped that the pain would appear again, because as long as it appeared, he could use it to break through to the ninth order spirit sea realm. However, after Su Yan looked around, the flame that had appeared out of thin air just now disappeared into thin air again. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but feel vexed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would be someone who could withstand the heat of my sky origin raging fire. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 4:16. Su Yan was annoyed because he couldn't break through to the ninth stage of the spirit sea realm. When he heard this laughter, his chest immediately surged with anger. He coldly shouted, "Who is it? Get the hell out here." He had experienced countless life and death situations, and had entered the gates of hell by himself countless times. He had long been trained to be courageous. Moreover, Su Yan already knew that the divine dragon abyss was definitely not a good place, so he wasn't afraid. With a fierce shout, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged, and his eyes emitted a bright light that swept the surroundings. However, he didn't find anyone, which made Su Yan frown. "Huh, boy, I'm right in front of you." At this moment, that laughter rang out again. Su Yan was about to speak, but just as he opened his mouth, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Bang! A bright light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Su Yan. Even with Su Yan's courage, he involuntarily took a step back at the sudden appearance of this figure. After he calmed down and took a good look at the figure in front of him, he furrowed his eyebrows. This person appeared out of thin air. He had red hair and a white beard, and he wore a fiery red robe. On his aged face, there was a pair of bottomless eyes that emitted a faint light, making it impossible for others to see what he was thinking. As for the smile on his face, he was emitting a mysterious aura. With a glance, Su Yan glanced at him. With just a glance, Su Yan felt his heart involuntarily tremble. This made Su Yan greatly shocked. He had never felt this kind of feeling before. Even when facing Yunhe, who was in the dragon realm, he didn't feel this way. However, the old man in front of him gave people a feeling of unease with just a glance. How could Su Yan not be shocked? The old man didn't pay attention to Su Yan's shocked expression. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and nodded in satisfaction. "Boy, not bad. You were actually able to pass through my flame true chi. Who are you?" As he spoke, Su Yan felt a strong aura. Su Yan didn't know how to describe this kind of aura. Just in front of him, Su Yan could not help but feel a strong sense of oppression. The moment he asked this question, Su Yan could not help but take a few steps back. When the old man saw Su Yan's action, he smiled again and said, "Kid, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape." The old man said those words casually. However, there was a domineering aura in his tone. If the old man had not said this, it would have been better. Now that he had said this, Su Yan was a little unconvinced. He could not help but sneer, "Is that so?" when he saw the old man for the first time. Su Yan, on the other hand, felt a terrifying aura. At the same time, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. However, Su Yan did not believe that he could not escape with the blood dragon pupil. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and stepped onto the sword dragon. Without another word, he turned around and ran. When the old man saw Su Yan's actions, the smile on his face became wider. Looking at the speed at which Su Yan leaped away, he stroked his short beard and muttered to himself, "Interesting, interesting." When he finished speaking, Su Yan had already flown hundreds of meters away. Su Yan turned around and looked at the old man. When he saw that the old man was not moving, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. "Arrogant old man, I don't dare to say that I am your opponent, but don't tell me that I can't escape." As Su Yan spoke, he smiled proudly again. He ignored the strange old man and flew forward wholeheartedly. Although Su Yan was conceited, it did not mean that Su Yan was arrogant. The moment the old man appeared, Su Yan felt a strong aura. Although Su Yan could not describe what kind of aura it was because of this that Su Yan felt afraid. At that moment, Su Yan clearly knew that this old man was definitely a dangerous person. Originally, Su Yan wanted to ask who this old man was and why he was in the Divine Dragon Abyss. However, after the old man said those words, Su Yan didn't even care about it. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan realized that his decision was very wise. Thinking back to that terrifying aura, Su Yan still had some lingering fear. He could not help but turn around to take a look. He saw that the old man moved. With a single step, he was dozens of meters away. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he felt that his decision was very wise. Looking at the old man's speed, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated his cultivation method and leaped forward. When Su Yan took a look, he was stunned. This speed. Su Yan looked at the old man leaping over in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. In just a moment, the old man had already appeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned. After a long time, he regained his senses. However, his eyes were still filled with incomparable shock. "Kid, I said that if I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to escape from my hands." The old man looked at the stunned Su Yan and said calmly. When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he regained his senses and said with a surprised face, "Shrinking. Shrinking earth into an inch." When the old man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but laugh. "Oh, not bad. Kid, you have some knowledge. You should be convinced now." I'm convinced." Su Yan was really convinced. Shrinking earth into an inch was beyond the dragon realm and even the honorable realm. The honorable realm. When Su Yan thought about it, his body could not help but tremble. That was an existence that surpassed the legends. Who exactly was this old man? The old man looked at Su Yan's expression and thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He said, "Kid, don't be afraid. I don't mean to hurt you." When Su Yan heard this, he regained his senses from the shock. When he looked at the old man, his eyes could not help but surge with a burning desire. This was a legendary figure. It was also the strength that Su Yan had always been chasing after. "Kid, what year is it now?" When the old man saw that Su Yan's expression had become gentler, he asked. "What year?" When Su Yan heard the old man's question, he could not help but be stunned. However, he still told the old man the current year. Looking at the old man, Su Yan also put away the skill that was originally jumping around. Because just like what the old man said, if he wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, all of Su Yan's resistance was powerless. If that was the case, what was there to resist for? Originally, when Su Yan stood in front of the old man, he was still a little afraid. However, now he was calm because he could not resist at all. Being afraid was useless. The old man did not care about Su Yan's expression. When he heard Su Yan mention the current year, he sighed, 8,000 years. A whole 8,000 years. When Su Yan heard the old man's sigh, he frowned. 8,000 years. This old man had actually lived for 8,000 years. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. This old man had lived for 8,000 years. How could he have stayed in the divine dragon abyss for so long? Based on his strength alone, in the 5 counties, then, Su Yan could not imagine what would happen if this old man appeared in the 5 counties. When he saw the old man stop sighing, Su Yan could not help but ask curiously, "Senior, have you been in the divine dragon abyss for the past 8,000 years?" When the old man heard Su Yan's question, he immediately understood the meaning of Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, "Kid, are you going to ask me why I am here after living for 8,000 years? When Su Yan saw that his intention was seen through, he could not help but blush with shame. Then, he nodded his head. "I have not lived for 8,000 years. I have been dead for 8,000 years. What? Dead?" When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he was stunned. A dead person actually had such powerful strength. This was the world of martial artists. The world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. Many experts would leave behind their memories and remnant souls after death. Su Yan had long since become accustomed to such occurrences. After all, the Buddha saint and sword sage that Su Yan met were remnant souls. It was also because of this that Su Yan was surprised. Because even if those people were remnant souls, the state that they presented was illusory, giving people a vague feeling. They would not be like the old man in front of him, who was a real existence. When the old man saw Su Yan's surprised expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, don't be surprised. This world is so big. There are too many things that you don't know. You should tell me about the situation of the entire Gan territory." Oh. When Su Yan heard the old man's words, he nodded his head and told him everything that he knew. When he talked about something that was vague, the old man would ask. The things that the old man asked were things that everyone in the 5 counties knew. Su Yan did not hide anything and told him everything that he knew. In the end, he even told him that he asked him to enter the divine dragon abyss. Divine dragon abyss. However, when the old man heard the divine dragon abyss, he couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, interesting. I didn't expect that my burial place would have such a nice name. How desolate is the Gan territory." The old man sighed and said, "It's no wonder. Even the Buddha sword sect has declined. How could the Gan territory not be desolate?" When Su Yan heard the old man's sigh, he was surprised. In particular, when he heard the old man say that the divine dragon abyss was his burial place, he was even more shocked. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about the old man's identity. "Senior, can I ask you a question?" Although Su Yan's heart had relaxed, it did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid of this old man. After all, Su Yan did not want to die so early, so he was very careful when he asked. Chapter 4:17. After saying that, the old man glanced at Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to ask, he said, "Kid, you can call me the Flame Venerable." Flame Venerable. Su Yan originally wanted to search for information about these mythical figures in his memory. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything. After all, Su Yan's memory was too limited. Looking at the Flame Venerable, Su Yan also wanted to know how such a powerful figure like him had fallen. How strong was the world in the past? Why was it so depressed now? Senior. Su Yan wanted to ask the Flame Venerable. However, before he could ask, the Flame Venerable waved his hand and interrupted him. "Kid, don't ask about the past. With your current strength, you don't have the ability to know. On the contrary, it won't do you any good if you know." Oh. Su Yan was a little disappointed when he heard the Flame Venerable's words. However, he still accepted it. Su Yan remembered that the Buddha Venerable had already told him about these things when he had received the inheritance of the Buddha sword sect. Okay. The Flame Venerable nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions. Of course, he also noticed Su Yan's disappointed expression at the same time. He smiled and said, "Kid, although I can't tell you what happened in the past, I can tell you that the Qian territory didn't have the 5 counties and the Zheozhou continent in the past." What? Su Yan's eyes widened when he heard the Flame Venerable's words. In Su Yan's memory, the entire Qian territory was divided into the Zheozhou continent and the 5 counties. The Flame Venerable already knew about the current situation of the entire Qian territory from his conversation with Su Yan. Therefore, he understood Su Yan's surprise. However, when he saw Su Yan's surprised expression, he smiled and said, "Kid, don't be confused. When you reach a certain level, you will know that what you need to do now is to quickly improve your strength." When Su Yan heard the words of the Flame Martial Highness, he could not help but feel displeased. He cursed in his heart, "Do I even need you to say that? Who doesn't want to improve their strength quickly? Do you think it's easy to just talk about it?" The Flame Venerable looked at Su Yan's disappointed expression and laughed again. "Kid, don't you want to obtain some benefits from me?" Benefits. When Su Yan heard the words of the Fiery Venerable, his eyes lit up. The moment he looked at the Fiery Venerable, his eyes became even more scorching. "Senior, are you intending to?" This was not the first time Su Yan had received the power of remnant souls. He was well aware of how miraculous that power was. If the Flame Reverend were to bless him, then he, Su Yan, simply could not believe what kind of realm he would step into. First order of radius, second order of radius, or even dragon transformation. As Su Yan thought about it, his face was filled with excitement. However, this excitement was extinguished in less than half a breath's time. The Flame Venerable looked at Su Yan and said coldly, "Kid, don't think too much. If you want to obtain my power, you will still have to pay the price." These words instantly extinguished the excitement in Su Yan's heart. This shocked Su Yan even more. Looking at the mysterious look of the Flame Venerable, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior, what price do I have to pay?" "Kid, don't be anxious. Since you are fated to encounter my flame formation and have passed it, it means that you and I are fated to meet. I will not harm you. However, in order to not be disturbed, I have set up many traps in my burial ground. Now, even I am unable to break these traps. Therefore, if you want to obtain my power inheritance, you will have to break through these traps." Traps. When Su Yan heard what the Flame Venerable said, he was stunned. Then, he calmed down. After all, Su Yan knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If it was so easy for him to obtain the power inheritance, Su Yan would be a little worried. After calming down, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He looked at the Flame Venerable and said, "Senior, tell me. What are the traps?" When the Flame Venerable saw how confident Su Yan was, his admiration for Su Yan increased. He nodded and said, "All right, follow me." As he spoke, the Flame Venerable led the way. Su Yan did not hesitate. The moment the Flame Venerable walked out, he followed him. Very soon, the two of them arrived at a place. In this place, there was nothing in the surroundings. There was no mystery to speak of. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at the Flame Venerable and asked, "Senior, this is..." The Flame Venerable naturally knew what Su Yan meant. He smiled and said, "The danger is always in the calm. Don't underestimate this place. You will know when you walk forward." "Oh." When Su Yan heard what the Flame Venerable said, he couldn't help but nod. Then, he followed the Flame Venerable and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. It was exactly the same as when Su Yan stepped into the Divine Dragon Abyss. Boundless fog surged over. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. "Lad, actually, the moment you encountered the flame formation, you have already activated the mechanism of my tomb. Right now, this is the first mechanism. I have named it the Great Spirit Formation. If you want to pass through this stage, you must defeat all the spirits that appear later on. While Su Yan was feeling shocked, the Flame Reverend explained to him. Spirit Formation. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Then, he put away his previous calmness. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body started to circulate slowly. A ray of light surged in his eyes as he walked carefully in the fog. Swoosh, just as Su Yan took a few steps forward, there was suddenly a clear sound in the fog. When Su Yan heard the sound, his body shook. Then, he quickly jumped up and took a few steps back to avoid the attack. When Su Yan stopped, he saw the appearance of the thing clearly. It looked neither human nor ghost, like a floating cloud. When Su Yan saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. He patted his storage bag and took out the Ghost Howl sword. When the Ghost Howl sword was taken out, there was an instant burst of shrill ghost howls. At the same time, Su Yan quickly circulated the cultivation method in his body. He waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. Instantly, the Ghost Howl sword released a black fog. The black fog turned into a ray of light and directly attacked the spirit. With a loud bang, the specter was directly shattered. Su Yan smiled slightly and said, "Is that all? Kid, don't be happy so early." Before he was happy, he heard the Flame Venerable floating in the air say, "What?" When Su Yan heard his words, he was stunned. While he was in a daze, the specter that he had just destroyed suddenly exploded, and with a bang, it turned into countless specters and directly pounced on Su Yan. What's going on? Su Yan was suddenly shocked and quickly retreated. However, just as he retreated, the spirits instantly entangled and directly surrounded Su Yan. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws and pounced on Su Yan. Although there wasn't much spiritual power fluctuation. However, Su Yan could feel that the moment these spirits floated over, there was a faint trace of power. Su Yan knew that this power wouldn't cause him any harm. Of course, it wouldn't cause him any harm. It was just one spirit. What about thousands of spirits? Enough ants could kill an elephant. When Su Yan saw the densely packed spirits surrounding him, his scalp suddenly went numb. He didn't dare to be careless. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and the Ghost Howl sword in his hand swept out. Instantly, a ray of light swept out like a wave. Bang! Bang! These sword lights collided with the spirits and instantly burst out a series of loud sounds. Countless spirits exploded under Su Yan's sweep. When the Flame Sage saw this scene in mid-air, he couldn't help but nod approvingly. Not bad, not bad. The attack speed and power are strong enough, but it's not enough. When the Flame Sage's voice sounded, the broken specters instantly exploded, turning into countless specters once again. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000, 1,000 turned into 1,000. No matter how many spirits Su Yan destroyed, the number of spirits increased countless times. Su Yan's scalp instantly went numb when he saw this. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that these spirits were never as easy to deal with as he thought. They couldn't be killed. Moreover, if they were killed, they would become even more. There was simply no way to deal with them. Su Yan could only dodge and keep dodging. However, there were simply too many spirits. Just as Su Yan dodged, he was surrounded by another group of spirits. Moreover, these spirits were extremely fast. The moment Su Yan was surrounded, he was also surrounded. "Senior, how do we kill these spirits?" Su Yan couldn't help but ask the Flame Sage in a hurry. However, the Flame Sage was pretending to be asleep and didn't care about Su Yan at all. This made Su Yan a little angry. This mechanism was clearly set up by him, but why didn't this old man tell him the secret to passing through this stage? Su Yan's anger also ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. "I don't believe that I can't break this formation today." Su Yan roared and his body suddenly leaped up. The sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly and the ghost howl sword in his hand danced. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body continuously flowed into the ghost howl sword. Suddenly, the black ghost howl sword surged with countless rays of light. The rays of light instantly turned into countless blades that revolved around the ghost howl sword. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Su Yan roared and the ghost howl sword in his hand instantly slashed towards the spirits. Bang! 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 Countless swords rained down on these ghosts. In an instant, the entire ground started to tremble. Countless rays of light burst out. Chapter 4:18. Bang! Right after the words of the flame reverend left his mouth, the spirits that had been struck down by Su Yan's torrential rain of pear blossoms immediately leaped up and scattered. They were revived once again. Furthermore, there were tens of times more of them than before. Su Yan didn't care about the flame sage. He looked at the spirits that were resurrected in front of him and felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, Su Yan was even a little angry. Of course, although he was angry, Su Yan knew that he had to remain rational and calm. With Su Yan's current strength, he could at most use the torrential storm of pear blossoms twice. That was already his limit. But now, it was obvious that the torrential storm of pear blossoms was useless against these spirits. Even if Su Yan used the torrential storm of pear blossoms, it wouldn't help. Instead, it would only increase the number of spirits. Looking at the densely packed spirits that were surrounding him, Su Yan simply put away the ghost howl sword and stepped on the sword dragon to avoid the attacks. That's right, Su Yan chose to delay. Since he couldn't afford to provoke them, why couldn't he just hide? Moreover, Su Yan believed that since the flame sage said that this was a mechanism that led to his burial place, there must be a way to break it. While Su Yan was dodging, he was also secretly observing these specters, trying to find a way to break this specter trap. However, these spirits were floating around and there was nothing around. There was no flaw at all. Moreover, these spirits weren't slow. If Su Yan didn't have the blood dragon pupil, he would have been caught by these spirits. Even so, Su Yan found it more and more difficult to dodge. After all, Su Yan had used up a lot of his spiritual power from the previous attacks. No, I have to find a way to break it. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan frowned and quickly jumped up. He tried to rush to the highest point to look down on the spirits. However, as soon as Su Yan moved, bang, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and those ghosts suddenly became berserk. They constantly pounced on Su Yan, and their speed was several times faster than before. What's going on? Su Yan was shocked. Brat, stop your pointless struggle. Since it's come to this, I'll tell you. These ghosts of mine can't be defeated, and they don't have the slightest flaw, unless you can endure their attacks. Just as Su Yan was feeling apprehensive, he heard the flame supremacy beside him speak. Endure their attacks. When Su Yan heard the words of the flame reverend, he was immediately stunned. Following which, a glint surged within his eyes as a cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Can I endure it? Immediately, Su Yan stopped dodging and allowed the ghosts to attack him. These specters were not strong, and their attacks were not strong either. Their strength lay in their numbers. As the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. When one specter pounced on him, it was fine. However, as more and more specters pounced on him, Su Yan suddenly felt a great pain in his body. Originally, Su Yan's body was only that big. Even if all the specters attached themselves to Su Yan's body, they would only cover his entire body. However, these specters were extremely strange. As they continued to stack on top of each other, the pain that Su Yan felt became more and more intense. As more and more specters pounced on him, Su Yan's originally slightly good face immediately turned ferocious. Ah, Even though he had gone through so many hardships, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a cry as he was being devoured by thousands of specters. The Flame Supremacy looked at Su Yan's painful expression and there was no change in his expression. Instead, there was a slight smile, as if the hardships that Su Yan was going through had nothing to do with him. Ah! Su Yan once again let out a tragic roar. The muscles all over his body began to twitch as if his entire body was about to explode. This pain surpassed anything else. Moreover, the specters were still increasing and stacking on top of each other. The pain was also increasing. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, his mind was a little dazed under this immense pain. He even regretted coming here for no reason. Why did he have to get involved in this mess? He was the palace master of the Monster Palace and the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. What did the destruction of the 5 counties have to do with him? He should have stayed in the Monster Palace and thought about how to open the 10,000 demons ancient tree to increase his cultivation. But now, why did he come here? Why, under the waves of intense pain, Su Yan's consciousness became more and more blurred, and he even began to hallucinate. When the Flame Supremacy saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, it seems that you are still a little weak. Ah, just as the Flame Supremacy finished speaking, Su Yan, who was about to faint, suddenly let out a murmur. When the Flame Supremacy heard Su Yan's murmur, a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes. No, I can't die here. Absolutely not. Under the waves of intense pain, Su Yan gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression and murmured in his heart, "No, I can't die here. Absolutely not. Who am I? I am Su Yan. I am the palace master of the Monster Palace and the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. How can I be defeated by some mere specters? No, absolutely not." Ah, Su Yan murmured in his heart and suddenly let out a roar. Bang! With a loud bang, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The frosty rays of light penetrated Su Yan's entire body and enveloped him. Bang! 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 Under this, the specters attached to Su Yan's body let out a series of loud noises and then exploded. Plop! In the meantime, Su Yan also fell to the ground and panted heavily. When the Flame Supremacy saw this, he was stunned at first and then laughed. Interesting, interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a strong defense. Not bad, not bad. Su Yan panted heavily. When he saw that all the specters around him had disappeared, he was relieved. His entire body went limp and directly lay on the ground. At this moment, the Flame Supremacy came in front of him. When he saw the Flame Supremacy, Su Yan was shocked. This was because the Flame Supremacy had just said that there was more than one such mechanism. Right now, he had exhausted all of his spiritual energy and did not have a trace of strength. He was afraid that any one of them could end his life. Not to mention, he did not know what kind of mechanism he would face next. "Ha, little brat, don't be afraid. The mechanism that I set up is not that humane. Since you have passed this stage, you will receive the reward for this stage." When the Flame Paragon saw the panicked expression on Su Yan's face, he smiled and said, "Reward." When Su Yan heard his words, he was stunned. At this moment, countless white specters suddenly appeared on the ground. Su Yan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, right now, he had exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Even with the Blood Dragon pupil, he could not outrun these specters. Could it be that I can't escape this tribulation? Su Yan could not help but bitterly smile. He could only let these white specters pounce on him. When these specters touched Su Yan's body shook. Su Yan was startled for a moment before his eyes lit up. Spiritual energy, this is spiritual energy. Su Yan was overjoyed. What he lacked now was power. Immediately, he did not care too much and sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated and absorbed the power of these white specters. The flame supremacy was standing beside Su Yan. He had seen Su Yan's change of expression just now. Seeing Su Yan's current appearance, he smiled again and said, "Boy, I have already said that you will receive the reward after passing this level. Why are you still so panicked?" Su Yan was completely intoxicated by the power at this moment. He did not answer the flame supremacy's words. Instead, he constantly circulated the cultivation method in his body to absorb the power. In the flame mist just now, Su Yan had reached the peak of the 8th stage spiritual sea realm. He even touched the bottleneck of the 9th stage spiritual sea realm. It was a pity that the power disappeared, so Su Yan could not break through the 9th stage spiritual sea realm. Su Yan was disappointed in his heart. Now that he encountered this power again, Su Yan naturally would not be polite. This time, I will definitely break through the 9th stage. When Su Yan absorbed the power, his eyes emitted a sense of determination. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. All the blood vessels in his body opened up. 9th stage. 9th stage, the moment the power entered, Su Yan could clearly feel that the blood vessels in his body were expanding and his spiritual sea was expanding. Under the continuous absorption of power, Su Yan suddenly let out a cry. Bang! With a loud sound, a ray of light burst out from Su Yan's body and rushed to the sky. A wave of power spread out. Su Yan's entire body leaped up in an instant. With a shout, he waved his hand, and a wave of pure energy rippled out. 9th stage spiritual sea realm, is this the strength of the 9th stage spiritual sea realm? Su Yan clenched his fists and his eyes emitted a light of excitement. When the cultivation method in his body circulated again, the power had disappeared. Su Yan could not help but feel a little regretful. Alas, it seems that the power needed for each level is greater. Such pure power only helped me to reach the 9th stage spiritual sea realm and could not advance any further. Su Yan felt a little regretful. The flame supremacy's figure suddenly floated over. Looking at Su Yan's expression, he scolded with a smile, "Kid, you should be content. So many people spend decades to reach the 9th stage, but you achieved it in just a moment. You are still not satisfied." Chapter 419. The surrounding waves were too fast. Moreover, Su Yan was still stuck in them. Countless waves pounced on Su Yan at the same time like ferocious beasts. His speed was as fast as lightning. Even though Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, he couldn't be faster than them. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan stood there and bit his lips. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I have to calm down. Calm down. Since the flame supremacy said that this is a test of intelligence, then there is definitely a way to break through it. Su Yan looked at the waves that kept surging towards him, and simply gave up on resisting. He knew clearly that with such a powerful attack and such a fast speed, there was no way he could resist it. He had no power to resist at all. He could only calm down. Only by finding the loophole of the formation would he have a chance to survive. These waves of attacks were like thousands of soldiers and horses charging towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan remained calm and composed. There was not the slightest change in his expression. Only his eyes were constantly blooming with that resplendent radiance. When the flame reverend saw Su Yan's calm expression, he couldn't help but sigh, with such a determined mind, "You are going to die here. What a pity, what a pity." The flame reverend looked at the waves pouncing on Su Yan and shook his head in pity. When he saw that the power of the waves was about to pierce through Su Yan's body, the flame reverend felt even more pity. He also knew that Su Yan would not be able to avoid this tribulation. Sigh. The flame reverend shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to leave, a loud bang was heard. Su Yan, who was surrounded by the waves, suddenly leaped up. His eyes glowed brightly and he waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. The ghost howl sword continuously surged with strong spiritual power. As he waved his hand, bang, the first wave that attacked Su Yan's body immediately exploded. When the Flame Reverend saw this, he was stunned at first. Then, he laughed out loud and said, "Good lad. I didn't expect you to be able to see through the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at the very last moment. So that's how it is, that's how it is." When Su Yan, who was surrounded by countless waves, saw that his attack was effective, his eyes involuntarily surged with excitement. This time, Su Yan no longer had any worries. This was because he had found a flaw in the formation. Looking at the surging power, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Under this smile, Su Yan really admired the ability of the Flame Reverend. He was actually able to come up with such a complicated formation. If it wasn't for his experience and knowledge, coupled with his calmness, he might really have died here today. "Break for me!" Su Yan roared and the spiritual power in his body burst out. Bang, bang, as the power in his body burst out, the waves around him were constantly broken. The waves were pushed out one after another. The power of the waves turned into an attack and was instantly broken. At the same time, after the waves were broken, they suddenly surged and turned into waves of power. With Su Yan as the center, they surged into his body. Power. Su Yan felt the fluctuation of power around him. His eyes suddenly surged with excitement. With the experience just now, Su Yan naturally knew that this was the reward for breaking the formation. Su Yan naturally did not have the slightest bit of courtesy. He immediately sat down cross-legged and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly followed. Su Yan's cultivation speed was much faster than others. Furthermore, under the crazy circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, the surrounding power instantly formed a whirlpool and drilled into Su Yan's body. Sphere of precepts, sphere of precepts. Feeling the pure power around him, Su Yan's eyes instantly bloomed with excitement. At the same time, the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body instantly sped up. Especially when he felt the spirit sea in his body constantly expanding, Su Yan's heart was even more excited. Sphere of precepts. Thinking of this, Su Yan's face showed an unconcealable excitement. This was the realm that many people in the 5 continents dreamed of. This was the symbol of a generation of experts. Many times, Su Yan had fantasized about stepping into the sphere of precepts and comprehending the power of precepts that belonged to him. This moment was finally about to be achieved. How could Su Yan not be excited? Sphere of precepts, sphere of precepts. As Su Yan thought about it, a look of longing appeared in his eyes. This was especially true when he came into contact with the barrier of the sphere of precepts. Su Yan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only the cultivation technique in his body continued to circulate. However, just as Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was circulating madly, Su Yan suddenly felt that he could no longer absorb the surrounding power. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Su Yan could clearly feel the fluctuations of the surrounding power. However, he could not absorb it. This surprised Su Yan. Step into the sphere of precepts to be a martial artist. Suddenly, Reverend Flame's voice drifted into Su Yan's mind. Then, Reverend Flame appeared before Su Yan. Step into the sphere of precepts to be a martial artist. Su Yan was not surprised by Reverend Flame's sudden appearance. Reverend Flame had always been here. Moreover, Reverend Flame's strength itself was mysterious enough. Therefore, Su Yan was not surprised by Reverend Flame's appearance. Instead, he muttered to himself, thinking about what Reverend Flame meant. Originally, Su Yan thought that since Reverend Flame said so, he would definitely explain it to him. However, Reverend Flame did not. Instead, he chuckled and said to Su Yan, "Kid, not bad. You were actually able to break the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at the last moment. Right now, Su Yan was most concerned about what Reverend Flame said. How could he be in the mood to discuss this with him? However, Su Yan thought that every expert had their own strange temperament. He was worried that if he ignored Reverend Flame, he would get angry. Therefore, when he heard Reverend Flame's words, Suya controlled his temper and smiled. "Senior, I was just lucky." Lucky, what a lucky move. Reverend Flame naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't lucky. To be able to see through the flaw of the illusory ocean formation at such a crucial moment, how could that be a lucky move? One must know that the illusory ocean formation wasn't just an illusion. It also tested one's intelligence. If it wasn't for Su Yan seeing through the principle of the illusory ocean formation at the last moment, Su Yan would have already died here. How could he be standing here right now? As the one who set up the formation, Reverend Flame was all too clear about the difficulty of breaking this formation. Therefore, Reverend Flame was more and more appreciative of Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan's absent-minded appearance, he immediately understood the distress in Su Yan's heart. He laughed. "Kid, don't be troubled. Although there is pure energy here, you have already entered the peak of the spiritual sea realm. If you want to break through the sphere of precepts, you must comprehend your own sphere of precepts." Sphere of precepts. When Su Yan heard Reverend Flame's words, he was stunned at first. Then, he was enlightened. Looking at the pure energy that was floating around him, Su Yan couldn't absorb it at that moment. He instantly felt that it was a pity. "Kid, I didn't intend to give you any pointers initially. However, as you have broken through 2 of my traps, I will tell you about the real world of martial artists now." Just then, Reverend Flame opened his mouth and said to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Reverend Flame's words, he was stunned. The real world of martial artists. Wasn't the world that Su Yan was in at the moment the world of martial artists? How could there be a real world of martial artists then? Although Su Yan didn't think that he knew everything in the world, at least he had stayed in this world for such a long time. Although he didn't know much about the world of experts, when it came to the world of martial artists, Su Yan felt that he could understand it. Therefore, when he heard Reverend Flame's words, Su Yan was a little unhappy. How wise was Reverend Flame? He could see Su Yan's unhappiness at a glance. However, he didn't care about him and said, "In the realm of martial artists, from the spirit-gathering realm to the spiritual sea realm is only the sphere of precepts. Gathering the power of heaven and earth as one, turning the power of heaven and earth into one's own power, you can say that you have stepped into a new world of martial artists. You can open a new world of martial artists." Su Yan was stunned once again. He wanted to ask Reverend Flame what he meant by that. Just as he was about to ask Reverend Flame again, he heard Reverend Flame say, "Kid, let me tell you something. Only when you step into the sphere of precepts can you truly open a new world of martial artists. Your path of cultivation has just begun. The path of cultivation has just begun." Su Yan suddenly smiled and said, "Senior, what you said is too far-fetched. You should know that the sphere of precepts is enough to be considered an expert. How can you say that the path of cultivation has just begun? An expert." When the Flame Reverend heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, what a joke, what a joke. I didn't expect that a mere square circle state could actually be considered an expert. What a joke, what a joke." The martial artists in the 5 counties were very clear about what the sphere of precepts represented. Su Yan had been working hard for this. Now that he was about to step into the sphere of precepts, he was being criticized so badly. Su Yan was naturally unhappy. When Reverend Flame saw Su Yan's expression, he naturally knew what he was thinking. He was a little disdainful. However, when he thought of Su Yan's description of the Gone Border continent, Reverend Flame understood. He sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh, kid, I can't blame you for this. In fact, even I didn't think that the entire Gone Border would be so desolate." Reverend Flame raised his head and looked at the sky. "Kid, in view of the strength of the next test, you have to step into the sphere of precepts. Let me tell you what a true world of experts is. Chapter 420. When the memory entered Su Yan's mind, he was first at a loss, then he was shocked. The moment he sank into this memory, a raging fire suddenly erupted. The raging fire was like a snake, soaring under the sky, almost competing with the sun between heaven and earth. Among the thousands of fire snakes, a person stood proudly, looking forward. He just stood there, but it was as if the whole world was rotating with him as the center. It was as if he could lift the sun and the moon. In front of him, there was a person in black. This person had a gloomy and dark aura around him, giving people the feeling that he was the weeping of ghosts. Even though Su Yan was only a bystander in this memory, he could still feel the terrifying aura rising between the two parties. Just this aura alone had probably exceeded the limits of what he could bear. Is this a real powerhouse? Just by looking at his face, he knew that the person standing in the flames was the flame supremacy. As for the person opposite him, Su Yan also felt a trace of familiarity. He should be the devil sect powerhouse. The confrontation between the two parties had already caused countless storms. The raging fire and the black demonic aura were all swept into it, forming an extremely terrifying vortex of destruction. When the vortex was at its thickest, the confrontation between the two parties finally began. If it wasn't because he was reading the memory, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have been able to see the movements of the two people clearly. Because the power of the two parties could no longer be described with common sense. To be precise, whether it was the flame supremacy or his enemy, their every move seemed to have begun to merge with the world. Suddenly, Su Yan remembered the flame supremacy's words, gather the power of heaven and earth as one, turn the power of heaven and earth into one's own power. Is this a battle between powerhouses? Su Yan was in a daze. It wasn't the first time he had fought with powerhouses of the area. However, whether it was Lei Wanjun or the other powerhouses of the area, none of them could compare to the two parties in this memory. They were all powerhouses of the area, but the gap between them was so big. When they raised their hands, the sky danced wildly. When their fists landed, it was as if the entire spirit sea followed. Each and every move of his contained immense might. It was as if he had grasped the entire world in his hands. The two sides clashed once again. This time, even if Su Yan were to concentrate, he would not be able to comprehend the power within it. Enter the perimeter, form the heavens and the earth, condense the 6 mountains. The so-called perimeter was to use one's body as a circle and the heaven and earth as a square. The perimeter was horizontal, and the heaven and earth were in one's heart. The powerful cultivators of Fengyuan can condense 6 layers of mountains, and each mountain is a stage. If the 6 mountains are condensed, the heaven and earth will be formed. While Su Yan was still in shock, the voice of the flame reverend rang out in his mind once again. Every sentence was deeply shaken into Su Yan's heart. This is the memory of when I fought with the devil sect elite when I was in the 6 heavenly mountains. What do you think of my strength then? He is extremely powerful and domineering. I'm afraid he is not inferior to a dragon realm elite. Su Yan said directly. Such power was already the most powerful power he had ever seen. Ha ha ha. The flame reverend laughed wildly. Then, he suddenly stopped and said, nonsense. A dragon realm elite is an existence that can kill a real dragon. The power of a real dragon is difficult to control. If this is all you have, wouldn't you be a laughingstock? I have already said that the perimeter is the beginning of cultivation. You said that there are only a few dragon realm cultivators in the Qian realm today, and that a perimeter elite can become the leader of a sect. Humph, let me tell you, that was only a duel when I had just entered the cultivation realm. Back then, there were as many perimeters as dogs in the Qian realm, but it is definitely not something you can imagine. Just the Buddha sword sect alone has more than 1,000. What? Ho-E was shocked when he heard the flame reverend's words. More than 1,000 perimeters. If all the experts of the Shangqian Fengyuan gathered together, it would be a terrifying force. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. Shocked? The Buddha sword sect was famous and glorious back then. Was it a lie to say that the sword was out of the Buddha? The Flame Reverend said slowly. Speaking of this, there was actually a boundless yearning in his words. Su Yan could naturally feel the reverence in his words. The Qian realm is actually so strong. Just the Buddha sword sect alone has more than 1,000 perimeters. Then, the entire Qian realm must be countless. No wonder the Flame Reverend said that. That is the world of the truly strong. Unknowingly, Su Yan's blood began to boil. He had been searching for the pinnacle of the sword all his life. If he could be born in such an era, he would be able to fight with so many experts. The current me is still too weak. Su Yan muttered to himself. However, there was no decadence or confusion in his eyes. There was only determination. In his previous life, he was a sword saint. In this life, he would definitely stand at the top of the mountain and look down on all heroes. Now you know what the world of the strong is? The Flame Reverend looked at Su Yan and asked with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Su Yan naturally understood. He also knew that the world of the truly strong was probably even more powerful than he imagined. Senior, you said before that you would help me reach the boundary of square. Please guide me. At this moment, Su Yan had become extremely respectful. Any expert should be respected, not to mention this old man in front of him who had given him pointers. Not bad. You are humble and polite. I like it. This old man has already said that if you want to enter the next stage, you must reach the boundary. Otherwise, not to mention passing through the next stage, you will be crushed to death by the world energy that is as heavy as a mountain once you enter. But, do you know how to reach the boundary of square? The Flame Reverend asked directly. Before Su Yan could open his mouth, the Flame Reverend sighed softly and said, Fine. Since this old man has already said so, I will give you some pointers again. As soon as he finished speaking, another spiritual light appeared and imprinted itself into Su Yan's mind. As the spiritual light entered his mind, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He focused all his attention. Suddenly, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. The blazing serpent spread its wings and flew. The boundless sky seemed to have been occupied by the blazing serpent. Su Yan understood that the blazing serpent was formed by the Flame Reverend's celestial form. In the boundless flames, a figure stood calmly. It was the Flame Reverend from back then. Su Yan immediately understood that it was when the Flame Reverend had attacked the boundary of square. The Flame Reverend, who looked calm, was the source of the flames. Beneath his feet was a boundless ocean, an ocean of flames. This is the Flame Reverend's spirit sea. It's really terrifying. The vast spirit sea was filled with flames. Facing such a spirit sea, even Su Yan had to admit that the Flame Reverend was powerful. He had reached the 9th level of the Sea of Souls realm not long ago and his spirit sea was boundless. However, compared to this spirit sea, he was still far from it. The power of my spirit sea is already strong. After reaching the 9th level, I can already rival a 3rd level expert of the boundary of square. However, facing the Flame Reverend in such a state, I will definitely lose. For him to be able to become a reverend, he is indeed talented. However, my spirit sea has just been condensed and he has already completed it and started to attack the boundary of square. If we are at the same level, Su Yan will definitely not lose to him. Su Yan's expression became more serious, but he was even more focused. He focused all his attention on the Flame Reverend. The Flame Reverend directly projected the scene of him advancing to the boundary of square into his mind. This was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. At this moment, the blazing fire spirit sea was churning non-stop. Above the sky, thousands of blazing serpents suddenly started to descend. The blazing serpents were the celestial form. At this moment, thousands of blazing serpents actually rushed into the spirit sea. He wants to merge the celestial form with the spirit sea. Is he crazy? Su Yan was shocked by this. To actually use the celestial form to attack the spirit sea, this action was simply crazy. The celestial form and the spirit sea are clashing. No, the power of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth as a square, one's body as a circle. Merging and connecting will form a circle. I understand now. To be able to gather the power of heaven and earth as one and transform it into one's own power, one must be able to accommodate the power of heaven and earth. When the celestial form and the spirit sea merge, one can build a world within one's body. When the world within one's body is formed, one can use one's body as the center and connect with heaven and earth. Once the boundary of square is formed, one's every move will have the power of heaven and earth. Brilliant, this is really a brilliant plan. Su Yan suddenly thought of this point, and his mind immediately surged. He finally understood what the true boundary of square was. Only then could one be truly powerful. Even if Lei Wanjun and the others were at the boundary of square, he could still deal with them. Now that he had reached the 9th level, he was even confident that he could defeat Lei Wanjun directly. This was because his own purple spirit sea could condense such a huge amount of power. However, at this moment, he knew that although Lei Wanjun's power was strong, it was not perfect. He had the power of square, but he did not have the will of square. If the flame supremacy attacked, even if it was only at the boundary of square, his terrifying realm of merging with the will of heaven and earth could make him have no way out. Even if he was riding on the sword dragon and had the support of the purple spirit sea. Even if he had the powerful sun-colored glazed sword and the torrential pear blossom storm and other all-creation battle techniques, he was still not a match for Lei Wanjun. This was the strength of the true boundary of square. I understand now, I understand now. In order to achieve square, one must first form heaven and earth, then manifest the celestial form and merge with the spirit sea to form a square heaven and earth. This is the key to entering the true boundary of square. After understanding this point, Su Yan immediately felt comfortable in his heart. He only felt that there was a powerful aura rolling continuously in his body. Chapter 421. Oh. You have figured out the crux of the matter so quickly? Huh, let me see how far you can go. The flame venerable muttered to himself. Huh, let me see how far you can go. The flame venerable said softly. And at this moment, Su Yan had already made his move. Since he wanted to achieve the strongest celestial form, he had to make his spiritual sea reach the most perfect state. Only then could he achieve the strongest celestial form after fusion. If it was before, he would feel that he was already very strong. In the spiritual sea realm, he was able to cross realms and fight against experts like Lei Wanjun. However, after seeing the memory that the flame venerable pointed out, the slight sense of superiority in his heart had long been shattered. He knew that if he were to fight against the devil sect people in the flame venerable's memory, he would definitely not be able to win. He would not even have the chance to escape. At this moment, he was facing the experts from the devil sect. It was a matter of life and death. He could not rely on luck. First, condense the celestial form, then expand the spiritual sea, and finally merge the celestial form. Su Yan had a plan in mind and started to act. There was extremely pure spiritual qi here. The reason why he could not absorb it previously was because he wanted to use the spiritual qi to break through the celestial form realm. However, he had already reached the spiritual sea realm. If he wanted to break through the celestial form realm, it would be impossible to rely on the spiritual qi here. Hence, he could not absorb it. But now, he used the power of the celestial form and used the spiritual qi to extract it. The celestial form realm is divided into the sun, moon, and star realms. However, when the flame venerable used it earlier, he had already turned the celestial form into a raging fire serpent. This is definitely not an illusion technique, but the condensation of the celestial form's power. Since the Flame Venerable could do it, there is no reason why I, Su Yan, can't do it. Rich spiritual qi suddenly gushed in and Su Yan's celestial form power was activated. This energy was misty, but it was extremely powerful. It was much stronger than ordinary people. However, Su Yan knew that his opponent was not ordinary. This level was not enough. The Flame Venerable turned the celestial form into a raging fire serpent because he was good at using fire. Raging fire is the Tao in his heart. The Tao in my heart is not raging fire, but sword. With the conversion of his beliefs, Su Yan's aura became even sharper. In his previous life, he single-handedly became a legend on Earth. In this life, he struggled bitterly and staggered, and he relied on a sword to forcefully carve out a path of survival. Therefore, the sword was his will, his Tao. My path is the path of the sword. My path is the path of the sword. My celestial manifestation is naturally the sword. As his voice faded, the power of the celestial manifestation in his body suddenly circulated. The power of the celestial phenomenon devoured countless amounts of spirit qi and slowly began to transform. When the power of the celestial phenomenon manifests into a sword, it means that it is forging a sword. Suddenly, the sword forging technique that ugly uncle had taught him in the past flowed into his mind. Cho Bo spent his entire life forging swords, he gave it his all, he was practically born for the sword and died for the sword. His path of swordsmithing was naturally broad and profound, but Su Yan had not had the chance to study it in depth due to his several life and death situations. When he was in Chaoshi village, due to the dissipation of spiritual energy, he didn't have the motivation to research. But at this moment, the method to forge the sword was so clear. However, ugly uncle was forging the sword in his hand, and Su Yan was forging the sword of the celestial phenomenon. The aura became stronger and stronger, and so did the sword will. Even the Flame Supremacy was shocked when he saw this. What is this lad trying to do? He's really taking an unconventional path. If this continues, he might really be able to make something out of it. It's a good choice to let this lad inherit my legacy, hee. Su Yan's sword will was already extremely dense. The endless celestial manifestation continued to spiral, and a majestic divine sword gradually took shape. Once the sword was formed, Su Yan felt that his sword will was suddenly clear, and his artistic conception was elevated again. The sword was originally a fearless weapon. Cultivating the path of the sword made one fearless and full of fighting spirit. The resurrection plan of the Devil's Doctrine, the mysterious canal, and the Buddha sword sect were all like invisible mountains that pressed down on Su Yan's heart. Although he was still fearless and courageous, he had to admit that there was a shadow in his heart. But as the celestial manifestation sword will condensed, the dark clouds in his heart were torn apart, and all his worries were cut off. Sword cultivators like us have to move forward courageously. All the difficulties and obstacles are just the stones that make my sword sharper. Celestial manifestation sword will, condense. Su Yan suddenly shouted, and the will in his heart evolved, turning into a sword will that condensed in the air, and gradually merged with the celestial manifestation sword will. The celestial manifestation sword will has been formed. Next is the spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan was like a sword that had just been unsheathed. His sword will was dense and sharp, and it was time to expand the spirit sea in one go. The spirit sea was the sea that contained the spirit. It contained spiritual energy and made one stronger. The level 9 spirit sea was the evolution of the spirit sea. Although my spirit sea is strong, it hasn't reached its limit. I don't believe that the purple spirit sea only has this power. Moreover, it could reach level 12 in the spirit realm. Can't it break through level 9 in the spirit sea realm? Thinking of this, Su Yan directly focused his mind, and used all his strength to activate the Virokana colored glaze sword manual. The Virokana colored glaze sword manual passed down by his father was the foundation of his cultivation. At the beginning, he wanted to use the spiritual energy to break through the limits of the spirit sea and reach the realm of circumference. But now, he knew that this was ridiculous. Now, he was going to use this incomparably pure spirit chi to refine his spirit sea and cause it to evolve. Virokana-colored glaze. As he continued to activate, the sword will in his body became extremely hot. In an instant, the spirit sea was boiling. Su Yan was completely submerged by the boundless spiritual energy. But Su Yan's brows stopped at this moment. Because in the next moment an extremely terrible situation appeared, and that was the depletion of spiritual energy. The activation of the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual became more and more urgent, and his whole body was shaking like a raging fire. The violent power continued to rampage, and the fiery sun began to burn his meridians. The pure spiritual energy was swallowed into the spirit sea in one breath. But there were still no signs of the spirit sea evolving. Oh no, I thought that the pure spiritual energy here was endless, but it's dried up now. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, my spirit sea can't reach its peak. Su Yan was unwilling. He already knew that if he chose to enter the realm of circumference now, the success rate would be above 70%. But he was unwilling. He wanted to be the most perfect version of himself, because perfection represented power. The Flame Venerable had been paying attention to Su Yan's changes. Is it a deadlock? Even though his talent is outstanding and he is an unconventional person, this place has undergone several thousand years of changes. Even with the support of the Great Array, the spirit chi has become thin. Even I didn't expect him to be able to absorb the spirit chi to such an extent. Now, he can only choose to merge the celestial form with the spirit sea. Fortunately, he can already become a realm of circumference master now. The Flame Venerable felt pity in his heart. The spiritual energy here was indeed dense. He thought that this spiritual energy was enough to support Su Yan's cultivation, but he still underestimated the terror of the purple spirit sea. Even with so much spiritual energy here, it couldn't truly fill the spirit sea. If the spirit sea couldn't be filled, how could he advance? But what made him feel gratified was that Su Yan could absorb so much pure spiritual energy, which was already very heaven-defying. If he entered the realm of circumference, he wouldn't be any worse than he was in the past. The spiritual energy has already dissipated, so my spirit sea can't reach perfection. Do I just give up like this? No, there must be a way. If I didn't know this, it's fine, but since I know, I can't give up. There's only one chance. Su Yan's thoughts were firm, and he didn't have any thoughts of wavering. It was all because he wanted to become even stronger. It was all because his previous thoughts had cleared up, causing his heart to become even more determined and persistent. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The so-called spirit sea is the sea that contains spiritual energy. Now that there's no spiritual energy, I still have spiritual swords. This idea was really unconstrained, but once the idea appeared, he didn't waver at all. Because Su Yan knew that there was only one chance. Red separation sword case, out. Su Yan roared, and suddenly, the red separation sword case shone brightly. As the light bloomed, a strong sword aura gushed out. Even the Flame Supremacy was shocked by the sudden arrival of the sword intent. Where did he get such a strong sword essence? At this moment, he was really inexplicably shocked. Then, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. A group of flying swords suddenly flew out from the red separation sword case. The Flame Venerable took a rough look and found that there were more than 10,000 flying swords. Ha ha ha, what a strange kid. I understand now. He wants to extract spiritual energy from the spiritual swords to fill his spirit sea. Good, this is really an unconventional move. Amidst the Flame Venerable's long laughter, the 10,000 flying swords actually fell into Su Yan's spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit sea exploded with boundless aura. The strong power rose directly, and vaguely, it made the Flame Venerable's mind tremble. Amazing, really amazing. If this kid doesn't die, he will definitely be an outstanding person in the cultivation world. To be able to make him my successor, wonderful, wonderful. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit sea finally started to change. When the 10,000 flying swords entered his spirit sea, the terrifying spiritual energy soared. At this moment, Su Yan felt a huge impact. It was a soul-tearing pain, but Su Yan endured it with a smile, because he knew that the more pain he was in, the more he would gain. Such pain wouldn't be in vain. Chapter 422. 10,000 Swords Merging Spirit, Spiritual Ocean Evolution, Go! Su Yan shouted. A powerful and terrifying force erupted at this moment, and a majestic mountain-like aura was formed. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with endless joy. His spiritual ocean had finally begun to evolve. The powerful swords trembled continuously, and 10,000 swords hummed together. If not for the array, the humming of the swords would have pierced through the 9 heavens and shocked everyone. And now, Su Yan was about to reach the 10th level of the spiritual ocean realm. 9 was the limit, and breaking through 9 was defying the heavens. He had reached the 12th level of the spirit channeling realm, which was enough to defeat all life soul cultivators. And now, he had reached the 10th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and his battle prowess was incredible. If Lei Wanjun were to fight with Su Yan now, he would definitely be defeated by Su Yan. And it would be a complete defeat. The scarlet parting sword case finally fell silent. Only the heaven-punishing divine sword and the scorching sun divine sword remained in the case. The divine swords had their own dignity, and even Su Yan couldn't make them sink into his spiritual ocean. This time, his sky phase sword and spiritual sword ocean had finally formed. Seeing this, even the Inferno Venerable couldn't believe it. He did it, he actually did it. He actually did it. There are still people who can break through the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm, but his spiritual ocean actually broke through the 9th level. This brat is a monster. Ha ha ha, I like monsters. Even at this moment, Su Yan didn't stop there. Because at this moment, he was using the 10,000 swords to enter his spiritual ocean to break through to the realm of circumference. Celestial phenomenon, spirit sea fusion. He shouted in a deep voice. His voice reverberated in all directions. The entire formation shook because of this shout. And at this moment, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. The scene of the Inferno Venerable breaking through to the realm of circumference replayed in his mind. That kind of fiery serpent descending from the sky and the spiritual ocean of flames rushing to the sky shook his soul deeply. And now, it was finally his turn. 10,000 swords chime, sky phase soul movement. Su Yan moved again, and the sword chi swept out. 10,000 swords rang in unison, and the spirit sea surged. Such a terrifying power was constantly vibrating at this moment. The spiritual ocean is round, and the sky is square. This brat actually started to break through to the square and circle tier in one go. Good, he's decisive as expected. Breaking through from the 8th tier of the spiritual ocean tier to the 9th tier of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and then directly breaking through to the square and circle tier. This brat might not be unparalleled in the future, but I'm afraid he's unprecedented. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was at its peak. The mysterious and unfathomable power of Radius finally began to reveal itself. A mysterious and unfathomable feeling immediately appeared. If there was a word to describe this feeling, it would be control. Although he hadn't mastered the power of Radius, he could already feel the feeling of control. He finally understood what the Flame Venerable meant, and also understood how powerful a true Fengyuan master was. This is a true expert, and I will eventually become one of them. The dense sword chi grew stronger and stronger, and the power of 10,000 swords was activated at the same time. With such power, even a giant mountain could be directly crushed into pieces. Under such power, Su Yan's realm suddenly soared. He was like a ferocious beast, directly breaking through the layers and layers of obstacles. The square and circle tier in his body, success. At this moment, the square and circle tier in his body was finally achieved. Sword chi surrounded him, and his eyes moved. Su Yan only felt that at this moment, he was unprecedentedly powerful. Finally reached the square and circle tier? If Lei Wanjun wasn't wrong, this should be Yunhe's goal. Now that I've already reached the square and circle tier, I wonder what Yunhe will do next. After achieving the square and circle tier, although Su Yan felt powerful power, he didn't let his excitement get to his head. Being powerful wasn't arrogance, but control. Controlling the enemy, and controlling oneself. Let's not care about this for now. Let's first get the Flame Venerable's power inheritance. Su Yan calmed himself down. He knew that now wasn't the time to care about other things. The most important thing now was to get the Flame Venerable's inheritance. This was the fastest way for him to quickly become an expert. He barged into the formation, but he still didn't know the fate of Lu Fei and the others. Yunhe's figure was like a fog shrouding him. Senior, I've already reached the square and circle tier. Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and a shocking light directly shot out. This light turned into a cold light and directly entered the formation. The grand array still did not have the slightest bit of change, but Su Yan could see this grand array much more clearly. However, the clearer it was, the more shocked he was. The strength and horror of this formation was far beyond his expectations. At this moment, there was suddenly a flame in front of him that sped towards him. This flame was blooming with extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to kill him directly. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't panic at all. His palm grasped the void, and the shocking celestial sword appeared in his hand. Senior, since you want to test me, you should use some of your true strength. Su Yan laughed heartily, and the shocking celestial sword in his hand drew a simple and direct trajectory in the air. It was clearly a sword shadow that seemed to disappear in an instant. However, at the moment when the sword shadow was about to disappear, a sword aura suddenly bloomed. The sword aura was like a startled swan, and with an unstoppable force, it directly went towards the flame. This flame was extremely hot, and it condensed endless flames. It was formed by extremely terrifying power, and it could probably incinerate a spiritual sea realm expert in the blink of an eye. Even if it was Murong Fu, when facing this flame, it would be extremely troublesome. A moment of carelessness and he would be seriously injured directly. However, at this moment, the sword aura flashed and cut directly into the flame. Such a terrifying flame actually dissipated directly. As if it had never appeared. Ha ha ha, good. What a shocking sword chi. Su Yan, you have really made me see you in a new light. With such strength, you do indeed have the qualifications to pass through my final stage and obtain my inheritance. The Flame Reverend's voice was heard again. In actual fact, the fact that Su Yan had condensed the state of circumference was also one of the tests. If Su Yan couldn't condense the state of circumference, or if the state of circumference wasn't strong enough, the Flame Reverend wouldn't give Su Yan the chance to do so. However, the Flame Reverend was obviously very satisfied with Su Yan at the moment. Now, you can enter this old man's final test. However, even if you are extremely powerful now, you still need to be mentally prepared because this final test is incomparable to the previous ones. The Flame Reverend laughed, causing Su Yan to feel somewhat uneasy when he heard that. However, just then, there was another flame that appeared in front of him all of a sudden. However, this time, the flame didn't come to attack him, but turned into a huge door. Although he was still standing outside the door, he could feel an extremely profound power that was transmitted from within. Such a powerful and terrifying power made his entire body tremble. Such a strong power. Merely the aura that came from it made me tremble. No wonder the Flame Reverend said that I had to reach the state of circumference to enter it. Su Yan thought to himself. If it had been before, he might have flinched in the face of such a terrifying power. However, he definitely wouldn't do that at the moment. On the contrary, it made him look forward to it even more. Without any hesitation, he barged in directly. Just as he stepped in, there were countless flaming serpents that flew towards him. In his memory, he had already seen such a flaming serpent before. Until then, he still couldn't forget the scene at the very beginning when the serpents flew in the sky. Such a strong and terrifying power had deeply shocked him. When he faced the flame-soaring serpent head-on, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure. The moment he appeared, the thousands of flaming serpents looked at him directly. The feeling of being surrounded by a pack of wolves was so eerie. Moreover, the danger of the flaming serpents was far greater than that of a pack of wolves. In the next moment, the flaming serpents let out an extremely horrified sound in unison, then charged towards Su Yan directly. Su Yan's entire body trembled in fear. This voice had actually caused his entire body to stop moving. Spiritual shock. He immediately understood that the sharp howling sound was the terrifying spiritual shock. Fortunately, he had already achieved the state of circumference and condensed the celestial phase sword to form the myriad sword spirit sea. Otherwise, the sound could have taken his life. Return to energy, sword chime. Su Yan shouted firmly. In an instant, the sound of the myriad sword chime resounded, immediately suppressing the strange and terrifying sound of the countless flaming serpents. This is the manifestation of the flame-reverend celestial phase. Then, I'll use celestial phase to deal with celestial phase. Su Yan's eyes flashed, then a sword shadow suddenly condensed in his hand. The sword shadow landed in front of Su Yan, immediately making Su Yan's aura surge. Sword Dragon. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and controlled the celestial phase. His entire figure turned into a stream of light. Wherever the stream of light passed, all the flaming serpents were destroyed one by one and then dissipated. The flame venerable is so powerful. After such a long time, these flaming serpents are still so powerful. It's hard to imagine how earth-shattering his cultivation would be if he was still alive. The power of a venerable is indeed difficult to control. Even though Su Yan stepped on the flying dragon and his sword moved endlessly, he still couldn't kill all the flaming serpents. The flame venerable celestial phase and spiritual sea have long merged. If that's the case, it's unrealistic to want to kill these flaming serpents. Could it be that the key is the flame sea below? Su Yan suddenly understood the key to passing this stage. Chapter 423. In an instant, the sword light flashed. A powerful sword aura suddenly appeared. This was the first time that Su Yan had truly activated the power of circumference. The moment this power appeared, it seemed that the surrounding sea of flames began to tremble. That unprecedented sword light directly rushed into the sea, stirring up endless waves of flames. The waves of flames swept over as if a monstrous palm was directly pressing down. If he was hit by this flaming palm, even the current Su Yan would not be able to survive without losing a layer of skin. However, at this moment, he had activated the Tianxiang sword to the extreme. The sword dragon under his feet had already been activated to its fastest state. Just as the sword aura cut a huge hole in the sea of flames, he had already rushed into it. The fierce waves of flames also directly pressed down at this moment. The terrifying impact of this power almost shattered everything. At this moment, Su Yan had already rushed into the sea of flames. The moment he entered the sea of flames, the power of circumference in his body had already begun to circulate. Streaks of sword shadows circled around him, finally forming a shield that covered everything he had. I really didn't expect that sword aura would have such a wonderful use. Since that's the case, this move shall be called the sword shield. With the power of the sword shield, the pressure on Su Yan directly decreased. It was at this moment that an overwhelming pressure came crashing down on him. The pressure fell on his body, and the sword shield kept shaking. The sword's shadows were also constantly trembling, as if they were going to dissipate and disappear at any time. Why is there such a terrifying pressure? Could it be that the flame snake and the sea of flames from before were not the final test? Su Yan was already in his heart. This terrifying impact was actually much more violent than before. It was simply like an extremely terrifying monster. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan, you guessed right. This is the real test left for you. That was the voice of the Flame Venerable. The moment this voice sounded, two rays of light suddenly enveloped Su Yan's body. Su Yan looked in the direction of the light and discovered that it was actually a huge stone statue in front of him. The stone terracotta was huge. Just its eyes alone were bigger than his body. In front of this stone terracotta, he was like a pitiful ant. The entire stone terracotta statue was covered in greenish-brown moss. What made Su Yan even more fearful was that even this seemingly unremarkable moss seemed to possess an extremely strange power. Su Yan, this stone terracotta is the manifestation of my true body after my death. It is both a test and to prevent enemies from desecrating my body. My true spirit is within this stone terracotta. If you want to obtain my inheritance, you will have to barge into this stone terracotta and find my true spirit. This old man's power is no longer enough to send you another message. If you want to obtain the inheritance, then enter the true spirit. The voice of the Flame Venerable sounded. At this moment, his voice was different from when he was outside. That powerful voice also contained a great amount of divine might. The final test? Then, Su Yan, will give it a try. Su Yan did not hesitate. He immediately activated the sword dragon and charged towards the stone statue at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, his blood dragon pupil blossomed with a demonic radiance. It reflected layers of blood light and directly landed on the stone statue. His gaze seemed to be like a dragon's shadow. Then, everything about the stone statue was under his control. The blood dragon pupil actually evolved. This is really a pleasant surprise. But it's also good. The more powerful I am now, the more confident I will be in the future. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a ball of flame burning in the stone statue's heart. What a strong power. It's as if that's a raging flame. I'm afraid that's the stone statue's core and also where the Flame Venerable's true spirit is. Su Yan was excited. He had finally discovered the location of the true spirit. Then, the next step was to directly barge into the true spirit. But just as he approached the true spirit, the greenish-brown moss suddenly fell from the stone statue's surface and pounced towards him. Oh no, this is no ordinary moss. This thing can absorb the power in my body. I can't be careless. Su Yan's blood dragon pupil completely understood the strangeness of the moss. Under the moss, there were spots of black light. They were like terrifying tentacles. If he was careless and was contaminated by such things, he would definitely not have a good ending. He continuously waved the celestial shock sword in his hand. Streaks of sword chi directly rushed towards the moss. The sword chi was magnificent. Everywhere it passed, all the strange moss was destroyed. But before Su Yan could relax, he suddenly felt an even more terrifying pressure directly coming towards him. He raised his head to look and saw a gigantic palm coming down on him. This palm was definitely not an illusion of power. It was the palm of the huge stone statue. Damn it, that stone statue can actually move. He finally understood the meaning of one of the words of the Flame Venerable. The so-called, to prevent the enemy from desecrating his body, was naturally a terrifying means of attack. As such a huge palm was waving, it was as rapid as a gust of wind. There was no sign of it stopping. The impact of such power gave Su Yan a strong sense of danger. He dared to believe that if he were to receive such a blow, he would probably be killed immediately. What a great Flame Venerable! Even the stone statue that he turned into after his death is still so powerful. 10,000 sword spiritual power, fully activate. At this point, he could no longer care much. He directly activated his boundless spiritual power and poured it into the sword dragon. The power of the 10,000 sword spiritual sea poured out, allowing the sword dragon to possess boundless power in an instant. With such a violent power, the sword dragon's speed reached an unprecedented level. Its entire body turned into an illusion. Under the protection of the sword and shield, it directly charged towards the heart of the stone statue. Everywhere it passed, the countless strange moss creatures were all exterminated. Charge! In the nick of time, the huge palm just happened to sweep over his head. The powerful and violent airflow almost directly affected the trajectory of his shuttle. Finally, he approached the stone statue. At this moment, the surface of the stone terracotta began to glow with intense flames. These flames seemed to have originated from the flames of hell, bringing with them a strong aura of death. Streaks of flames intersected with one another, eventually forming a net of fire. Su Yan was not afraid at all. Since I'm already here, how can I, Su Yan, give up? Flame Venerable, Su Yan, will definitely obtain your inheritance. At this moment, Su Yan was like a desperate gambler. He did not care about the consequences at all and directly charged into the fire net. The deeper he went, the stronger the terrifying pressure became. The scorching aura was extremely terrifying. The sword and shield that he condensed with sword aura actually began to gradually melt at this moment. He deeply understood that if the sword and shield were to completely melt, he would have to face this terrifying power directly. At that time, it would be hard to say whether he would live or die. Scorching Sun Divine Sword, help me break the formation. At this moment, Su Yan was already in a dangerous situation. If this continued, he would definitely die. At this moment, he could only try to activate the power of the two divine swords in the Redly Sword Casket. Only the power of the divine swords could help him break out of this dangerous situation. The heaven-destroying divine sword was too strong. Even with his current square circle state, he could not activate it at all. However, the scorching sun divine sword responded to his call. Su Yan directly took out the scorching sun divine sword. This sword was made by Cho Bo with all his effort. It already had the body of a divine sword, but it did not have the will of a divine sword. It could only be considered a semi-finished product. However, even if it was only a semi-finished product, it was qualified to be called a divine. Naturally, its power was extraordinary and unimaginable. At this moment, he activated the scorching sun divine sword. The divine sword hummed softly and shone brightly. Su Yan only felt that his spiritual power was continuously gathering towards the scorching sun divine sword. It was as if he was not the one activating the divine sword, but the divine sword was devouring his power. It is indeed a divine sword. Even if it is only a semi-finished product, it has such terrifying power. If it was not for the fact that I have achieved square circle state, my spiritual power would have been sucked dry by it. However, at this moment, this sword is the key for me to break into the stone terracotta figure. Since this is the case, I will stake it all on this one throw. At this point, not only did he no longer have any scruples, but he also directly channeled all his power into the scorching sun divine sword. After receiving the channeling of Su Yan's power, the scorching sun divine sword's divine light suddenly rose and bloomed. The intense radiance of power was simply terrifying. The terrifying blazing light was actually enough to compete with the radiance that surged out from the stone terracotta figure's body. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, layers of ripples started to appear at the stone terracotta figure's heart. At first, the ripples were very gentle and even had a sense of superiority. However, later on, the ripples became denser and denser. In the end, it actually formed a whirlpool. Su Yan was in the middle of the blazing whirlpool. He gritted his teeth and forcefully charged into it. Open! Su Yan roared and channeled all his power into the scorching sun divine sword. Wang! A terrifying sound was heard. The whirlpool's power had reached its limit and finally shattered under Su Yan's attack. The dense moss was like a vicious wolf that smelled blood and charged toward Su Yan. However, before the strange moss could get close, they were all killed by the terrifying shockwave. The layer of greenish-brown on the stone terracotta figure's humongous body faded away at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Such power could be said to be terrifying. It was also at this moment that Su Yan disappeared into the whirlpool. At that moment, after experiencing such a dangerous situation, he finally charged into the land of true spirits. Plop! With a dull thud, Su Yan directly fell. It was clearly dark below his feet, but it was as if he had landed on the ground. Chapter 424. You really surprised me. You actually made it here. It was the voice of the Flame Venerable. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the figure standing in front of him quietly. It was a figure that was made up of flames. Standing in front of him, the first thing he felt was the oppressive power. The power was very heavy and gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. In order to charge into the stone statue, Su Yan almost used up all the spiritual power in his body. His condition was so bad that it had never been this bad before. It was even more strenuous to bear such a power. Senior. Although his whole body was weak, Su Yan still struggled to stand up. His gaze fell on the other party. Although he had already seen the Flame Venerable in the memory, when he saw his real body, Su Yan still felt an uncontrollable oppressive power. He knew that the oppressive power was not displayed by the Flame Venerable on purpose. It was a natural oppressive power. Although the Flame Venerable was already dead and he was only left with a remnant soul, the power of a powerhouse was still oppressing him. The feeling was like a commoner seeing an emperor. It was a natural reverence for a powerhouse. That said, even under the might of this power, Su Yan still stood up. He looked straight at the Flame Venerable. Even if he was facing an existence that was stronger than him, Su Yan would still stand straight and face the other party. You're indeed much more outstanding than I thought. It's really not easy to be able to make it here, the Flame Venerable said with a smile. At that moment, he was only left with the soul that was condensed by the flame. Su Yan could feel that the flame was extraordinary. It was probably because of the uniqueness of the flame that the Flame Venerable's soul could survive until now. It seems that you can feel it, the Flame Venerable said to Su Yan again. Indeed, the flame on Senior's body seems to be extremely extraordinary. It is also because of the existence of this flame that Senior's soul has been able to survive until now, Su Yan said directly without hiding anything. At such a young age, your eyesight is not bad. You are right. This flame is the Scarlet Spirit Fire. It possesses extraordinary power, especially in the aspect of the soul. The reason why this old man can survive until now is indeed because of the power of this Scarlet Spirit Fire. The Flame Exalt's voice was calm. After that, he continued, unfortunately, I'm still going to die. If you hadn't arrived just in time, I'm afraid all of my abilities would have vanished into thin air. The greatest misfortune in this world is that a hero is past his prime. For him to be able to become a supreme expert, he could be said to be an unparalleled expert with great power. If he could survive until now, he would probably be the number one person in Gone Realm. But now, he was facing death. Moreover, judging from his tone, he was facing eternal oblivion and complete death. Senior, why is that? Su Yan asked in surprise. Since he had lived for 8,000 years, why did he have to face death now? It's nothing. I've been in the formation for 8,000 years. I'm tired of living. The Flame Exalt sighed softly and continued, you have to know that it's impossible for there to be water without a source in this world. Even though the Scarlet Spirit Fire is powerful, it's impossible for it to exist out of thin air. Even though this flame has allowed my soul to be preserved, it's constantly devouring my spiritual energy. Su Yan sighed in his heart. He immediately understood what the flame exalt meant. The flame exalt's soul resided in the scarlet spirit fire, and the scarlet spirit fire used the flame exalt's soul as nourishment. In the end, the flame exalt's soul was still the foundation of its existence. However, the flame exalt's soul was just too powerful, which was why he was able to last for so many years. Originally, I was in a state of tortoise hibernation. Hence, the depletion of my spiritual energy was extremely weak. However, your arrival this time allowed me to see the hope of passing on my power. Hence, I woke up straight away. As soon as I woke up, the burning of my spiritual energy naturally became more intense. At this moment, I'm already at the end of my rope. As soon as the flame exalt finished speaking, Su Yan's heart trembled. If he hadn't appeared, the flame exalt might have been able to live for a longer time. However, at this very moment, his life was about to come to an end because of him. Senior. Su Yan didn't even know what he should say. Su Yan, this is the choice of this old man. Why do you have to act like a little girl? In this world, there is no one who can live forever. Moreover, asking this old man to continue living like this is even more painful than death. The flame reverend directly said. Su Yan, since you've come all the way here, I'll naturally fulfill my promise and pass on my power to you. If you feel uneasy, then inherit my power properly. Don't let my power go to waste. You have to remember what I said. Gone territory definitely shouldn't end up like this. The future is in your hands. The flame exalt's spiritual incarnation looked straight at Su Yan. Su Yan saw a tinge of determination in the flame exalt's eyes. It was a sacrifice and also a dedication. Senior, don't worry. As long as I, Su Yan, am alive, I will definitely take responsibility and make Gone territory stronger, Su Yan said straightforwardly. Alright, there's not much time left. I won't waste any more time. Accept my power of passing on my power. At this very moment, there was a flash of light in his eyes. Then, the flame exalt in front of Su Yan began to change. A spiritual shadow appeared from the flame exalt while the flame exalt floated in the air quietly. Su Yan, the last bit of my soul will enter your body, and then I will pass on all of my inheritance to you. As for this scarlet spirit fire, after you have inherited my inheritance, you can subdue it. Now, relax your mind. He said directly. Su Yan took a deep breath and calmed his mind down. He knew that this was the most crucial moment. All his previous efforts were for this moment to accept the power of passing on his power. If something were to go wrong, everything would be in vain. Suddenly, his body trembled because the flame exalt's spiritual incarnation had invaded his body. Su Yan, there will be pain when your spiritual incarnation enters your body. However, you have to understand that you can only accept my power of passing on my power if you can endure the pain. This is also my final statement. The flame exalt's voice became weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely. At this very moment, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless at all. His mind was completely empty. Gradually, many things began to appear in his mind. There were scenes of the flame exalt's battle, as well as many comprehensions and experiences regarding cultivation. Is this the flame exalt's inheritance? Su Yan was moved. He knew that the elder was drifting away from him. As the inheritance continued, Su Yan's entire being was sublimated. His power naturally couldn't increase directly, but his spirit and temperament were changing. At this moment, the pagoda sword hummed softly, and a sword whistle was heard. Su Yan suddenly furrowed his eyebrows. It was also at this moment that a bright light burst out from his eyes. Old fart! He roared furiously, and the great colored glaze sword scripture was fully activated. A raging power that was as scorching as fire surged at this moment. He gathered all of his mental conception at this moment, and he wanted to resist the spiritual power that was surging into his body. You damned old fart, how dare you try to take over my body? He roared again. You actually noticed something. No, it's because of the pagoda sword. Humph, you brat, I wanted to let you die peacefully, but since you chose to resist, I can only let you know what the pain of the world is. The flame exalt, who was supposed to be exhausted and unable to speak, spoke again. This time, his voice was extremely vicious, and it was completely different from before. You damned old fart, how can it be so easy for you to take over my body? Su Yan gritted his teeth, and his voice was almost squeezed out from the deepest part of his throat. The flame exalt was right about one thing, which was that the pain was truly the most extreme in the world. Su Yan had been fighting all this while and had already endured too much pain. However, he had never felt such a degree of pain before. The power that had entered his body wasn't meant to be passed on to him, but to erase his soul. The pain of erasing one's soul was comparable to stabbing one's heart, and it was more terrifying and intense than skinning one's skin and pulling out one's tendons. Hee, if I didn't enter your body, it wouldn't be so easy for me to take over your body. However, you've already exhausted all of your spiritual power to enter the stone figurine, and you allowed me to enter your body so easily. I've been sealed here for more than 8,000 years, waiting for this moment. Do you think I'll give you a chance? Hand over your soul obediently, and I'll give you a quick death, hee. At this moment, the flame exalt's voice was as frightening as an owl's. This strange and terrifying method of taking over one's soul was like that of an evil spirit. Old fart, you're from the devil sect. Su Yan endured the pain of his soul being stripped, and his entire body trembled, but he still shouted directly. Hee, you're smart, brat. I'm one of the 8 protectors of the devil sect, the ghost flame exalt. I just didn't think that I would be able to take over your body today, the successor of the pagoda sword sect. Ha, this is great. 8,000 years of hatred, and I'm finally going to get some interest. Spirit Realm 12th Layer, a Purple Spirit Sea, and the Sky Phase Sword and Myriad Sword Spirit Sea. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Brat, I'll take your body. Chapter 425. Cave. Intermittently, a strange and ear-piercing sound rang out, as if it was the sound of doomsday. This sound tormented Su Yan's soul. He was already under a terrifying pressure, and now it was being tormented by this sound. Su Yan's soul had already begun to waver. He deeply understood that if this continued, he was afraid that he would really die here. Damn it, old man, you want to possess my body. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. At this moment, Su Yan knew that he had reached a critical point. If this continued, his soul was afraid that it would dissipate. This venerable Gui Yen was really cunning. From the very beginning, he had planned everything step by step, extremely meticulous. The moment Su Yan stepped into the array, he had already begun to use his own methods. Moreover, as Su Yan progressed step by step, this venerable Gui Yen had always been helping Su Yan. He had even sent a memory of the battle with the devil sect's experts into Su Yan's mind, making Su Yan believe that he was a righteous person, and not a demon or evil ghost. Under his guidance, Su Yan had advanced from the 8th stage of the spiritual ocean realm to the 9th stage, and finally stepped into the boundary of the boundary, becoming an extremely terrifying expert. Unfortunately, in the end, all of this was a wedding dress for others. This Reverend Gui Yen was truly as cunning as a fox. He had calculated step by step, allowing Su Yan to raise his strength to the peak, but at the same time, consuming his spirit energy. Then, he directly entered Su Yan's body to possess him. At this time, Su Yan no longer had any strength to resist. However, Su Yan was absolutely unwilling to be schemed against like this. A sword cultivator had a resolute character, and Su Yan was even more so. Along the way, he had never compromised. At this time, how could he be willing to be possessed? Even if he died, he would not be willing to do so. Even if I, Su Yan, die, I will not compromise with you. Although his soul was trembling from the pain, Su Yan did not intend to give up. Hee, what a boastful brat. What qualifications do you have to fight me now? Venerable Gui Yen sneered. He was in existence at the Supremacy Realm. Back then, he had dominated the Qian realm. Even though he had fallen and only his soul was left, his strength was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, before this, he had used all his means to exhaust Su Yan's strength. He could not think of any reason to lose. Blood Dragon Pupil, Dragon Soul Dance. At this moment, Su Yan's spiritual energy was completely depleted. Even if he wanted to use the divine sword, it was already impossible. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was the Blood Dragon Pupil. At this moment, his eyes began to flicker with a demonic light. The bright red light began to tremble, and 2 dragon shadows could be faintly seen in his eyes. You have a lot of secrets. Venerable Gui Yen was shocked when he sensed the strange movement in Su Yan's eyes. At this moment, he could feel an extremely frightening power coming from it. Vaguely, the dragon shadows began to roar in a low voice. A muffled roar rang out. Hearing this sound, Venerable Ghost Flame immediately became cautious. The opportunity before him was something he had been waiting for countless years. If he failed at this moment, then everything would be in vain. Previously, in his conversation with Su Yan, there was at least one sentence that he did not say, and that was that his soul had truly become extremely weak. If he didn't succeed in seizing the body this time, then he could only vanish into thin air. Therefore, this was his only chance, and he would not give up. So what if you still have secrets and trump cards? I'm a venerable one. He knew he could not delay any longer, or a long night might bring more trouble. With that, his soul power suddenly became heavy again. Following that, the red spirit fire also headed toward Su Yan. Let your soul be burned by the red spirit fire and be completely annihilated, Venerable Gui Yen suddenly shouted coldly. At that instant, the red spirit fire shone brightly. Su Yan's soul was already in great pain. At this moment, it was even attacked by the violent power, causing him to almost collapse and tremble. Ah! A painful roar was heard from the deepest part of his throat. His soul was already under tremendous pressure, and at this moment, the scarlet spirit fire started to burn. This caused Su Yan's entire body to shake. The terrifying pain almost caused him to faint. Nonetheless, Su Yan knew very well that if he fainted now, he would be in a deep sleep and would be completely dead. Blood Dragon, swallow this old dog's soul. At this moment, Su Yan directly used his own soul as a guide to completely activate the Blood Dragon's eye. As Su Yan's soul power surged in, the Blood Dragon in his eyes seemed to have obtained a new life and directly woke up. At first, it was only a faint roar, but later on, it became as loud as muffled thunder. The roar made Venerable Gui Yen feel uneasy. Die! He suddenly shouted, then he activated the red spirit fire with all his might. The ghost-like flame kept trembling, and in the end, it sounded like an evil spirit was howling. Under such a violent power, Su Yan became even more miserable. Su Yan had struggled on the line between life and death countless times, but this time was definitely the most painful. His soul was burned and annihilated, and this kind of pain was not something that an ordinary person could bear. Even so, he still activated the Blood Dragon and wanted to perish together with Patriarch Gui Yen. Humph, you want to perish together? Dream on, die! Patriarch Gui Yen decisively shouted, and his roar was like a clap of thunder. It directly attacked Su Yan's soul. Although Su Yan's willpower was firm, at this moment, the feeling of drowsiness had become heavier and more obvious. He was afraid that in the next moment, he would completely walk into the abyss of death. Little ghost, once your soul is destroyed, that Blood Dragon will also become mine. This old man will inherit everything you have. This is your greatest glory. Patriarch Gui Yen finally began to laugh. At this moment, he was only a step away from victory. However, at this moment, his voice came to an abrupt stop. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. It should have been the happiest moment, but it was replaced by endless fear. What the hell is this? No, don't. Under his control, the red spirit fire was about to disintegrate Su Yan's soul. But at this last moment, Su Yan's soul actually shone with a golden light. The sudden appearance of this golden light made Venerable Gui Yan let out an extremely painful howl. Compared to Su Yan's howl, it was much heavier and more terrifying. All of a sudden, his soul became unstable. Even the scarlet spirit fire became illusory at this moment. There was no trace of terrifying aura at all. An good chance. As soon as Venerable Gui Yan's soul was released, Su Yan's pain was directly reduced. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he did not expect that at this moment, there would be a sudden turn of events. He only felt that the golden light directly shot out from the depths of his soul, and then landed on Venerable Gui Yan's soul. Venerable Gui Yan immediately let out a wail, and his whole body trembled non-stop. Even the deprivation of his soul was directly released. Taking advantage of this time, the two red dragons suddenly showed their might and directly roared. The dragons raised their claws, and an extremely terrifying trajectory flashed, and then suddenly landed on Venerable Gui Yan's soul. Damn it! This scene came too suddenly, and Venerable Gui Yan did not even have time to react before he was directly counterattacked by Su Yan. He only felt that he was living a life worse than death in an instant. Then, the dragon claws descended and hooked his soul directly. The mighty dragon's might directly suppressed him. If it were any other time, he would not care about such dragon's might. But at this moment, the dragon's might was so fierce, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying. Especially that golden light, it was simply a fatal blow to him. What exactly is this thing? This old man is unwilling to accept this, unwilling to accept this. His mournful howl resounded throughout the dark space, but under the dragon claw's soul hooking, his soul was already powerless to resist. Roar! The two red dragons directly roared, and then suddenly coiled, directly tearing Venerable Gui Yan's soul apart and devouring it. After the two red dragons devoured Venerable Gui Yan's soul, they gently danced around Su Yan's body, then suddenly roared and returned to Su Yan's eyes. These two red dragons were originally released by Su Yan at the cost of his own soul to perish together with Venerable Gui Yan. Now that they had devoured Venerable Gui Yan's soul, they did not hurt Su Yan at all. Instead, they returned some soul power to Su Yan, allowing his soul to recover to its original state. Of course, this was not what Su Yan was most concerned about. Because at this moment, all of his attention was focused on that golden light. The golden light shone like a golden dragon boiling, and also like the setting of a scorching sun. The boundless radiance gradually dimmed, and in the end, it turned into four large golden words: Regal Sword Technique. It's actually the Regal Sword Technique. Su Yan was extremely shocked, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw these four words. In his previous life, he was able to become a peak sword saint because of this Regal Sword Technique. He only cultivated the first two sword techniques, and he became a sword saint of his generation. He would never have thought that after transmigrating, this mysterious Regal Sword Technique would follow him to this world, and it was hibernating in his soul. Chapter 426. Supreme Sword Moves. These four words seem to have boundless magical power. Su Yan looked at these four words and his entire person was stunned. When he obtained this peerless sword manual in Kunlun, the trajectory of his life also began to be rewritten at that moment. Once upon a time, in order to comprehend this supreme sword moves, he forgot to eat and sleep and almost abandoned everything. However, even if he forgot everything, he could only cultivate the first two moves. As for the content after that, he could not even understand it. However, even those two moves had already made him the most powerful expert in the previous world. He was titled as a sword sage and no one could compete with him. Supreme Sword Moves is a divine book from my previous life. I thought that after I transmigrated, this Supreme Sword Manual had left me and I felt quite regretful. However, I did not expect this book to follow me and even hide in my soul, saving my life at this critical moment. Su Yan was pleasantly surprised. Perhaps no one would be able to understand this feeling. This Supreme Sword Manual had long become his obsession. He had transmigrated to this world. Although he had obtained his father's legendary, great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, and cultivated a sword art that was even stronger than his previous life, but in his heart, this Grand Supreme Sword Moves was still the strongest sword scripture in his heart. He thought that he had lost it, but at this moment, he found it again. Moreover, it saved his life at the most critical moment. This naturally made him feel very excited. Supreme Sword Moves, Supreme Sword Moves. It actually followed me to this world. It is indeed not an ordinary thing. No, I was already dead, but I borrowed a body in this world to come back to life. I'm afraid this is the credit of the Supreme Sword Moves. Su Yan's mind was full of thoughts. He should have died and disappeared in that world. However, he miraculously came back to life in this world. Transmigration was a mysterious thing. Without the guidance of an extremely terrifying force, it was impossible to succeed. Moreover, just now, the Supreme Sword Moves had displayed an extremely powerful force. Just a golden light was enough to suppress Venerable Gue Yen. In the end, it gave the blood dragon the opportunity to devour his soul. At this moment, the golden light became even more intense. The intense golden light had already begun to infect Su Yan's entire soul, and that kind of warm energy filled Su Yan's entire body. That kind of faintly emitting aura actually surpassed the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Sutra. Regal Sword Codex, Regal Sword Codex. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly cried out in surprise. This was because the original 4 words of the Regal Sword technique had become the Regal Sword Canon. Although it was just a change of 1 word, in reality, there was a huge difference. Back then, Su Yan had only been able to learn 2 sword moves after exhausting his entire life. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn more, but that he simply couldn't do it. Because those 2 sword moves were all he could see. But at this moment, the exalted sword move finally opened a new chapter. It was no longer just a sword move, but a sword manual. The so-called Sword Codex was a collection of mental cultivation methods, sword intent, and sword moves. Unknowingly, Su Yan's belief began to move along the mysterious and unfathomable cultivation path recorded in the Regal Sword Mantra. His body also began to slowly form an inexplicable cyclone. This bit of aura was extremely weak. If not for Su Yan's soul condensing at this moment, and all his attention focused, it would probably not have been easy to discover. But this bit of aura was filled with endless mystery, and it was completely different from the aura produced by the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Sutra. Although it was weak, Su Yan vaguely felt that even the Great Sun-Colored Glass Sword Qi was somewhat afraid of him. As expected, the Regal Sword Canon is indeed a supreme divine item, possessing unimaginable power. At this moment, all the haze in Su Yan's heart was swept away. Although he had almost died and was possessed by someone. But in terms of benefits, it was definitely not small. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, from the spiritual sea realm directly to the Fengyuan realm. Although Venerable Gue Yen had deceived him, Su Yan had to admit that his guidance was not the slightest bit false, allowing his cultivation to soar directly. Of course, it did not mean that Venerable Gue Yen was being kind. From the moment Su Yan entered the formation, he had already regarded Su Yan as his own body. Since it was his own body, naturally, the stronger the better. Reverend Gue Yen, you only have yourself to blame. You can't blame me. However, I'll be taking this scarlet ghastly spiritual fire. Reverend Gue Yan's soul was devoured, but the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was preserved. Su Yan knew that this world was incomparably mysterious. Not only could human experts cultivate to an extremely terrifying level, but there were also demon experts who could fly in the sky and burrow underground, almost omnipotent. There were also many spiritual objects of heaven and earth. This scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was one of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth, all of them were extraordinarily precious and priceless. Even though Venerable Gui Yan's cultivation was at the venerable realm, but without the support of the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire, he would have fallen and been annihilated in the torrent of time. From this, it could be seen that this fire was extraordinary. The scarlet ghastly spiritual fire originally belonged to Venerable Gui Yan, and there was even a trace of his soul within the fire. Although Venerable Gui Yan was already dead, the soul imprint would not dissipate. Perhaps because Venerable Gui Yan was unwilling, the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was actually constantly struggling, and could even go berserk at any time and directly burn Su Yan to death. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not be able to subdue the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire even if he used all his strength. However, the present was different from the past. At this moment, Su Yan had truly stepped into the realm of perimeter. His body was a small world. Not only that, but he could also directly operate the universe with himself as the center, erupting with unimaginable power. With such strength, the dragon blood ice fire dome was enough to firmly suppress the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire that had already lost its master. At this moment, within the dragon blood ice fire dome, the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire was still constantly erupting, unwilling to yield. Under the suppression of Su Yan's radius, the remnant soul within the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire had indeed become much weaker. However, it was still stubbornly resisting, and could not be directly destroyed in a spurt of energy. Today has already come to this point. Scarlet ghastly spiritual fire, you will definitely be subdued by me. Venerable Gui Yan is already dead, how can you be so stubborn? Su Yan shouted decisively. At this moment, the supreme aura that existed in his body suddenly directly came out of Su Yan's body, and directly entered it. Supreme immeasurable, profound spirit suppression. Those few words flashed through Su Yan's mind like lightning. In just an instant, his heart had already become clear. His entire body naturally reacted. In the end, the supreme light suddenly erupted, and finally turned into an endless and terrifying smoke storm, and directly swept through the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire completely. As this power swept through, the last bit of light within the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire finally began to disappear. In the end, there was not even a bit left. It's really amazing. This strand of Grand Supreme Zhenqi actually dispelled the terrifying will within it. This kind of power is simply terrifying. It really opened my eyes. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was even more surprised and delighted. Although he had already expected that the Regal Sword Classic was definitely powerful, the power displayed by the Regal Sword Classic at this moment still surprised him. With the help of the Supreme Vital Energy, he finally subdued the Scarlet Ghastly Spiritual Fire directly. Scarlet Spirit Fire, I know that you already have spirituality. I have already killed Venerable Gui Yan, but I will not disgrace you by letting you follow me. One day, I will definitely let you evolve and become even more powerful. Yi Shiwen said in a deep voice. Scarlet Spirit Fire. Su Yan said directly. At this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth, and the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire directly rushed into his mouth. The flame entered Su Yan's body, and then began to burn his body again as a furnace. I am using my body to nurture the fire, but I am also using the fire to refine my body. If this continues, one day, I will definitely become a top expert. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining with a resolute light. Within the light, there seemed to be two dragon shadows constantly dancing wildly. Phew, as expected of one who survives a great disaster. Su Yan finally felt completely relieved. Now that he had subdued the scarlet ghastly spiritual fire and his strength had skyrocketed, he had more confidence for the future. Venerable Gui Yen is already dead, so this formation will soon collapse. It is time to leave. I wonder how Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and Yun Wanqing are doing. These three people entered the divine dragon abyss with him, but they were unexpectedly separated. He was burned by the heavenly origin raging fire, and then directly fell into Venerable Gui Yan's formation. He did not know how Lu Fei and the rest were doing. Among the three of them, he was most worried about Lu Fei. Yun Wanqing was Yun He's daughter. Even if Yun He had bad intentions, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. Moreover, Yun Wanqing herself had extraordinary means. As for Dong Qinghao's ability, Su Yan was not worried at all. He was completely capable of taking charge alone. Now, the only one he was worried about was fatty Lu Fei. Although this fatty's bloodline had awakened and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, his character was rash. In the past, when he was in the buried sword pavilion, he had his father's protection, so naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. However, this was the divine dragon abyss, a place where even he had almost died. If he was not careful, he would be in big trouble. The moment Su Yan left the formation, a sudden scream was heard. Roar, this scream was like the roar of a demon beast, causing people to be frightened. However, Su Yan was shocked.